Chapter 1906. When Dong Tai arrived with his sword, he saw the young king sitting alone at the top of the broken stone steps with a knife on his knees. Although Su Fengnian's clothes were stained with blood and his face was full of exhaustion, he was full of spirit. Moreover, his heavenly physique that had suffered heavy injuries in succession was like a withered tree that had come back to life. It glowed with vitality and gradually approached its peak. Deng Tea floated down to the ground. Hanging from his waist was an ordinary iron sword that his disciple had given him. Holding Tea upside down, he stood beside Su Fengnian. 800 years of scholarly spirit, scattered in the world? Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Old Mister was obviously reluctant to leave before he passed away. He stayed up for a few hours and made some arrangements before he passed away on the spot." Dong Tai frowned and said, "What about this fight?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "The old man who was the backbone of the Central Plains should be more trusting of Li Yufu, who had a pure Taoist heart. When Master Li escorted the dragon carp along the Guangling River to the sea, the old man must have secretly observed and trusted him. As for me, he did not have much confidence. Not only was I the son of Su Shao, but I was also very likely to fight for the throne. If it were me, I would not be at ease to hand over the old man's belongings. That was why there was such a storm. The old man must have forced me to a dead end and was only willing to let it go when he saw my true nature." The peach blossom sword deity who had no interest in the rise and fall of the world sneered and said, "In the end, he still took advantage of his seniority." Su Fengnian did not comment. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Is it because the flying sword can't enter Mount Wudong?" Dong Tai said frankly, "Of course. Once the sword is out, how can it return without any results?" Su Fengnian and Dong Tai raised their heads at the same time and looked at the distant sky that was gradually turning white. After the saint of the Zhang family died in a way similar to the immortal Zhenren of Taoism, there seemed to be a new phenomenon between heaven and earth. It was unclear and covered the mysteries of heaven. Heaven and earth were filled with righteous qi. Mixed qi gave form to the flow, abundant enough to fill the firmament. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "To establish one's virtue, to establish one's merit, and to establish one's words. Sir, I really can't do it anymore." Dong Tai crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's amazing, but in my opinion, it's still a little unsatisfying." Su Fengnian sighed helplessly, "How can everyone be like you, Dong Tai? You don't just stand there and talk." Su Fengnian remembered something and said with a smile, "That's right, before the old master left, he wanted me to tell you that in his opinion, since the beginning of the sword 1,000 years ago, you, Dong Tai, have the best swordsmanship." Dong Tai grumpily said, "The path of swordsmanship is just a sesame seed abandoned by ancestor Lu after picking up a watermelon." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Talking to you is boring." Dong Tai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Su Fengnian asked, "How should we deal with the 200,000 swords scattered on the ground of the Wu family's sword tomb? Do we need you to return them?" Dong Tai asked in return, "Why, do you want to keep them?" Su Fengnian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "How would I dare? That Wu family's ancestor would fight to the death with Bailiang. I can't go overboard when I use my hoe to steal their swords." Dong Tai said, "Then I'll return them all. The Wu family's swords are an eyesore to me anyway." Su Fengnian lowered his voice. "Don't do that. You should at least choose a few hundred good swords and secretly leave them behind. Just say that the Zhang family's saint destroyed them. If the Wu family's sword tomb doesn't let them off, go find the Zhang family's saint mansion and smash them." Dong Tai's face was full of disdain. "I can't be bothered to do that." Su Fengnian smiled brightly and said, "There's no need for the peach blossom sword god to waste your energy. I'll do it. I'm quite familiar with intercepting swords." Dong Tai obviously didn't want to deal with this. He began to hold his breath and meditate. Controlling 200,000 swords to go to Bailiang was definitely not an easy task. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "Before the old man left, he told me that Beimang's Tuoba's martial arts cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds overnight." Dong Tai immediately understood the crux of the matter. His face darkened. He wants to use both Tuoba and Tantai Pingjing to deal with you at the same time. Su Fengnian said, that's about right. Dong Tai asked, did the old man say how high Tuoba's cultivation is? Is there an analogy? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, it's not clear. He only said 5 words, celestial beings live forever. Dong Tai frowned and said, I've never been good at these cryptic words. Just tell me directly. When Wang Xianji left the Eastern Sea, was Tuoba slightly inferior or similar? Su Fengnian had obviously thought about this troublesome question long ago. He blurted out, I guess the best result is that he was slightly inferior. Dong Tai asked, then the worst result? Su Fengnian half-joked, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it. Dong Tai twitched the corner of his mouth. Has anyone ever told you that it's actually quite boring to talk to you? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, no, especially women. There's a popular saying in the Central Plains that proves it. 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian, and 1,000 years to cultivate Su Fengnian. Dong Tai said indifferently, oh? Not 100 years to cultivate Su Fengnian, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian? Su Fengnian pinched his chin and pretended to be confused. Did I remember wrongly? Dong Tai couldn't help but raise his voice. Spit it out. Su Fengnian put away his joking expression and sheathed the cold blade at his waist. The worst outcome is that at some point in time, Bodhisattva Tuoba's combat power will be slightly stronger than Wang Xianji's. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile, loosened his arms, and stretched. Dawn was coming. Then that's the worst result. Why don't you let me deal with Tuoba? Su Fengnian shook his head and narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the serene scene of the sky gradually turning blue and white. He lazily said, you've already fought him once in the northern Mang. Let me do it this time. Dong Tai was silent for a moment and then said sarcastically, don't forget, you fought with him twice in the western regions and outside Liangzhou Pass. If I remember correctly, it was a draw and a loss, right? Su Fengnian allowed the breeze to blow away the last bit of blood on his body. When have I ever lost? Moreover, that time in the western regions, if Li Mibi hadn't interfered at the last moment, Tuoba would have been a dead man. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile. Fine. If you want to be a hero, I, Dong Tai, will satisfy you. Su Fengnian said softly, perhaps in terms of combat power, we are all in the celestial realm, so there's not much difference between us. However, there's a state of mind unique to Wang Xianji. Even if you, Dong Tai, have Tai Yi, and even if Tuoba received a gift from an immortal, it's still impossible. Dong Tai asked curiously, invincible in the human world? Su Fengnian suddenly pulled out his cold saber and pointed it at the great sun leaping into the human world's vision. The entire world's enemy. Dong Tai asked again, you have it? Su Fengnian didn't answer the question. I've always had it in Bailiang. For those who like to read on their phones, you can follow my WeChat public account, Fenghua 1985. Yesterday, I added more than 10,000 people. Today, I guarantee at least 2 chapters. Chapter 1907. The figures of pilgrims gradually appeared on the stone steps of the divine path. Su Fengnian quietly went to the elephant cleansing pool. He took off his outer robe and squatted by the pool to wash himself. If one were to say that Su Fengnian was familiar with intercepting others, he was not bad at this work. In last night's thrilling battle between heaven and man, except for Jiang Ni and Li Yufu who were deliberately excluded, there were still a few grandmasters from the Central Plains who stayed in Wudang to watch the battle. There was also a white-robed Shi trainer who looked at the battle from the top of the Jade Pillar Peak. She probably had the idea of benefiting from the battle. After all, whether it was the sage of the Zhang family or the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, whoever died would be a great supplement to her fate. If both of them died and she was lucky enough to support both of them at the same time, there might be a real land immortal in the human world. Not only could she live for a long time, but she was also not bound by the way of heaven. The 3 top masters of Nanjiang, Lu Xianlang, Qing Baishuang, and Ji Lu, and stood together on a suspended plank road and looked from afar. The blind female zither player Shui Songguan walked slowly and finally stopped half a mile away. But the person closest to the battle at that time was the man in purple. Just as Su Fengnian was washing clothes skillfully on the green stone slab, there were already groups of Jianghu people in the elephant cleansing pool. Now the Central Plains recognized Wudang Mountain as not only a blessed place for cultivation, but also a precious place for martial artists to understand the heart of heaven. All the Jianghu heroes who heard the news and came here were mostly people who had encountered a bottleneck in martial arts. They liked to sit here cross-legged and look at the waterfall, the pool, and the huge rocks. They would imagine that the previous chief Hong Shixiang used to fight here, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping used to fight here, and great master Su Fengnian used to practice his saber here. They racked their brains to fight for a spot, just like the scene of pilgrims fighting for the first incense. Su Fengnian inadvertently heard a group of people whispering nearby. It seemed to be a nursery rhyme, wood dragon against stone tiger, thousands of gold and silver, who can see through it and by Yangzhou prefecture. It was said that the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, had long predicted that Bei Mang's million-strong army would come knocking on the border, so he prepared for a rainy day. He had already sent the Fu Shui Chamber's men of sacrifice to a hidden secret place, in case the Su family could not stop Bei Mang's iron hooves from the south, so that the Su family could make a comeback and continue to fight for the world. At first, Su Fengnian thought it was funny, but soon he realized that there was something unusual about it. His heart sank. Guangling Taoist Yangzhou Prefecture had always been the richest prefecture in the Central Plains. Buying Yangzhou Prefecture, with just 5 words, directly described the wealth of the Su family's heavy silver to the common people. Not only that, listening to these people's idle chatter, it seemed that they directly ignored Tide Listening Lake, which should have been the biggest suspect, and directly guessed that Mount Qingsheng and the military town of Linyao were the 2 places. Su Fengnian could not help but be shocked. According to these people who listened to the rumor, the latter guessed that Li Yishan was personally in charge of the Su family's hidden treasures. The poison warrior, who had been hell-bent on scheming for the Su family all his life, used a trick. On the surface, he constantly drove refugees to Liuzhou to confuse the public, and secretly colluded with Mount Lantua in the western region. It could be said that it was a foolproof plan. As for why the former was Mount Qingsheng, which bordered Liangshu, these Jianghu people could not explain. However, Su Fengnian knew that Su Shao had hidden 6,000 soldiers in the depths of Mount Qingsheng. This was a secret that not many people in the Fu Shui room knew about. It was obvious that the person who deliberately spread this nursery rhyme was not only hostile to Beiliang, but also deeply involved in Beiliang's military and political affairs. Su Fengnian had always politely refused to listen to the prophecies and nursery rhymes that had once caused chaos in the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Back then, Huang Sanjia was the founder of a sect that had been founded because of this. Almost all the emperors and monarchs were in a terrible fix because of this. Su Fengnian did not expect that Beiliang would suffer such a calamity today. It was not to say that a small nursery rhyme could really shake Beiliang's foundation. In fact, Beiliang had always valued military power more than literature. In addition, Su Fengnian's series of actions after the hereditary succession, especially the great victory in the First Great War of Liangmang, had already fulfilled his master Li Yishan's request at the beginning of his will: we must continue to maintain the structure of Beiliang as the Su family. Therefore, there was no harm in having a few dozen more of these types of prophecies and nursery rhymes. However, Li Yishan had always repeatedly mentioned that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and the waves rise in the midst of the small waves. I, Li Yishan, do not have extraordinary talents, nor do I have extraordinary strategies. I only have caution in my life, to warn Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian suddenly had some doubts. Since this person knew the inside story of Beiliang so well, why would he still use such meaningless and boring methods? This was like the peach blossom sword god fighting with a level 2 master. He could have finished the fight with 1 strike, but he insisted on playing with a mouse for 100 moves. The master who knew everything would probably only feel disgusted. Was it adding fuel to the fire, or was it adding fuel to the fire? Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. Not far away, someone's eyes flashed as he greeted, "Little brother, why do you have bloodstains on your body?" What, did you meet an enemy on Wudang Mountain yesterday? The people of Bailiang wore thick autumn clothing, so after Su Fengnian took off his robe, there was not much blood on it. Su Fengnian picked up his robe that had been rolled into a ball after washing it, stood up and squatted down beside the person who shouted. He was not too close, about 4 or 5 steps away. He went straight to the point with a light smile and asked, "Isn't that so?" "I was beaten up a bit badly." "I won't beat around the bush. Big brother, you are a night watchman. How much would it cost to break a leg? If you beat him to death, how much would it cost? If it's fair, according to the old rules, I'll give you half of the payment first." When night watchmen patrolled the streets, they would often clean up the trash on the streets. The night watchmen of the underworld were the kind of people who took people's money to get rid of disasters. That person's eyes lit up. He was not in a hurry to accept this deal that fell from the sky. He carefully sized up this young man with an authentic Bailiang accent, and said with an official accent unique to the Wuxia region of the Central Plains, "Little brother, let me make it clear first. Is your enemy a local gangster or a gangster?" A local gangster was a local, meaning a local snake. A gangster was a foreigner, a dragon that crossed the river. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "A local gangster." That person immediately frowned. Dealing with a Bailiang local was far more difficult than dealing with a stranger. He couldn't help but lower his voice. "What, could it be that Lian Ke, or even the seahorse here?" Lian Ke, was the picture drawn by a 9th-level official's uniform patch of the Liang Imperial Court, while the seahorse was a military official's patch. To the common people, they were the county magistrate who destroyed families or the governor who destroyed families. As the county magistrate of a county, their ranks were often 8th level or 9th level. Lian Ke, and seahorse became the Jianghu slang for officials and soldiers. They were both people that could not be easily provoked. It should be known that ever since that butcher Su Xiao, the imperial court had a bloody rule of passing the heads of Jianghu people who didn't obey to the rules to the 9 sides. After Liang unified the spring and autumn period, especially when Su Xiao stepped into the Jianghu, the entire Jianghu had to lower themselves. Otherwise, why would the great and city's minister of justice, who was in charge of issuing copper fish bags, be privately called the Emperor of the River, King of the Lake, and be seen by Jianghu people as the leader of the martial arts world in the imperial court? Su Fengnian slowly said, "That guy had a grandfather who was Lian Ke, but he passed away a long time ago. The family doesn't have any descendants left in the legal world. Think about it, over here, Lian Ke, is nothing. The seahorse is the boss. However, that person has a personal retainer who is empty-handed and doesn't even have a green knife. He should have the strength of a 5th-level official." The lean man and the 4 people beside him exchanged glances and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The 5 of them were gangsters who were used to licking blood from blades in the southern part of Jingji. This time, they had traveled together in Bailiang and their friendship had deepened. In addition, they were all men who knew each other's backgrounds. They already had the intention to cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper when they returned to their hometown. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to discuss this business openly. According to the young man's words, the retainer was old and his 5th-level strength could be considered presentable. However, the fist was afraid of the strong and the rod was afraid of the old. The 5 of them all had some fighting skills. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to beat the old master to death. However, the 5 of them were worried that they would commit a crime in Bailiang. Once the news was leaked, they would definitely end up being shot by the Bailiang cavalry's crossbows and become hedgehogs. However, a penny was a problem for heroes. Most of them were extravagant people. After drinking 2 or 3 times, they were completely out of money. These 2 days, it was a coincidence that their ancestral graves were smoking. They were actually lucky enough to meet a famous gangster in the southern part of Jingji. The gangster was also willing to humble himself and make friends with him. Then, to burn incense and worship Buddha in the temple, they needed incense, so they needed incense money even more. What was the use of just saying things like, "I've heard so much about you for a long time, and your reputation resounds like thunder"? The lean man cautiously asked, which Taoist temple on Mount Wudang does he live in? This question was asked with great care. Mount Wudang had 81 peaks. The number of peaks was actually not many, less than 30. Taoist temples of various sizes were located on these peaks. Perhaps the Taoist priests of Mount Wudang didn't care about the size of the cultivation area, but the people of Jianghu did. For this Wudang Taoist discussion, naturally they would choose to live on a famous peak or Taoist temple. If they weren't famous, then they would sharpen their heads and live on a higher peak. It was said that many famous schools and sects had developed a gap because of this. They were only restraining themselves because they were afraid of the Bailiang government. Chapter 1908. Seniority in Jianghu, ranking in Jianghu, and ranking in Jianghu were all recorded in the minds of well-informed Jianghu people. For example, there were more than 50 people who were familiar with Jianghu faces in Jianghu in the great snow plateau of Mount Hui. They were all famous big shots who were either immortals or grandmasters. Don't even think about them. The next group of people were mainly people who were qualified to enter the yamen of the Ministry of Justice in the capital city. These gray people were even more untouchable in Jianghu. In addition to the dozen or so behemoths that were evaluated by the old and the new, those sects and factions that could dominate the martial arts world in a province also needed to be paid attention to. From the sect masters, to the guest elders, and then to the personal disciples, all of them had to be paid attention to. The last group of people, such as Feng Zongxi, who was famous for his righteousness and generosity, and Liao Dong's red sandalwood monk, who was also a wandering immortal, usually wandered Jianghu alone. They had to remember their names and appearances clearly to avoid offending them. Otherwise, they would feel that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They deserved to drown in the big river instead of capsizing in the gutter. Su Fengnian's face was full of disdain as he said, "It's a small Taoist temple near Shaoyu Peak." He was only able to stay there because his grandfather was a big pilgrim there. Otherwise, with his little ability, he would have been forced to pack up and leave long ago. The lean man said with a smile, "Little brother, may I ask which Jianghu you are from? What grudges do you have with that person?" Su Fengnian smiled, "Brother, you're breaking the rules. Money in the world doesn't have a surname." The lean man, who knew he was in the wrong, laughed and said, "Money is all surnamed Shao." Su Fengnian smiled and pointed at the bluestone, "Here, it has to be surnamed Su." Just when Su Fengnian was about to follow the vine and, casually, talk about the nursery rhyme, an uninvited guest interrupted their conversation. Tong Shanquan, who had a martial virtue and a heavenly treasure, 2 heavy weapons at his waist, walked straight toward Su Fengnian without any disguise. Su Fengnian was not annoyed by this. He believed that the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber on Mount Wudang had already known about this matter. Even if they did not attach as much importance to this matter as he did, he would go back and greet them personally. After all, Mount Wudang was still Bailiang's territory. Even if there were crooks and honest people mixed together, if they were willing to put in some effort, they would still be able to find some clues. As long as the other party was not a one-time deal and dared to continue fanning the flames, the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber would let him know the taste of living a life worse than death. Su Fengnian was not confident in this, but conceded. The world only knew the name of the Bailiang cavalry, but few knew that the Whispering Water Chamber was able to survive in the cracks of Liang's Zhaogo and Beimang's cobwebs and continue to grow. Only the high-ranking generals of Bailiang knew that in the heart of this new Prince Liang, he respected the spies of Bailiang more than the crossbowmen on white horses outside the Liangzhou Pass. Su Fengnian did not stand up. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Master Tong is here to comprehend the saber again?" The master of Jin Qiu Dao, who had a quiet temperament but a strong and vigorous saber, smiled and nodded slightly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and nimbly flew towards the giant rock in the middle of the pool. She sat down cross-legged facing the waterfall and placed the 2 sabers across her knees. Naturally, the lightness skill that she displayed did not carry any worldly aura and did not appear to be superior. However, the young woman's bearing of a master was apparent at a glance. The lean man muttered to himself, "Why does she look so similar to the legendary young master of Jin Qiu Dao Manor? She also has 2 sabers at her waist and is also a national beauty. Or perhaps she is a heroine of the Central Plains who admires Tong Shanquan. Su Fengnian joked, "Brother, do you think that I would know such an unattainable master of martial arts? In the Jianghu of the ordinary heroes of Jianghu, let alone the great snow plateau, even the high and mighty holy land of Jianghu such as Jinqiu Dao Manor had a plaque hanging at its front door. The beautiful peony green waist, in the manor, the young master of the manor, Tong Shanxuan's 2 sabers were heavenly treasures of martial virtue, and the quality of the 2 sabers embroidered with winter and spring thunder on someone's waist. Whether or not Tong Shanquan and Chen Tianyuan of the Taibai sword sect, who was also from the southwest of Liang, were an immortal couple, whether or not they had a short-lived marriage, and even whether or not she was secretly pregnant with that young banished immortal. These were all topics of conversation in the Jianghu of the Central Plains, enough to drink a few cups of wine. The fish and shrimps that lived in this Jianghu naturally carried the smell of dirt. If they did not speak the words of the heavens that were related to the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, they would not be able to achieve the magnificent feat of freezing the 30 provinces of the Central Plains with one sword. They went to the martial emperor's city to pay homage to the high wall that was once filled with divine weapons, went to the great snow plateau of Mount Hui to see the goose feather snow, went to the Dongyue sword pool to see the words, high mountains, deep waters, long sword, carved in cursive script, went to Yuyan Mountain Villa to see the Dragon Rock sword furnace forging swords, went to Beiliang's Lingzhou restaurant to drink green ant wine, went to the Quicksnow Mountain Villa to admire the scenery of the Spring God Lake. These were the blessings that they had been dreaming of. A young swordsman carrying a box on his back who was passing by the elephant washing pool unintentionally saw Su Fengnian and his face was full of surprise. He was the young master of the Yuyan Mountain Villa, Zhang Chunlin. Yesterday when Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui was drawing lots, he had already recognized Su Fengnian who was squatting at the stall next door and eating pancakes. After Zhang Chunlin returned to his residence yesterday, he used up a large jar of saliva before he finally found out the exact location of the new Prince Liang from an old Taoist of the Qing generation on Mount Wudong. That year, His Royal Highness, who had a bad reputation, came to Mount Wudong to practice his knife skills. In fact, the Taoist on the mountain did not think much of it and no one was willing to take it seriously. They were not immortal Zenrans who could predict the future. How could they have foreseen today's situation? After Su Fengnian's hereditary inheritance was passed down, Wudong Mountain sealed off the path from the washing elephant pond to the thatched cottage. In fact, it was just a small path with a fence. In those years, probably only the young martial grandmasters who had not yet ridden down to Jiangnan on cranes would often run over to help with the vegetable garden, allowing the greenery to last year. Later on, Su Fengnian personally wrote a letter to Wudong Mountain's Zhenren Xinyao, imploring the mountain to help maintain the tranquility near the thatched cottage. So Wudong Mountain built another green bamboo fence, but that was all. Su Fengnian waved his hand and greeted, "Little Zhang, you're here." Zhang Chunlin had mixed feelings. When they first met, Su Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, had a head full of white hair. He mistook him for a land sword immortal who had returned to his natural state. The second time they met, it was in the western region. They did not have much to talk about, which made this young swordsman, who even named his sword Frost Blade, feel regretful. Zhang Chunlin squatted beside Su Fengnian, slightly uneasy. Su Fengnian joked, "Carrying so many swords around, are you a sword seller?" Zhang Chunlin blushed. It was very strange. Perhaps it was because he was born into a family of swordsmiths, but Zhang Chunlin did not have much obsession with the way of the sword. He also did not have the lofty ambition of wanting to be the only one in the world of swords. In the 100 years of Jianghu, sword masters emerged one after another. Zhang Chunlin did not particularly worship Li Chungang and Dong Tai, nor did he particularly yearn for the Wu family sword tomb or the Dongyue sword pool. Instead, he admired Jian Zhouhuang the most. His greatest wish was to be like that old swordsman of Western Shu, collecting all the famous swords in the world into his sword case. Just carrying them around in Jianghu was enough. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Little Zhang, have you given yourself a nickname?" Zhang Chunlin blushed and shook his head vigorously. Chapter 1909. Su Fengnian, as an experienced person, earnestly instructed, "Then you must give yourself a prestigious name as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you inexplicably give others a silly Jianghu nickname, it will be too late for you to cry. There are many examples of this in Jianghu. For example, in Gangnam-do, there is a sword master with white hair and long arms like an ape. His swordsmanship is actually not bad, but after he was called White Monkey when he was young, he could not get rid of it. Even if he had to say, "I am the white ape divine sword" every time he did something chivalrous, others did not care. They all thanked the White Monkey hero for saving their lives. Don't you think he was aggrieved? There is also the famous fist master in the southeast sword state. He is obviously a righteous hero, but because his surname is Wang and he is ranked 8th, he did not know to announce his name when he entered Jianghu. In the end, he was given the nickname Turtle Immortal Fist. Turtle has become an immortal. If he is not an old turtle, then what is he? Zhang Chunlin, who was enlightened, nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He deeply agreed. The lean man was about to interrupt the young master's nagging, but his companion pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and got the meaning from his companion's eyes. This guy was unreliable. Even if this business was true, and it was not ambiguous about the money, but such an unreliable guy could not keep his mouth shut. The lean man thought about it and agreed. He sighed, still feeling a little regretful, and coughed heavily, attracting the young man's attention. The lean man patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, unfortunately, we suddenly remembered that we have an urgent matter to attend to. I'm afraid that we can't help you with your trouble. However, even if we can't make a deal, we still have feelings for each other. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to make a name for yourself in the future, you must be down to earth." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. "Brother, you are right." The young master of Yuyan Mountain Villa was stunned. After the 5 people left, Su Fengnian accompanied Zhang Chunlin and chatted for a while by the elephant cleansing pool. As more and more Jianghu people came here to comprehend martial arts, Su Fengnian was the first to stand up and leave. Although Zhang Chunlin was still somewhat unsatisfied, he could be considered to have come in high spirits and returned in high spirits. However, the young man did not understand why his benefactor ended up talking about the female head of the Jianghu saber manor, so he casually spoke his thoughts. He heard that the woman surnamed Tong was extremely talented, and practiced the saber very hard, but her temperament was old-fashioned. Therefore, even if Zhang Chunlin met her, they would not hit it off. In the end, Zhang Chunlin even laughed and said that a beauty riding a horse and drinking to her heart's content was the most beautiful. Therefore, even if the female manor head's appearance was enough to topple cities, she could not be considered a true beauty. Zhang Chunlin had a lot of fun talking. Before leaving, the young lord patted him on the shoulder and said something that confused Zhang Chunlin. "Jianghu can be big or small. Don't be so straightforward when you see manor head Tong in the future." Zhang Chunlin watched as Su Fengnian left. Then he seemed to feel a murderous aura behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw a young unfamiliar woman sitting alone on a boulder. She turned her head and looked at him. Then she smiled and said, "Jianghu Saber Manor, Tong Shanquan. Greetings, young Master Zhang." Everyone said that after Mount Huishan Ze, who monopolized the 3 chiefs of auspicious talisman, the female sword immortal was the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi. The fist master was Martial Emperor City's Linya. The female saber saint was Southern Zhao's Tong Shanquan. Zhang Chunlin's mouth twitched as if he was struck by lightning. He could not say a word. Tong Shanquan, who probably would not ride a horse and drink in her life, slowly turned her head and no longer paid attention to the young manor head of Yuyan Mountain Manor. Su Fengnian leisurely returned to the front of the thatched cottage. Jiang and I was sitting on a small bench under the eaves. Su Fengnian said softly, "It's nothing. I just fought with someone in a daze, and in the end I took advantage of him." She blinked her eyes. Su Fengnian stretched out his hands. His hands were empty. He smiled and said, "You can't earn half a copper coin for this kind of thing." She asked softly, "When are you leaving Mount Wudong?" Su Fengnian moved a stool and sat next to her. "I have to leave immediately." She whispered, "Are you going to Mount Qingliang or directly to North Rejecting City?" Su Fengnian smiled. North Rejecting City is about to be built. Many people are waiting for me. Of course I'm going directly to Liangzhou Pass. She said as if relieved of a burden, then I'll go too. Su Fengnian nodded. Okay. Su Fengnian then asked curiously, today, Wudang Mountain's Great Lotus Peak and Purple Sun Palace will be discussing the Tao and martial arts. There will be a lot of elusive grandmasters appearing. Aren't you going to take a look? Jiang and I said unhappily, what does their quarreling have to do with me? Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. Jiang and I asked carefully, there are so many copper coins here. Won't they be stolen? Su Fengnian shook his head. I'll talk to Mount Wudang. If there's even a copper coin missing, we'll go to Purple Sun Palace next time and make a scene. Jiang and I smiled. You can go by yourself. Su Fengnian was also amused by his own words and did not say anything else. He enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. Jiang and I tilted her head. Then I'll only bring my sword case? Su Fengnian nodded and suddenly said, this time, we'll leave in style. Let's not be sneaky. When the time comes, you'll take me to sword kinesis flight. Remember to be slow. Jiang Ni's cheeks blushed slightly. Su Fengnian took her hand and stood up. He laughed aloud and said, let's go. Let's go to the outside of Liangzhou Pass. I'll take you to see the magnificent picture of iron cavalry guarding the border pass, like halberds crossing the river. The great Liang dragon sparrow soared slowly ascended and a young man and woman left Big Lotus Peak under the gaze of everyone. After Hong Shixiang and Su Jihu, there was another immortal couple in the world. It was also on this day that a middle-aged man with 2 swords at his waist left the old donkey that had accompanied him for thousands of miles on Little Lotus Peak to accompany the old green ox. A blind female zither player slowly descended the mountain alone under the reluctant gaze of a young man who claimed to be useless. She descended the mountain only for his peace of mind. There was an average-looking short man who said to a Miaojiang woman before he went down the mountain, if I die, find a handsome man and marry him. An elderly Confucian scholar with 2 people beside him bowed deeply to the sea of clouds at the edge of the cliff. He straightened his back and said loudly, this junior bids farewell to sage Zhang. The scholar Qing Baishuang has lived up to his teachings. A woman in purple stood on the roof of Purple Sun Palace. She raised her head high and looked at the young man and woman who were flying further and further away. She sneered lightly. An elderly Taoist rubbed the head of his disciple's disciple. Then, he smiled at an even older senior brother. Wudang is worthy of cultivating in this life. An elegant Taoist from Mount Longhu bid farewell to a Taoist from Mount Wudang. If there's a chance, I'll come for tea again. An old man gently picked up his sword in the room. After hanging it properly, he said to himself, how can my Donghua sword pool not have 1 person dying outside the pass? On this day, Dong Tai, Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wei Miao, Mao Shulang, Qing Baishuang, Ji Lu, and Qi Xianxia, Chai Qingshan, Shui Songguan, and Yu Xingrui. The 10 grandmasters of the Central Plains left Mount Wudang at the same time and headed outside Liangzhou Pass. After the snow ends, there will be a short story related to the snow. It will be about 200,000 words in total. It will be updated continuously on the public WeChat account Fengwen 1985. So, you must pay attention to it. The story of the snow that has been nagging for more than 4 million words is really coming to an end this time. So, those who haven't subscribed yet and those who are in the mood to do so, please subscribe. You don't have to subscribe all the time. It's also good to help increase the number of high subscriptions. Chapter 1910. In Beiliang's Daoling Prefecture, there was a crowded and bustling shipping dock. This dock had been greatly expanded in the hands of the previous provincial governor, Su Beiji. It was not as if the Lingzhou officialdom did not complain about the waste of money and manpower. Other than the dock, there were also huge granaries that were no less than Liang A. This provincial governor had built a lot during his time in office. However, who did not know that Su Beiji was known as the most favored Beiliang? In addition, Beiliang had never had the custom of censuring officials. At most, the officials and scholars in the officialdom would privately criticize him. Naturally, no one was willing to go to Mount Qingliang to be rejected. It was probably because Su Beiji's official reputation in Lingzhou was terrible. After the newly appointed provincial governor, Chang Sui, took a break to recuperate. The entire Lingzhou, who had been mentally prepared, felt like they were bathing in the spring breeze. They were full of praise for this scholar who came from the Shangyin Academy. Today, at the dock, under the escort of 200 of Lingzhou's most elite light cavalry, 2 carriages slowly arrived. 2 elegant men in official robes walked out. They were the proud disciple of the literary grandmaster, Han Guzi, the provincial governor of Lingzhou, Chang Sui, and the father-in-law of the new prince of Liang, the Central Plains Lu Jianka, Lu Dongjiang, who had just been promoted from the provincial governor of Liangzhou to the deputy administrator of Beiliang. In just a short year, Lu Dongjiang had sat in the 3rd position of Beiliang's civil official. Although it was a typical case of a father relying on his daughter, the Beiliang officialdom was pragmatic. It was not good for reputation. It did not have the complicated formalities of the Liang imperial court, such as whether one had a Jinshi background or served in the Hanlin Academy. Lu Dongjiang's official rank was the same as Song Dongming's. However, Lu Dongjiang was in charge of the government affairs of Yuling and Song Dongming, while Song Dongming was in charge of Lianglu and Lianglu. It was a bit like they were equals. Therefore, not long ago, a member of the Qingzhou Lu family said at a family banquet, Tai'an City once had a conflict between Zhang and Gu. Now, Beiliang also has a conflict between Lu and Song. It is a conflict between gentlemen. As for Wang Linquan, he is just a merchant who stinks of money. The 2 meanings of this flattery made Lu Dongjiang, who had entered Beiliang and Lianglu, deeply agree. Although Lu Dongjiang still had some grudges against his ruthless daughter, Lu Qingyan, after such a meteoric rise, he gradually let go of this troublesome matter under his nose. Lu Dongjiang knew that if the Lu family wanted to continue to prosper, even if Lu Qingyan really did break off relations with the Lu family, with or without Lu Qingyan at Mount Qingliang, the Lu family's fate in Beiliang's officialdom would be completely different. Whether or not Lu Qingyan could sit firmly in the position of consort to the king of Beiliang, the Lu family status would also be turned upside down. Recently, Lu Dongjiang had been thinking about whether or not he should invite his daughter and son-in-law back to the Lu family for the spring festival this year. They were a family that had gone through thick and thin together. Even if Su Fengnian was a noble vassal king, it wouldn't be too much to ask for him to accompany them to have a harmonious New Year's Eve dinner, right? Unlike the deputy administrator's brand new official robe, the governor Chang Sui's official robe was old and wrinkled. His originally fair face had also become dark. When the 2 of them stood together, Lu Dongjiang, who was older but well-maintained, looked younger. Although there was not much difference between the 2nd-rank Golden Rooster official patch and the 3rd-rank Peacock official patch, both of them were well-deserving of the title of governor of Liang. However, the former was a genuine central official of the imperial court, while the latter was a powerful official who governed a region. There was still a fine line between the former and the former. However, Lu Dongjiang was a famous scholar who had enjoyed a good reputation in the scholarly circles of the Central Plains for many years. If it were any other governor accompanying him, he would still put on an air of authority. However, in front of Chang Sui, who was a brilliant disciple of the literary grandmaster Han Guzi, a well-known teacher Ji Shang of the Shangyin Academy, and also Su Weisheng's senior martial brother, Lu Dongjiang naturally regarded him as a kindred spirit. He spoke warmly and warmly. As the deputy administrator who was in charge of Lingzhou and Yuzhou, Lu Dongjiang had naturally heard about the Liang transport. He knew that the imperial court had originally promised to guarantee that 1 million dan of grain would enter Beiliang before autumn. However, until now, not even half of the grain had reached 500,000 dan. There were 3 batches in succession, scattered and hidden, and only 400,000 dan of grain. The Liang transport had 2 lines, horizontal and vertical. The horizontal line had the Guangling River as the main stem. Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, which was regarded as the waste of the Central Plains, was an important transit point for grain. However, no one had expected that the young vassal Zhao Sun would rebel with the Yan king Zhao Bing and the Shu king Chen Jibao. It was said that he was going to be elected as the new emperor. As a result, the Zhao imperial court lost half of the Jianghu road's jurisdiction, and the grain transport was delayed again and again. Lu Dongjiang could only lament that this was an unlucky year. Chang Sui accompanied Lu Dongjiang to the shore of the ferry. The boats on the river were piled up like they were walking on flat land. The two sides of the pier were bustling with activity, which surprised Lu Dongjiang. Chang Sui's words broke the mystery. The Liang imperial court announced to the outside world that they would provide 500,000 dan of grain to the Beiliang road before autumn. In reality, our prince and minister Qi Yanglong had agreed on 1 million dan. In reality, this autumn, under the supervision of Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, close to 800,000 dan of grain had been shipped into our Lingzhou granary. However, out of consideration for Liang's reputation, we only said to the outside world that we had received 400,000 dan. Since the weather was good and the political matters were clear, Lu Dongjiang was pleasantly surprised. However, he immediately realized that the Lingzhou provincial governor beside him, who had suddenly taken a high position, did not seem to be in a good mood. Chang Sui said calmly, "Sir Lu has just taken office, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. Apart from promising 1 million dan of grain before autumn, the Liang imperial court also promised to ship in 2 million dan. However, looking at the current situation, that seems to be far away." Lu Dongjiang was confused. The Central Plains is in chaos, and the Jianghu road is also under the jurisdiction of the rebel vassal King Zhao Sun. It is reasonable that the imperial court is unable to control the grain transport, right? Chapter 1911. The spring snow building of the Guangling Wangfu had changed owners. In reality, half of Liang had changed owners that night. Naylan Yusi, who had planned all of this, sat at the mouth of the Rouge Well at the peak of the mountain by the river. There were a dozen rainflower stones produced by the Guangling path in one hand. He picked them up one by one and then threw them into the well. Beside Naylan Yusi stood sword immortal Tang Shi Lu Baijie, who had been reduced to a prisoner. Unlike the administrator Wang Xiongui, who had been locked in prison, as the Guangling path Jidushi, Lu Baijie was not restrained as long as she did not leave the Wangfu. Lu Baijie asked, "Mr. Naylan, what business do you have with me?" Naylan Yusi lowered his head and bent down to look at the black well. He said with a gentle smile, "While the Yan Chi Wangfu has some spies and death warriors who have been rooted in Great Peace City for many years, and some of them have high positions, they cannot compare to Mr. Tang Shi, who has been in the center for a long time. I want to know how many of the important officials of Liang in Great Peace City who are qualified to attend the small court meeting of the Divine Cultivation Hall are loyal officials, how many of them will waver in times of danger, and how many of them are not loyal to the young emperor. If Mr. Tang Shi is willing to speak frankly, we will be able to act accordingly. In the future, there will be fewer ghosts in Great Peace City." Even if he was speaking extremely vicious words, this strategist's voice was soothing and his smile was shallow. He was truly a romantic figure that was hard to dislike. Lu Baijie shook her head and said, "Mr. Naylan is thinking too much." Naylan Yusi had an expression that said he knew it. He waved his sleeve and stood up. He said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to a room. I spent 3,000 dan of rice to gather a study for Mr. Tang Shi." Lu Baijie was confused. A study as a gift? And what was with the 3,000 dan of rice? Not to mention Great Peace City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, even in her hometown, Gangnam-do, 3,000 dan of rice could be converted to silver to buy some good study supplies. Naylan Yusi said confidently, "Mr. Tang Shi, please wait and see. You will not be disappointed." Lu Baijie followed Naylan Yusi to a secluded courtyard in the Wangfu. After passing through the corridors and buildings, Naylan Yusi pushed open the door and extended his hand, indicating Lu Baijie to enter the room first. The first thing that came into view was a table made of yellow rosewood with black lines. Because it was a short table, it was naturally not a desk that was used to place expensive and elegant items. However, the waist of the table was made of banana leaves, undulating like water ripples, flowing elegantly. On the side, there were branches of flowers and birds, giving it a sense of fancy. The lower part of the table was carved with dragon horns and teeth. When one looked back, it was full of vigor. The study table further away was a long table with dragon patterns. The 4 treasures of the study on the table were all treasures that any scholarly family in Gangnam-do would want to worship. Nalan Yusi walked to the side of the table, 2 fingers holding the lid of an ancient and cute purple clay teapot. He raised it up high, but the body of the teapot did not fall. He said with a smile, "This is the heaven and earth tea teapot that has been lost in the old Dongyu." When this teapot was popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River, the matter of drinking tea had already taken a back seat. It became a peerless item for people to enjoy. Now, it is even more difficult to buy with money. There is no way around it. Most of the people of Dongyu like to bury a heaven and earth tea teapot with them when they die. Mr. Tang, she is a divine hand in the way of tea and should know better than me. This teapot is not ordinary. Lu Baijie just glanced at the teapot and looked around. She asked with a heavy face, "All the items in this room only cost 3,000 don of rice?" Nalan Yusi laughed and said, "Don't worry, it is definitely not because of the war in Guangling Path that caused the noble families to sell their treasures cheaply. To put it bluntly, since the fall of Dachu 20 years ago, the officialdom of Guangling Path was full of villains who suddenly became rich and powerful. There were not many valuable family names. Otherwise, they are just fence-sitters. This time, the owner of the Spring Snow building changed. Most of them changed their rudder very quickly. There is no need to take out these good things to exchange for gold, silver, and rice." Nalan Yusi suddenly squatted down and went under the dragon pattern table. Then, he stuck his head out and waved at Lu Baijie. Lu Baijie was confused by this strategist. After hesitating for a moment, she followed his example and went under the table. Nalan Yusi rubbed the bottom of the table with his fingers and said with a smile, "It is not easy to light a candle in broad daylight. However, with the eyesight of Tang Shi Sword Fairy, she should be able to see the origin of this item from the handwriting. It is here." Lu Baijie followed Nalan Yusi's finger and looked up. She saw that there seemed to be 6 words carved with a dagger. It was crooked. Except for some childishness, it did not have the demeanor of a master. However, Lu Baijie was shocked on the spot. The 6 words meant that there were 3 people with no surname: Fengnian, Jihu, and Longxiang. It should be known that Su Jihu, who was married to Jiang Nan, was Lu Baijie's niece-in-law. Lu Baijie was also the family elder who loved that woman the most in the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Baijie confirmed that this was undoubtedly Su Jihu's handwriting. Moreover, Lu Baijie knew that in Mount Qingliang, Su Jihu and Su Weisheng had an ordinary relationship since they were young. Therefore, among the 4 children of the Su family, only Su Weisheng's name was missing. This was strong circumstantial evidence that the world could not fake. Lu Baijie could even imagine that many years ago, the girl in red sat on the ground and carved words with a knife. Lu Baijie was silent for a long time. Even after leaving the table with Nalan Yusi, she was still unwilling to speak. Nalan Yusi's face was full of joy. I guess even the owner of the table didn't know that his sister had carved words under the table. Otherwise, he would not be willing to sell it. Lu Baijie thought of the young man who asked her in the early years if she could sell him some benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Her mood was complicated. She smiled bitterly and said, "Why did the Su family have to do this? Didn't Mr. Nalan say before that after Zhao Sun left Qingzhou, he lost control of Jing'an Road? How could he stop the grain from going cold? Moreover, you have no intention to touch Jing'an Road for the time being. At first, I thought you were worried that the troops would be too scattered and the front line would be stretched too long to prevent Wu Zhongshuan's army from going south in one go. Now it seems that it was your idea? You deliberately let Bailiang and the imperial court be dirty because of this. Were you afraid that once the Bailiang frontier army unexpectedly won the second battle of Liangmang, the Su family's cavalry would still have the strength to go to the central plains to quell the rebellion?" Nalan Yusi leaned against the window and said playfully, "Otherwise, do you think an old assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wen Tai, could return to Qingzhou so smoothly to be the administrator? It is one of the laws of Liang that officials of the imperial court are not allowed to be officials of their hometown." Nalan Yusi's smile deepened. He clicked his tongue and said, no matter how old Wen Tai is in the capital, no matter how strong his official connections are in Great City, he should be promoted to a civil official leader somewhere else. In order to let this guy be the administrator of Jianghu Road, I used a lot of favors in Great City. However, I never thought that the Liang Imperial Court would give me a big surprise and let Ma Fulu's son go to Jianghu Road to take charge of the military. This way, on the issue of grain going cold, the civil and military officials of the border would work together to secretly support those pests of the country. Only then could they resist the pressure of Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it would be hard to say. After all, when the two provincial officials are angry, they are not to be trifled with. The remaining 2 million dan of grain might really have to be sent to Beiliang's Lingzhou. Lu Baijie pressed one of her palms on the table. The table creaked. It could be seen that she was enduring the majestic pressure of Tangshi Sword Immortal. Nalan Yusi, who was in a very good mood, said with a smile, in this world, as long as there is a war, there will be a need for grain. The Beiliang Frontier Army is not a divine army. Of course, it is no exception. Even if the young provincial governor, Su Beiji, had the foresight to become the provincial governor of Baimi, but with the power of Lingzhou, which is known as the south of the Great Wall, it is obviously not enough to let the Beiliang Frontier Army that is about to welcome the Second Great War of Liangmang have no worries. Then what about Su Beiji, the transport commissioner of Beiliang? Nalan Yusi asked and answered his own question. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Even the common people who have never read books understand this principle, let alone the number one civil official of Beiliang that the Zhao clan of Liang wanted to rope in the most. Therefore, Su Beiji ran to Mount Qingliang and told the vassal king surnamed Su that although your family has a lot of money, it is still not enough. You should sell your family's belongings. I will help you deal with this matter. You, Su Fengnian, don't worry about it. Out of sight, out of mind, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. It just so happens that outside the Liangzhou Pass, there is a need to build that laborious and costly Beijua city. Excluding the families who serve in the military, the wages of the common people with household registration will be paid from there. As for the grain for the border army, it will be earned from the people who come to our Lingzhou to buy your Su family's belongings. As long as they have the ability to dig out the grain from the hands of the big and small transport officials along the Guangling River through their personal relations or various channels, no matter what method they use to deliver the grain to Beiliang, the transaction will be valid. Chapter 1912. Nalan Yusi pointed at a folding fan beside Lu Baijie's hand. The fan made by the old Western Shu dynasty is the painstaking work of Ma Xiaoguan in his later years. There are only 2 left in the world. One is in the imperial study of Emperor Liang. Probably because of the hot summer, he just wants to look at it and is reluctant to waste it to invite the cool breeze. The other one is in the hands of you, Mr. Tang Shi. Do you know how much rice was used to buy this fan? 600. It sounds like a small amount, right? Even if you have to pay for the cost of the relationship with the buyer, you still earn a lot, don't you think? But let's not wrong the king of Beiliang. He doesn't know how expensive the rice is. The calculation in his mind is not the same as ours. It's a pity that you, Mr. Tang Shi, know the calculation. Even Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, the 2 pillars of the country, know it, but it's still useless. Nalan Yusi came to the half-table with yellow rosewood and black patterns. He suddenly tiptoed and sat on the table in an ungraceful manner. He looked at Lu Baijie who was standing and stretched out his hands. Mr. Tang Shi is not the kind of old-fashioned scholar who only knows how to bury himself in books. He used to be the minister of the Ministry of War in the capital. Although he is not the head of the Ministry of Revenue, he naturally knows the annual rations of the people in the Central Plains and the border army. Although the local customs are different and the rich and the poor are different, they are roughly the same. Mr. Tang Shi is the son of a rich family in Gangnam-do. He knows that you, the richest people in the world, eat extravagantly and have as many as 4 or even 5 meals a day. Ordinary people can also maintain 3 meals a day. 2 shows and 3 stews need to be full. The most expensive fresh fish is yellow rosewood. This saying even makes me, who is far away in Nanjiang, envious. Nalan Yusi gently shook one of his hands. On the other hand, Bailiang is poor. Even the people in Lingzhou have 2 meals a day. In summer and autumn, they have 2 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. The young and strong who need to do heavy work can each drink a spoonful of wine. In this way, the young and strong in Bailiang consume about 11 dawn of rice a year, and the rations for women and children are reduced by half. If a family of 5 people is counted, because there is usually one young and strong in the family who is in the border army outside the Great Wall, a family in Bailiang with only one young and strong in the Great Wall needs 16 to 17 dawn of rice a year. With Su Beiji's food collection measures in Lingzhou 2 years ago, it can roughly guarantee that the food of the people in the Great Wall will not be affected by the war for 3 years. In a critical moment, it can even provide 500,000 dawn of rice to the Bailiang border army. However, this is already Bailiang's limit. The second battle of Liangmang is imminent. If they fight for a year, with each young and strong in the border army getting 11 dawn of rice a year, by next autumn, they will need 1 million dawn of rice. Nalan Yusi lightly patted his palm and smiled. However, the court has only sent 800,000 dawn of rice. The remaining 2 million dawn of rice that was promised is something that even I can't turn around. Furthermore, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. For no reason, we will lose a total of 3 million dawn of rice every year. Cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents. How can this be tolerated? Moreover, we are giving it to those Bailiang barbarians. If we give it to the great pillar state Gu Jintang's 2 vast border army, then we can just pinch our noses and accept our fate. It is not good to throw away our lives for money and future prospects. However, aren't the Bailiang barbarians and the Baimang barbarians dog-eat-dog right now? We can just drag it out. The Su family's iron cavalry can't even protect themselves. How can they free up their hands to compete with us, the transport officials who are far away? The 4 legs of the desk under Lu Baijia's palm shattered with a bang. The entire desk fell straight to the ground, and the once priceless but now incomparably lowly scholarly furniture scattered in all directions like birds and beasts. Nalan Yusi turned a blind eye and continued with a smile. Of course, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. The Bailiang side doesn't just rely on cheap sellers to exchange for provisions. Didn't the young man surnamed Su create a large and powerful fish dragon gang? He let them pave the way all the way down the Guangling River, bringing countless antique collections to open shops in various places. Of course, these Jianghu people's fists are also quite strong. It is said that Transport Commissioner Su Beiji has already spread the word that if anyone dares to delay the fish dragon gang's legitimate business, he will let the Bailiang cavalry personally knock on their door and reason with them. In fact, the yamen on both sides of the river and the local garrisons that were previously scared out of their wits by the 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry were really shocked by this move. Therefore, at this time, they need me, Nalan Yusi, to muddy the waters again. Nalan Yusi stretched out a finger and pointed at his own nose, smiling brightly. Lu Baijia clenched his fists and stared at the only remaining figure of those strategists. Zhao Chengling, Huang Longshi, Yuan Benshi, and Li Yishan had all died one after the other. It seemed that only this Nalan Yusi had lived to the end, and seemed to have had the last laugh. Lu Baijia asked, "You, Nalan Yusi, just want to help Zhao Bing usurp the throne. Why do you have to do this?" Nalan Yusi's smile faded, his hand supporting the delicate yellow rosewood table. "My efforts in Bailiang have never been less than in Great Peace City." Lu Baijia, who had always been gentle and elegant, asked angrily for the first time, "Are you really not afraid that the Bailiang of Liyang will fight, and only Baimang will benefit?" "Nalan Yusi, what do you want to do?" Nalan Yusi did not care about Lu Baijia's murderous intent at all. He said lazily, "Those who know me know my worries, those who do not know me ask what I want." Then Nalan Yusi turned and smiled at the door. "Move back, Mr. Tang, she is just joking." Lu Baijia laughed in anger. "I am joking with you, Nalan Yusi?" Nalan Yusi asked in response, otherwise, can you really kill me? This sword immortal Tang Shi immediately became dejected. Liu Baijie had never been so disheartened. Liu Baijie had never felt so helpless, whether it was when he was willing to be silent in a family full of heroes for a woman, or when he was exiled from Great Peace City by the Emperor of Liang, or when he became a prisoner in the Spring Snow Building. Nalan Yusi jumped off the table and sneered softly. The entire Central Plains will be as helpless as you. You, Liu Baijie, are the first person to experience this. Liu Baijie silently crouched down and flipped over the table. He looked dazedly at the words the woman had carved in her early years. After Nalan Yusi finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the room and did not forget to close the door for Mr. Tang Shi. That sentence was, "I want to see how the young man surnamed Su will help you guard the northwest gate of the Central Plains." Nalan Yusi walked out of the house, left the courtyard, and climbed to the top floor of the Spring Snow Building. He came to the corridor and stood against the railing, looking at the Guangling River in the distance. He muttered to himself, drunk holding a wine cup, can swallow the cool breeze of Jiangnan Wuya. Brushing the armor and blowing, can absorb the strength of the northwest Qin Long. But now, I am living in Jiangnan. You, who said such bold words, have long died in the northwest. Nalan Yusi raised his head and asked softly, Li Shan, if you are still alive, will you persuade your student not to guard the northwest gate? At this moment, a voice sounded behind Nalan Yusi. Li Shan will never say this. Nalan Yusi did not turn his head. He quickly returned to normal and asked with a smile, why does King of Shu also have the leisure to climb high and look into the distance? It was Chen Jibao's uninvited guest. He said indifferently, Wu Zhongshuan is nothing. If I throw him into the Bailiang frontier army, he can't even be the deputy commander of the infantry. Is he worthy of my attention? Nalan Yusi finally turned around. He leaned against the fence and said with a smile, don't say this in front of Zhao Bing. It's too much of a slap in the face. Back then, Wu Zhongshuan and I, Nalan Yusi, were the right-hand men of King Yen. Chen Jibao sneered, so your Nanjiang army is only fit to have internal strife in the Central Plains. Nalan Yusi sighed, Chen Jibao, you really have to change your temper of only being willing to speak the truth. In other words, Nalan Yusi obviously did not deny Chen Jibao. He acquiesced in the contempt of the Bailiang Protector General for the elite army of Nanjiang. Nalan Yusi asked with a smile, don't you regret leaving Bailiang? Chen Jibao twitched the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even have the desire to speak. Nalan Yusi turned around again and looked at the Guangling River that rolled into the sea. He said, who said that the cavalry can resist the north like a halberd across the river? Chen Jibao still didn't speak. Nalan Yusi leaned on the railing and gently rested his chin on the back of his folded hands. Bailiang, homophonic, sad, inauspicious. I don't know why that guy didn't persuade Su Shao to change at the beginning. Chen Jibao finally sneered and said, sad? He walked to Nalan Yusi's side and laughed, my Bailiang cavalry has 300,000 soldiers. Life can be sad, but death is magnificent. How can the gentle people of the Central Plains understand? Nalan Yusi whispered, did you say I Bailiang? Nalan Yusi, who suddenly realized, said to himself, one day, you are the Bailiang frontier army, and you will be a soldier of Bailiang for the rest of your life. I understand. What you have done has nothing to do with the new Prince Liang, Su Fengnian, or even with the old Prince Liang, Su Shao. Nalan Yusi turned to support his chin with one hand and patted the railing with the other. He continued to look into the distance, Chen Jibao, don't worry. I will help you to make the Central Plains understand. Of course, this is the premise that we can stand here and talk. Chen Jibao asked, aren't you afraid that Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu will kill you? Especially Zhao Zhu? Nalan Yusi said a joke that was not very funny, I'm scared to death. Chen Jibao turned and left. He said in a deep voice, Chen Jibao, don't ask about the process, only the result. If you can't do it by then, don't mention Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu, I will kill you first. Nalan Yusi, who had his back to the white-clothed war sage, said calmly, let's wait and see together with the whole world. Watch the big joke with me, Nalan Yusi, a joke that is not very funny. Chapter 1913. The people of Longqing County in Lingzhou were once the most arrogant group of people in Beiliang. Regardless of whether it was the border soldiers or the scholars or merchants, they all stood with their backs straight. This was because this was the hometown of the former Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu. Zhong Hongwu had been the commander of the Beiliang cavalry for over a dozen years. He had accumulated a lot of prestige, and his disciples were all over Beiliang. Adding on the fact that Zhong Hongwu was known for being protective of his own people, promoting generals was a public show of kindness to his hometown, so the people of Longqing County all felt superior to others. Before the auspicious talisman, Longqing County was, without a doubt, a very popular place. The marriage partners of the large and small families in Lingzhou all chose Longqing County as their first choice. However, after Zhong Hongwu's death, it became a bleak scene. Especially after the former Longqing County chief, Zhong Hongwu's eldest son, Zhong Qingxin, after he was promoted to an official in the provincial capital, he openly rejected the officials of his hometown many times, causing Longqing County to completely lose its backbone. Just like that, of the three most prosperous counties in Beiliang in the past, Longqing County, Yanji County, and Huangnam County, there were only two other counties left. For example, during the construction of North Jibei City, as long as the people of Beiliang were willing to participate in the construction outside Liangzhou Pass, they would be able to obtain quite a bit of money. There were poor people from all over Lingzhou who surged into the pass. Only Longqing County did not have many people responding. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the people of Longqing County were mostly well off. However, the knot in their hearts that everyone in Beiliang knew about was the key reason. The people of Beiliang had always been valiant and warlike since ancient times. Although Lingzhou was rich, there were as many martial arts schools as there were hairs on a cow. Naturally, they did not lose to Liangzhou and Yuzhou. In the past, His Royal Highness, who had stirred up storms in the officialdom of Lingzhou, no matter what his original intentions were, in the end, he uprooted the Zhong family, this towering tree that shadowed the entire county, from its roots. The people of Longqing County were both afraid and resentful. It could be said that their thoughts were complicated. It was impossible to explain clearly in a few words. Therefore, when an ordinary middle-aged man in Longqing County's capital planned to go to northern Beiliang City to beg for a living, his neighbors began to despise him. This was especially so when they heard that this man planned to move his wife and son out of Beiliang. This was no longer just idle gossip. Some people even wanted to point at his spine and curse him in front of his face. They scolded him without any regard for the feelings they had accumulated over the years. Then, very quickly, there were people who dug up old scores. They said that this fellow called Lu Dayuan was not originally from Beiliang. It was only after he married a woman from Longqing County that he went to the Yamen to change his registration. It could be said that he had taken root in Longqing County. All these years, he had been a butcher in Longqing County who slaughtered pigs and sold meat. In fact, he had always been fair in his business and didn't earn any money that went against his conscience. It was just that this trip to northern Beiliang City this time had incurred the wrath of the public, causing his family of four to become like rats on the street. Who knew which gossipy idle man remembered that this bastard surnamed Lu had let slip that the second round against the Beimang barbarians when they were drinking and chatting. This immediately caused an uproar. In Lu Dayuan's pork shop, that whole pig that weighed less than 100 catties was sold for 3 days straight. He couldn't even sell half a catty of it, so he could only stew it at home every day to celebrate the new year. During this period, Lu Dayuan gave a large piece of the best tenderloin to a lonely old man who lived at the end of the street. He threw the tenderloin to the old man directly out the door. Lu Dayuan, who was simple and honest, just silently picked it up and took it home. On this day, a large pot of fragrant stewed meat was made at home. Lu Dayuan squatted on the door sill and looked at the courtyard gate, patiently waiting for his youngest son to come home from the private school for dinner. Lu Dayuan and his wife didn't know how to read. Previously, they would take that letter to the private school of the younger son and consult that stern teacher about the content. The teacher would read it word by word to Lu Dayuan. After that, Lu Dayuan would return home and tell his wife the general idea. This trip was the most satisfying time for Lu Dayuan. Lu Dayuan still remembered that when his eldest son was young, he always complained that his father wasn't in the northern Liang border army, which made him unable to raise his head in front of his peers. Later on, when his son grew up, he became more and more promising in his studies and became a well-known talent. Therefore, his son's smile and laughter at home became more and more frequent. Although his younger son had similar complaints, with such an honest elder brother who could support him, he was not as depressed as his elder brother was when he was young. He was always a cheerful kid who liked to grin and laugh. Occasionally, when he heard his schoolmates talking about their relatives who had made military exploits outside the northern Liang Pass and was promoted, he would squat in the courtyard and sigh or pick up the wooden short saber that his father made for him and run all over the courtyard crazily. When he ran out of strength, he would eat and read. Generally speaking, the life of the family of four was getting better and better. As for the Jingguan Taoist temple in the gourd mouth of Yuzhou province, the fierce battle in Huda city in Liangzhou province, the hundreds of thousands of nameless steals in Qingliang mountain and the young lord regaining the title of pillar of the state, it had nothing to do with their family. Generally speaking, the family of four lived better and better. As for the Jingguan Taoist temple in the gourd mouth of Yuzhou province, the fierce battle in Huda city in Liangzhou province, the hundreds of thousands of nameless steals in Qingliang mountain and the young lord regaining the title of pillar of the state, it had nothing to do with their family. His wife had walked to his side at some point. She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Is Mr. Lu unwilling to read the letter for us?" Lu Dayuan scratched his head and hummed in acknowledgement. His face was full of guilt. The woman, who was not beautiful but had a gentle temperament, smiled and did not say anything. Suddenly, a child ran into the courtyard while crying. When he saw his parents, who were squatting and standing, he stopped in his tracks and raised his arm to wipe his tears. He sobbed sadly, "I don't have a father like you. You're a good-for-nothing, and you don't have a backbone. I don't want to leave Bailiang with my mother." Lu Dayuan was stunned. The woman said angrily, "Xiangzhu. Mother doesn't allow you to talk to father like that." The child had never seen his mother get angry before. He was so stunned that he even forgot to cry. Lu Dayuan secretly pulled his wife's sleeve and said softly, Don't be angry at the child." The woman was still angry and glared at him. "You have no manners. Mr. Lu taught you how to read and write. Did he teach you how to scold people?" The child became more and more aggrieved. He simply hugged his head and squatted on the ground, sobbing pitifully and helplessly. The man stood up and gently carried the child back to the house. After sitting on the bench, he rubbed the child's head and smiled. "Xiangzhu, I'm not angry that you scolded father like that. Instead, I'm very happy." The child wiped his face carelessly and secretly glanced at his mother sitting across the table. Seeing that her face was still gloomy, the child continued to be silent. Anyway, the neighbors all laughed at his father for being a silent Lu Dayuan. He could only blame his father and not Lu Xiangzhu for being a silent Lu Dayuan. The man was about to say something to his wife when she said softly, "Dayuan, you're the man in charge of the house. Whatever you say goes. However, when you reach the border, remember to wear warm clothes. The weather is cold and the snow is heavy in winter. You have to work often. After all, this is not your home. You can always have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Oh right, I'll prepare 3 more pairs of cotton shoes for you. Don't complain that the soles are too thick." Listening to the woman's endless chatter, the man was not impatient at all. He responded with a smile and occasionally lowered his head to pick up a piece of meat for the child who was sitting in his arms and eating. In the end, the child had a temperament that could not bear grudges. He was like this to his peers, let alone his own parents. Soon, the child raised his head and said angrily, "Father, I'm telling you. Mr. Lu told us that according to Bailiang's military law, if a person is to be killed, he or she will not be killed. According to the military law, those who cower before battle will be beheaded. You're lucky that you're not a soldier of the border army. Otherwise, The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. The woman leaned forward and picked up another piece of meat for the child's bowl. She laughed angrily. I can't shut your mouth. Every night when you're doing your homework, you often nap. I've never seen you so energetic. The child made a face and ate the fragrant stewed meat with oil dripping from his mouth. He turned his head to look at his father and asked seriously, Father, do you know how many beheadings there are in Beiliang's military law? The man asked, Do you know? The intelligent child rolled his eyes. In any case, there are a lot. The Su family of Beiliang's military had always been known for its ruthlessness. It was said that the butcher had once jokingly said that Su Shao was an uncouth man who did not know how to read the word "do" in the Hall of Wuying. He only knew the stupidest way, which was to kill people. He was not careless when killing the enemy and never showed mercy when killing the soldiers under his command. That was why he had the military force he had today. Those who retreated before the battle were killed. Those who were greedy for merit and killed innocent people were killed. Those who ambushed early were killed. Those who abandoned their weapons and horses without reason were killed. If the sergeant died in battle and the entire troop survived, the entire troop was beheaded. If the commandant died in battle and the first commandant survived, the entire commandant was beheaded. Of course, in addition to these bloody and ironclad rules in the Beiliang border army, there were also subordinates who did not reward them for meritorious service. Regardless of whether it was the commanding officer or sergeant, the entire camp was beheaded. Those who were greedy for military pay and pensions, no matter how many there were beheaded. When the man heard the child's words, he laughed loudly. The child suddenly said, Father, after Mother and I go to that place called Songbai County in the Central Plains, will our family have the money to buy a bigger house? The middle-aged man laughed. That's very difficult. I haven't saved much silver over the years. The Central Plains are richer than our Lingzhou. The child made an "oh" sound and was a little disappointed. Chapter 1914. The man continued with a smile, but don't worry, I won't forget to send you money in the future when I reach North Rejecting City. The child shook his head like an old man, as the saying goes, riches and honor cannot be corrupted, poverty cannot be shaken, might cannot be subdued. That's what a real man is. The man asked curiously, What do you mean by that? Can you explain it to me? The child chuckled, It means Mr. Lu said that the sage of the Zhang family said it. You don't even know this, Dad, you're really ignorant. The man was gratified, It's okay if I'm ignorant, as long as you and your brother are. At the mention of his brother, the child immediately said proudly, I'm far from my brother. Even Mr. Lu said that my brother is amazing. The man laughed heartily, Aren't you both my son? The woman looked at the father and son with a gentle smile. She didn't know anything about war, nor did she know anything about knowledge. She only relied on her many years of daily necessities and saw a lot of people and things. She understood a simple truth. Some men would only say the harshest words to the people closest to them. However, some men would save their best temper for their family members. Her man was the latter. Therefore, whether it was the calmness of the past 10 years or the gossip of the neighbors, she didn't feel that marrying this man back then was a mistake. The child asked, Dad, where was your hometown in the past? Is it that Songbai County? The man nodded, Yes, but when I was your age, life wasn't good. There was no one left in the family and I couldn't survive, so I left my hometown. The child laughed rudely, No wonder the neighbors said that my mother fell for you. They're really blind. This time, the woman didn't get angry. She only covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The man was even less angry. He looked at his wife, That's right. The child asked worriedly, Dad, is my brother really going to study in that Gangnam-do? When will he be able to meet us in Songbai County? The man said softly, I don't know either. When I was young, I swore that my son would have to study in the future. I always felt that studying was the best. No matter what he did, no matter how much money he earned, it was nothing. I lost my parents a long time ago. I only know that more than 10 generations before me were farmers. Therefore, when I came to Beiliang, I met your mother, Xiangju. I was really lucky. Otherwise, if you and your brother were like me, you wouldn't be able to study." The child muttered, "Then why don't you treat mother better?" The man said helplessly, "That's all I can do. There's nothing I can do." The woman's eyes curved into crescents. The man said that he was very lucky, but she felt that she was very happy. On the day the mother and daughter left Longqing County City with their luggage, this man slowly returned to the city along the post road. When he returned to this small and shabby alley, he thought for a moment. Carrying the only 2 pig legs left in his house, he went to 2 places one after the other. One was secretly placed in front of the old man's house at the end of the street, and the other was delivered to Mr. Lu's house. During this process, the man didn't know how many people rolled their eyes at him and spat at him. In the end, the man returned home and took out the wooden box covered in dust from under his bed. He never opened this box, and his wife was also considerate and never asked about it. This man, who had lived in this small street for more than 10 years and had always been silent, carried the heavy wooden box to the courtyard. He squatted down and used his strength to wipe away the dust. The man muttered to himself, "My 2 old friends, not long after you accompanied me to Baiyang, the great general led us to fight that battle in Beimang. It was really sullen. We won and retreated. Many people and I left the border army in anger. Later, we found out that it was the old emperor of Liang's scheme. It turned out that he was afraid that we would destroy Beimang in one breath, and then he wouldn't be able to sit on the dragon throne anymore. All these years, I really didn't have the face to see you guys. Hey, as for fighting, I, Lu Dayuan, joined the army at the age of 14. In the 2nd year, I became a corporal. At the age of 16, I became a commandant. At the age of 18, I followed the great general to the grave as the deputy general of a battalion. What was there to be afraid of? I also left the border army early. Otherwise, when little bastards like Wang Lingbao and Li Mofen see me, wouldn't they have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves? The commoners on this street were somewhat puzzled. After the sound of horse hooves, they saw 7 to 8 elite cavalry wearing armor and carrying swords stop in front of Lu Dayuan's house. This made the commoners somewhat worried. They scolded Lu Dayuan, that foreign coward, but after all, they had been neighbors for more than 10 years. Lu Dayuan wasn't a bad person. Everyone had deep feelings for each other. Otherwise, why would they scold him to his face? This big enigmatic Lu De better not offend the government's garrison. The leader of the elite cavalry was a tall and sturdy man in his 40s. He was now the main general of the local army stationed in Longqing County. He had been a commandant of the cavalry for more than 10 years. The commoners of Longqing County might not know him personally, but they all knew that this person was highly regarded by Lingzhou's General Han Laoshan. It was said that he was brothers with Hong Shuwen, who was born in the Red Phoenix Battalion. In the future, how could a commandant with real power or a deputy general of a province run away? One of the commandant's trusted subordinates asked softly, "Commandant, who are you sending off? Why do you need to personally come out? Normally, you wouldn't even be in the mood to look at those people who are close to the Zhong family. How could there be such an arrogant fellow in our Longqing County?" The commandant sneered, "Those embroidered pillows aren't even fit to feed the horse of the person in the house." Then, the commandant proudly said, "Back then, I was the one who fed his horse." This kind of thing could be used to brag. The cavalry looked at each other. Did our commandant's head get clipped by a door recently? He wasn't like this in the past. His eyes were very high. When the cavalry finally saw the man with the luggage step out of the courtyard, they were all stunned. His figure could be considered sturdy and tall. They couldn't tell that he was a person with 3 heads and 6 arms. The commandant quickly dismounted from his horse. Then, he led a horse that no one was riding and walked forward. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Longqing County Cavalry Commandant Ma Yunjing. Greetings to old Deputy General." The man with the luggage was holding a long item wrapped tightly in cotton cloth. He glanced at Ma Yunjing, who had purposely avoided contact with him in the past decade, and said exasperatedly, "When you call someone else, you have the word deputy in your official position. Are you scolding me? Do you think you are a great general? Great Peace City likes to greet those military generals with the word deputy, and the civil officials who are second in command? Ma Yunjing shrunk his neck and didn't dare to answer. This man called Lu Daiyuan looked around. He straightened and cupped his fists. I, Lu Daiyuan, thank everyone for taking care of me in these years. The people on the two sides of the street were puzzled and didn't know what to do. Lu Daiyuan hung the armor bag on the side of the saddle and then skillfully mounted the horse. Regardless of whether they won or lost the battle outside Liangzhou Pass, he, Lu Daiyuan, had no thoughts of returning to Lingzhou alive. He hadn't worn armor or touched a blade for more than a decade. How could he not kill to recoup his losses? Ma Yunjing reminded in a soft voice, old soldiers of Beiliang, according to the law, can carry a blade on the streets. Lu Daiyuan raised an eyebrow. He finally took off the cotton cloth that was wrapped around the long item and revealed an old battle blade that hung from his waist. Lu Daiyuan turned to look at Ma Yunjing, who could not possibly follow him out of the pass. If we lose, there is nothing to discuss. If we win, if my two sons return to Lingzhou in the future, tell them that their father is a butcher, but also one of the cavalry of the Su family. Ma Yunjing nodded furiously. He had thousands of words, but only 2 words came out of his mouth: take care. Lu Daiyuan glanced sideways and said, little brat, in the past, I knew that you were useless. As expected, you only became a shoddy commandant today. Ma Yunjing's face flushed red. Lu Daiyuan suddenly took down the battle blade and threw it to Ma Yunjing. He laughed and said, fine, I'm going to use the new cold blade to kill the enemy. Since you fed the horse for so long in the past, I'll give you this one. Ma Yunjing felt as if he had received a treasure. Such a man actually had tears in his eyes. This battle blade was the first generation of the Su family's blade. It symbolized the rise of the Su family's cavalry in the land of spring and autumn. It symbolized the invincibility of the Su family's cavalry in the Central Plains. It was also because of the Su family's old cavalry camp that the current Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world. And this man was from one of the Su family's old cavalry camps, the Manjia camp. First-class cavalry, Lu Daiyuan. The people on this street naturally did not know that after General Su Shao grew old, he had many times lamented to the civil and military officials in the meeting hall of Mount Qingliang. In the past, that kid called Lu Daiyuan was the fiercest in battle. He was comparable to Lu Qiu. He was really not a coward. Chu Lushan would always complain that he was wronged, but that guy surnamed Lu always charged forward with all his might. He never paid attention to the art of war, so he was definitely not as good as me. Yuan Zuozong would tear him down, but he never lost even once. Butcher would nod and say, yes, he's like me. And then a certain young man would mock him with his Royal Highness. Around the beginning of autumn this year, many of the Su family's old soldiers like Lu Daiyuan began to rush out of the pass. And they were the backbone of the Beiliang cavalry. At this time, Lu Daiyuan and Ma Yunjing urged their horses out of the city together, mumbling something. The young elite cavalry could only hear the faint sound, but it was not very clear. After Ma Yunjing sent Lu Daiyuan to the road outside the city, he watched him leave, speechless for a long time. Finally, when he turned his horse around, Ma Yunjing also mumbled, my Su family's Manjia camp, the scouts roam everywhere, that is to scatter, the camp does not move, it is to support the beam. Chapter 1915. For the common people of the marketplace, building a house was a top priority, and erecting a beam to signify the completion of a new house was also a top priority. Thus, on the day a country, prefecture, frontier fortress, city, or military town was completed, the meaning behind the hanging of a plaque was equivalent to the raising of a beam for the common people. As a result, the significance was extremely important. Today, the day for the hanging of the plaque for the city outside Liangzhou Pass had arrived. They did not deliberately choose an auspicious day. Instead, when the last main wall was completely completed, they unanimously passed a resolution that the hanging of the plaque on that day could not be delayed. It was not that the large group of Beiliang bosses supervising the construction of the city did not care. It was truly that the situation was urgent, and they could not afford to care about such things as adding flowers to the brocade. Otherwise, the group of civil officials led by Beiliang's Daoist administrator Li Gongda had spent almost an entire year in this godforsaken place. Practically everyone had to eat the yellow earth and drink the wind and sand with the soldiers and laborers every day. After investing so much effort, how could they not want to find an auspicious day to hang up the plaque? This kind of deep affection was perhaps no less than when a daughter was married off. The construction of this city could be said to be unprecedented. Not only was it larger than the first border city in the northwest, Huda City, it also took less time. Apart from the 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry and the 9,000 or so heavy cavalry of the Wei Xiong and the Jianghu, almost all of the Liangzhou border army took turns participating in the construction of the city. Of course, all of the young and strong soldiers and craftsmen in the Pass, Liangling, and Serene provinces were conscripted. In addition to the endless stream of Beiliang commoners who went to Liangzhou Pass on their own, the number of people building the city was always maintained at around 100,000. In history, the so-called using the entire nation's power to build a majestic city or a huge town, oftentimes the emphasis was on conserving the people's labor and not delaying the farming time. Most of the time, in 30 days, quickly build a wall, and then intermittently take several years to complete the construction. But this time in Beiliang, the Su family on Mount Qingliang had nearly exhausted all of their wealth to build the city's main wall. It was simply a magnificent feat of cutting off the cauldrons and sinking the boats. Just the loess used to build the main wall had already hollowed out 2 small hills south of the city, Longzhou and Huwei. At dawn, Li Gongda and his neighbor, Song Changshui, the Mahist school's deputy supervisor, got up early together. After ascending the city wall and strolling on the wide horse path, the administrator, who had lost 20 pounds at some point, subconsciously stamped his feet out of habit. The old man with white hair smiled proudly. With me, the miserly Gongda, keeping an eye on them all day long, who would cut corners. Besides, no one would dare to slack off. This was not a matter of money. Instead, it was the most obvious principle in front of everyone. If this city exists in Liangzhou, it will exist. If this city dies, it will perish. He was the leader of Beiliang's civil officials, who had lived a smooth life in the officialdom. Although he had lost a lot of weight, his body looked much more robust. If the officials of Lingzhou could come here, they would be shocked to see official Li. They might not even recognize him. The slipperiness that Li Gongda had accumulated for most of his life in the officialdom had completely disappeared. Instead, it was an invisible heroic spirit that could only be possessed by someone who came from a family of generals. The old man was a scholar after all. He reached out his hand and touched the inner wall. He chuckled and said, "In the past, in the conference hall of Qingliang Mountain, where there were more martial arts than literature, I could never understand what the general was talking about with those rough men. Something about a horse path or a parapet. It was only when I came here that I realized. Just like this parapet, I had actually read about it in books a long time ago. Many frontier poems have sung about it. It's called Disdainful Gaze. Parapet, it's still better to call it that way. Every time I walk around the city, I will think about that little girl at home who makes people worry. In the past, it was that fellow from Hanlin Academy that made us feel helpless. Now that I think about it, it was the general who had foresight. He said that in the world, when a father and a daughter raise a child, it would be easier to raise a son and more troublesome to raise a daughter." Song Changshui said in a deep voice, "Old Li, you also know that I am not the kind of person who likes to praise people. Your Hanlin Academy is really not bad. The battle on the Longyan Plains was beautifully fought. Beimang, Dongzhua's elite scouts, including Crow Palanzi, were all wiped out. This battle was really satisfying." Li Gongda, whose lips were chapped, twirled his beard and smiled. "That's right. This kind of thing only feels comfortable when an outsider praises it. As a father, no matter how much I say, it always feels wrong. To tell the truth, old Song, you really can keep your composure. I've been waiting for you to say these words for quite some time. It's been so stifling that I'm about to suffer internal injuries." Song Changshui said helplessly, "Before this, I was so busy that my head was in a mess. How could I have the slightest bit of energy to chat with you? Li Gongda sighed with emotion. That's true. I boast that I have quite a lot of experience as an official in this life. In short, I ponder and ponder all day long about other people. Although it can't be said that I don't do anything at all, to personally attend to everything like this is unimaginable. It feels like in just one short year, I have repaid all the practical experience that I, Li Gongda, owe in officialdom for a lifetime. Song Changshui smiled knowingly. Li Gongda suddenly slapped heavily on the arrow pile and said loudly, if such a good city wall can't be defended, not only will they be killed by the Beimang barbarians, but they will also be scolded half to death by me. Song Changshui was stunned and then looked around. The inside and outside of the city was the most familiar scene of the construction of the city. The chanting rose and fell one after another. Although the huge city under his feet could already be hung with a plaque, there was still a considerable amount of work to be done. The Mahist scholar asked softly with a smile, can you really bear to scold them? Li Gongda, who was originally aggressive, suddenly lost his arrogance and only whispered softly, there are so many Bailiang frontier army men. I, Li Gongda, can bear to scold my son, but I can't bear to scold them. The newly appointed provincial governor of Liangzhou, Baiyu, could go to Mount Wudang to meet friends and slack off. However, as the transport officer and deputy provincial governor of Bailiang Road, a certain someone could not rest for a moment. He traveled non-stop from Qingsang City in Liuzhou to Qingyuan Army Town at the western gate of Liangzhou until he lifted the curtain of the carriage and could see the outline of the magnificent city outside the pass. It seemed that ever since Su Beiji left Mount Qingliang for Lingzhou, he had been constantly on the move. As the provincial governor of purchasing rice, he had built granaries all over his territory and served as the transport officer of a road. He was in charge of strategizing about the transport of grain. In between, he had gone to Lianghui Road to meet with Han Lin in private. Not long ago, he went to Mount Lantua in the western region to bring 20,000 monk soldiers to the defense line of Qingsang City in Liuzhou. This time, after attending the plaque hanging ceremony, he immediately went to Lingzhou and personally watched the grain cooling before he could be at ease. In these years, he did not have a fixed residence. It seemed that if he was not on horseback, he was in the carriage. In any case, it was always bumpy. Outside this carriage, there was not a single elite cavalry of the Bailiang frontier army escorting it. Logically speaking, with Su Beiji's high rank and his great importance to the upcoming Battle of Liangmang, even if they sent him 1,000 Bailiang cavalry as a retainer, it would not be an exaggeration. However, it was precisely because of this that the position of this young strategist in the Su family's Mount Qingliang and in the hearts of the young kings was even more unparalleled. This was because there were only 80 people escorting the carriage. 80 riders, all carrying swords. 80 people of the Wu family's sword tomb. The current generation's sword crown Wu Luding, the swordsman Suehua who carried the ancient sword Su of Gojozian on his back, the demon Zhu Huang who was notorious even in the sword tomb, Helian who had a deep understanding of the way of the sword maniac, Zhang Wantai, Gong Sun Xiushui, Nalan Huayu. If this could not be considered as extravagant, then there was probably no retainer in the world that could be considered as elite. Although Su Beiji, whose face was full of exhaustion, was extremely sleepy, he still could not fall asleep. Several times, he closed his eyes but did not open them for a long time. He simply sat cross-legged, took out Li Yishan's old handbook from his bosom, and gently flipped through it. He had heard from Su Fengnian that the Tide Listening Pavilion's large golden signboard was personally written by the old Emperor Li Yang. The 4 large characters of Bailiang Palace on the gate of Mount Qingliang were written by Princess Consort Wu Su. After that, when the first city outside Bailiang's pass needed to be built, Su Zhao's original intention was for a boor like him to not make a fool of himself, so he wanted Li Yishan to do it for him. However, Li Yishan did not agree, so Ren Tu could only go to Wutongan to seek advice on writing from His Royal Highness. In the end, who knew how many baskets of waste rice paper were filled with it? Only then did the 3 words, Huda City, appear. Su Xiao had once joked that he, Ren Tu, had even finished writing the words for his next life. Later on, for example, the signboard in the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion within Qingsang City was the words chosen by the young vassal king from his master Li Yishan's writings. This was because Li Yishan's contributions to Bailiang went without saying, and Li Yishan's contributions to Liuzhou were even more profound. Before the tide listening pavilion and Wutongan's treasured antiques were scattered all over the central plains. Su Beiji and Su Fengnian once had a very relaxed and leisurely conversation. You don't feel sorry for them? Who do you think I, Su Fengnian, am? I am Su Zhao's eldest son. What kind of good things have I not seen in this world? When have I ever been such a stingy person? Back in the day, when it came to those wandering heroes from other places, those poor scholars who could write beautiful poems, and those fortune-tellers who set up stalls, I would always throw away 1,000 gold without even blinking an eye. Oh. Then why was it that when I casually picked up the toddler climbing urn painting and threw the mountain journey inkstone into the box, your eyes were blinking so hard that they could fan up a great wind? I was just reminding you to be a bit more gentle. If you bump into something and damage its appearance, it won't be easy to sell it. Appearance? It's nothing more than the cheap price of a few dozen or a few hundred dan of grain. Isn't it a bit pretentious to talk about appearance? Chapter 19:16. The difference between each item is a few stones of grain. Many a little makes a mickle. It's already a lot. You really don't feel bad? I don't feel bad. Zhu Zi, you've asked me this question at least 7 or 8 times. Oh, I don't know why, but every time I ask you this question, I feel quite happy. It's much better than drinking the green ant wine. Zhu Zi, you go ahead with your work. I'm going to drink the green ant wine. I'll ask you one last time, I really don't feel bad. That's not it. I just want to ask, all your belongings have been ruined by me. What about the betrothal gifts for your wife? Same old rules. Cucumber. Salad. Su Beiji kept the notebook and stopped his thoughts. He lifted the curtains and looked at the majestic northwestern new city. In a chaotic world, the most worthless things were external possessions. When even human lives were worthless, what else could be valuable? Hongjia's journey to the north, which caused countless scholars to become homeless, had long proven this point. In the old days, the Duke and Marquis Hall flew into the homes of ordinary people. Countless priceless antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were first picked up from the mud, the toilets in the countryside, under the peddlers' tables, and under the tiles in the corners of small courtyards. It was only in the peaceful times when there was no smoke of war that they became valuable again. Su Beiji originally wouldn't have sold them at such a low price. However, after the spring snow building incident, the Central Plains had become chaotic. It had only been 20 years since Hongjia's journey to the north. Most of the older generation of scholars still remembered it clearly. This group of people wouldn't buy things at such a time. No matter how cheap they were, could they be compared to things that were given for free after the war? Therefore, unless it was a rich and scholarly family that was truly obsessed with the scholarly and had a hobby of collecting, they would only come after hearing the news. It was one thing for them to come to Bailiang. Whether they could use their face and connections to buy the things they wanted was another matter. Whether the first-class officials of great and city who had enjoyed 20 years of prosperity on the water transport were willing to give face and open a back door was the third matter. These officials with deep backgrounds were all willing to take out grain from the rivers under their jurisdiction for the sake of money or friendship. However, after weighing the thighs of their families, whether it was enough to compete with Wen Tai, the deputy administrator of the Jianghan Road, and Ma Zhongxian, the deputy judici of the Jianghan Road. Whether they dared to be unafraid that these two influential border officials would hold a grudge against them was the fourth matter. However, the most important matter was not that the cultural relics were sold cheaply or that the grain was cooled. It was that Bailiang could use this to follow the Guangling Road and infiltrate the Fish Dragon Gang and the Whispering Room into Qingzhou's Xiangfan City. Once Hexabai City was lost, Liangzhou and Liuzhou were destined to disappear. Then, the remaining troops of Bailiang's border army would not be too helpless. Even if Chen Jibao had already left a backup plan in Shishu to deal with the Su family, Bailiang's cavalry would still have a way to enter the hinterland of the Central Plains. Since this was the case, how could Su Beiji not be a prodigal? However, when Su Beiji proposed this idea directly, the young king agreed without a second thought. This made his well-prepared speech meaningless. In the depths of Su Beiji's heart, there was a hidden thought that he would not say out loud. That was, as long as Bailiang won the second battle of Liangmeng. Then, how could Bailiang not participate in the Battle of the Central Plains? Su Beiji sighed and was about to put down the curtain. A rider who was close to the carriage rode closer and asked with a smile, "Deputy Provincial Governor, why are you so anxious to enter the city?" The person who asked was Nailan Huayu, a female swordsman of the Sword Tomb who was shrewish but meticulous. After all, she was a woman who had won the Rouge Award twice in a row. Although she was not young, she was still charming, especially when she was riding a horse with a sword on her back. It was indeed a beautiful scene. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Nailan Huayu, if I sold your sword for 3 or 4 taels of silver, would you feel sad?" Nailan Huayu was confused, then she smiled sweetly and said, "Let's not talk about whether I feel sad or not, but I will definitely beat you up until your parents can't recognize you." Su Beiji smiled and said, "You haven't answered the question yet." Nailan Huayu laughed and said, "I don't feel sad. I don't know your relationship with the prince. If you dare to sell my things like this, I dare to go to Tide Listening Pavilion to get better things. My sword has a history of 100 years, and the material is ordinary. It's not worth 100 taels of silver. Why would I feel sad?" Su Beiji smiled and sighed inexplicably, "I feel sad." Nailan Huayu, who had always been unscrupulous, couldn't help but tease, "Sir Su, did your brain get damaged by the carriage?" Su Beiji suddenly smiled and said, "Nailan Huayu, do you want to know what someone said about you?" Nailan Huayu narrowed her eyes, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Of course, as one of the top swordsmen of the Wu family, she was more powerful than a tigress. Su Beiji lowered his voice and said, "It looks like you want to know." That person said that Nailan Huayu must be very tired. Nailan Huayu frowned and didn't say a word. Su Beiji glanced at her and quickly put down the curtain. Nailan Huayu followed his line of sight and lowered her head slightly. It seemed to be her own chest. Nailan Huayu suddenly realized and didn't get angry. She laughed and scolded the carriage loudly, "You don't have the heart, he doesn't have the guts. Neither of you are good people." Su Beiji, who was lying in the carriage, smiled and slowly closed his eyes. In fact, Su Fengnian didn't say that annoying comment. However, Su Beiji felt that guy was someone who would say such things, so he said it for him. However, Nailan Huayu didn't have the guts to say it. It was very chewy. Su Beiji thought about it and felt it was very interesting. Su Beiji, who was resting with his eyes closed, said to himself, "So many people have died at Jianghu in the western region. People have also started to die in Qingsang City in Liuzhou. Next will be outside Liangzhou Pass. So I hope that one day in the future, Nailan Huayu, you can tell him what's in your heart. So you have to live, you also have to live." Between the last 2 sentences, Su Beiji paused for a long time. The White Horse Bazaar outside the new city was called a bazaar, but it was no different from the slightly larger town in Lingzhou. And this bustling bazaar was definitely the most chaotic place in the world. There were the Bailiang Frontier Army in armor patrolling inside and outside, the Jianghu people who participated in the western region's encirclement and suppression of the demon, the various merchants of Lingzhou who came here to do business, the scholars of the Central Plains who came here to enjoy the scenery of the frontier fortress, the citizens of the 3 provinces in Bailiang who came here to participate in the construction of the city, the Taoist priests and monks who helped to read divination and write letters to their families, the seedlings and commoners who came here to join the army full of passion but were rejected, the wanderers who came here to fish in troubled waters. Occasionally, one could even see the civil officials of Bailiang who came here in 2s and 3s to rest, drink green ant wine, and serve a plate of peanuts and a bowl of spiced beef. They came and went quickly. There were scholars from various academies who came here to study under the lead of the old scholars. It was said that not long ago, Master Yu of the Shangyin School, who was famous in the Central Plains, also brought her disciples who were well-read in poetry to travel here. There were also rumors that Master Yu of the Shangyin School had an unclear relationship with our prince. Everyone was either busy or leisurely, but they all knew that the moment the young prince appeared in the new city, the second battle was the Battle of Liangmang. It was the real beginning. For thousands of years, whether it was the Central Plains or the grassland, the cavalry army with the largest number would go all the way to the south until they met the cavalry with the strongest combat power. Today was the day that the signboard of the north rejecting city was hung. The sun was high in the sky. The White Horse Bazaar was getting more and more crowded. People couldn't help but follow the two walls to the north. Then, the laborers and commoners who participated in the construction of the city were able to stop their work and leave the city from the east and west gates, joining the two large and dense groups. The north rejecting city, the north rejecting city. The main gate was naturally in the north, where the Bailiang frontier army pointed their swords, where the Su family cavalry pointed their spears. They had already gone north for 20 years. How did the people of the Central Plains know? How did the Liang imperial court calculate? Our Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world, and we don't care about them. Bailiang Governor-General Chu Lushan and Bailiang Taoist advisor Li Gongda led many civil and military officials. They had already gathered at the main gate of the north rejecting city. They set up ladders and waited for the signboard with the Bailiang, Su, word flag to be raised up high and hung on the city wall. The 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry were like white snow surging on the ground. Under the lead of Yuan Zhuozong, they were the first to stop on the vast empty land north of the city. Following closely behind were the two heavy cavalry armies, the Fat Tiger Army and the Wei Bear Army. They stopped at the left and right wings of the great snow dragon cavalry. Finally, it was He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's troops outside of Bailiang Pass. After the thunder of horse hooves, there was a short moment of silence. Who knows who was the first to raise their head and look over? Everyone saw a dazzling white rainbow streaking across the distant sky. That white rainbow landed on the city wall. When he appeared, Li Gongda and Chu Lushan exchanged glances and smiled. They started to raise the signboard. That young man waited until the giant signboard hung above the city gate before he slowly pulled out the sword by his waist. At the same time, the cavalry below the city gate all pulled out their Bailiang swords. The water was deep and silent. The sound of the horse hooves of the Bailiang cavalry was the most majestic war drum sound in the world. Su Dao. North rejecting city. That scene. Halberd crossing the river. In another 100 or 1,000 years, it would still be a legend. Chapter 1917. After reading and hanging the plaque on the city wall, Administrator Li Gongda led Su Fengnian to the general's mansion near the south gate. The main imperial road ran through the north and south, and the civil and military offices in the city were located on both sides of the mansion. Along the way, Li Gongda, one of the two city governors, talked endlessly. He talked about the height of the main city wall, the length of the double roads, the number of crossbows on the city wall, the inventory of arrows and armor, and so on. He was so familiar with it that it was like he was reporting how much silver was in a box or how many copper coins were in a cabinet. The administrator was even able to blurt out details such as how many Northern Mang catapults a single wall could withstand, how many Northern Mang soldiers would surround the city, and how many other details such as how many Northern Mang soldiers would attack the city. He also knew the mobilization of troops on this central axis, how to build a second line of defense once the main city gate was breached, and how the small-scale cavalry would assist in the defense at the crucial moment. Not to mention Su Fengnian, Chu Lushan and Yuan Zhuozong looked at each other. Jean Partridge Zhou Kong, Infantry Deputy Commander Gu Dazu, and other generals all widened their eyes. In the past, in Lingzhou in the south of the Great Wall, it was recognized that the power was in the Zhong family and the money was in the Li family. Everyone in the officialdom of Bailiang knew that this stingy official was good at making money. They had never heard that Li Gongda could do things so flawlessly. Approaching the general's mansion that had not yet been completed, Li Gongda suddenly smiled and said, "The Beijua city used up all the giant trees collected from the deep mountains and forests of Nanzhao and Shishu and then stored in Bailiang for many years. The giant stones needed to build the city almost turned the cave of Lanyu upside down. Let's not talk about these distant places. I believe that when you look to the south, you can't see the two hills at the head of the dragon and the tail of the tiger. From the first garrison in the pass to the north to build the city outside the pass, and then most of the border army took turns to work here, and the people in the pass were countless. Speaking of this, the old man stopped talking and smiled. Li Gongda, a civil official who had an extremely bad reputation among the generals in Beiliang, was in high spirits at this moment. He was not the slightest shadow of the sycophantic official of the Su family in the conference hall of Mount Qingliang in the early years. At that time, except for Chu Lushan, who came from the same sect, and did not have a high rank at that time, no one was willing to pay attention to Li Gongda, the chief official of a province. Yan Jieshi, a famous scholar, naturally disdained to be associated with him. Even Tian Peifong, the former provincial governor of Liangzhou, who had now resigned, could not bring himself to call this person his brother. At that time, when Beiliang was determined to build Beiliang City, everyone mistakenly thought that the young vassal king did not really intend to let Li Gongda preside over the overall situation. Instead, he wanted to send the administrator, who had turned the officialdom of Lingzhou into a mess, out of the pass and hide him from then on. First, it was a legitimate reason to demote him, and second, it was to pave the way for Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, or Chang Sui, and other trusted subordinates. Little did they know that Li Gongda really had a firm foothold in Beiliang City. Song Zhangsui, Tian Peifong, and Wang Linquan, the deputy governors in charge of the three specific directions, followed the administrator's lead. They did not have any intention of overthrowing Li Gongda, and Li Gongda lived up to everyone's expectations and quickly got into his role. It had to be said that for a person who could become a civil official in Beiliang, when he was really practical, he was not careless and did everything himself. In the words of Li Gongda's private chat with Song Zhangsui, he was putting an end to the official career, living with the generals and craftsmen. He had experience in prospecting, tamping earth, materials, military manuals, stockpiling grain, and so on. Although he could not be called omniscient, he could not be considered an outsider. In the end, he could bow his head and command. Suddenly, Li Gongda continued craftily, "Your Highness, Mount Qingliang cannot skimp on all expenses for tonight's celebration banquet." The old infantry commander, Yan Wenluan, who had probably never chatted with Li Gongda in his entire life, spoke up for the first time. Official Li is not at all overboard in taking advantage of the situation this time. Su Fengnian pointed at Beiliang, who was beside him. "The transport envoy is here," he said with a laugh. "Our head shopkeeper in charge of money is here." His words carry more weight than mine. Su Beiji hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. Originally, I had intercepted a chest that contained roughly 2 paintings by Sui Ying, the painting saint of the Great Feng dynasty. One was a green Buddha's hand inkstone made by the emperor of the southern Tang dynasty, and the other was a jade seal of the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. There were 15 or 16 pieces scattered about. It wouldn't be difficult to sell them for 5,000 or 6,000 taels of silver. After the celebration banquet, you can go to Mount Qingliang and Mount Qingliang to move some out. After I sell this chest of items, I should be able to quickly fill this hole. Moreover, I will have some spare money. When the time comes, I will hand it over to official Li." As soon as Su Beiji's words came out, everyone tacitly turned to look at the young king. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. The audience burst into laughter. Perhaps Su Beiji was the only one who dared to openly stab the new King Liang. After the celebration banquet, there were 3 parties. The generals were divided into 2 groups. Yan Wenluan, Chen Yinshui, He Zhonghu, Lu Yuanji, and Lin Dofang were the veterans who had experienced the Spring and Autumn War. The youngest one, Yuan Zuozong, also participated. For the Su family of Mount Qingliang and the Beiliang Frontier Army, this Yuan Baixiong was indispensable. After all, in terms of military affairs, Yuan Zuozong was the only one who could be compared with the white-clothed war saint Chen Jibao. Although there were many famous generals in Beiliang, the one who could really make Chen Jibao sincerely admire was probably only Yuan Zuozong. Chen Jibao had said many times that Yuan Zuozong was the most underrated general in the Spring and Autumn War. The governor of Beiliang, Chu Lushan, personally led the other group, which included Wang Ji, Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia, and Hong Yu. The deputy provincial governor of Beiliang, Xianxia, also attended the banquet. The third party was a scholar banquet hosted by Li Gongda, Huang Shang, and Tian Peifang. Most of the guests were scholars, and many Lu family disciples were also mixed in. Chapter 1918. Su Fengnian drank one cup after another. Although he drank a cup of green ant wine in one gulp, he only drank 2 small pots of wine after 3 rounds. The main reason was that no one urged him to drink to his death. This wasn't strange. When Su Xiao was still alive, he once said that the worst people in the world were those who relied on their high alcohol tolerance to urge others to drink. When it came to alcohol, one had to drink until they were drunk to their heart's content. Otherwise, they would only suffer. Of course, although Su Xiao said this, he didn't hesitate at all when he caught someone with a lower alcohol tolerance than him. The person being urged to drink would say, "How many battles did you win in the past? You have to drink 1 cup at a time. How many battles did you lose? I, Su Xiao, will help you remember them. If you don't want to be made fun of, you'll feel bad if you don't drink a few cups of wine today, right? Also, who heard that your grandson just started studying and needs to drink wine? Or that your son got beaten black and blue because he fought over a woman? As a father, how sullen are you? You need to drink to relieve your worries." However, although Su Xiao's ability to urge others to drink was unparalleled, as long as he drank with others on Mount Qingliang, no matter how many people he drank with, he would always get drunk. It could even be said that he would vomit whenever he drank. In this way, his alcohol tolerance could be considered mediocre. Don't think that martial artists who were accustomed to life and death drinking were more unbridled. In fact, when scholars drank, that was what was called heroic and uninhibited. Su Fengnian almost couldn't get away from the banquet. For example, the mountain chieftain of Green Deer Cave Academy, Huang Cheng, insisted that they both drink 3 cups of wine. Afterwards, Tian Peifang, who had resigned from her position, also began to hit him while he was down, saying that 3 cups was too much and that he only needed to drink 2 cups with the prince. If it weren't for Su Beiji helping to hold him back, Su Fengnian would probably have to obediently lie down even if he could drink 7 or 8 caddies of green ant wine. In the end, Su Fengnian and Su Beiji, reeking of alcohol, walked out of the general's residence and slowly headed north on the main road. Su Beiji said softly, "Before Li Gongda got drunk, he bought something from me." Su Fengnian was a little surprised and joked, "Did the sun rise from the west? Our administrator has always been interested in collecting gold and silver, and he has always scoffed at antiques." Su Beiji brushed it off with a laugh. "It's just a small private seal. Since it's from the Tide Listening Pavilion's treasury, the material must be extraordinary. In my opinion, it's been passed down through the generations. Due to its frequent use, the color of the ink is excellent. But that's secondary. Do you know what a seal is?" Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. "How could I have guessed that?" Su Beiji waved his sleeves, either to get rid of the smell of alcohol or to get rid of his melancholy. "It's the phrase, 'The heart of an official is like water,' which means to be incorruptible and self-disciplined, and to be as pure as water. I wouldn't have found it strange if Yan Jieshi hadn't left Beiliang all those years ago and had come to buy this small seal, or even if it was Tian Peifang, whose reputation can be considered decent. But Li Gongda coming to buy these words, isn't that a bit comical?" Su Fengnian frowned. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Then guess again, how much silver did Li Gongda spend to buy these words?" Su Fengnian suddenly understood. For this celebration banquet, it's not convenient for Li Gongda to openly pay out of his own pocket. Otherwise, he would be suspected of overstepping his authority and meddling in other people's affairs, so he used this method to help our Mount Qingliang advance the money? Su Beiji extended 2 fingers and waved them around. Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. 20,000 silver? In the early years, the only hero in the world who could dig out silver from Li Gongda's hands was that fellow Li Hanlin. Back then, Li Hanlin was the one who paid for all the women and wine. It's just that every time he came home, he couldn't avoid his father's grumbling. Su Beiji shook his head and laughed. 200 silver. Su Fengnian was stunned. 200 silver taels? This Uncle Li. Su Fengnian laughed heartily. This was also the first time he had called Li Gongda Uncle Li. In the end, Su Xiao and Su Fengnian of Beiliang's Su family shared a deep relationship with Li Gongda and Li Hanlin of the Li family. To put it bluntly, back then, when Yan Jieshi betrayed Beiliang, Su Xiao's original intention was to make things difficult for him a bit. He wouldn't go too far, but he definitely wouldn't let Yan Jieshi leave so easily. On the other hand, there had been news from Liang imperial court a long time ago that the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu had once intended for this person to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, in charge of Guangling Dao and Gangnamdu's tax collection. It had to be known that at the time, Li Gongda was only the provincial governor of a province. Although his rank and salary were the same as that of an assistant minister, Liang's officials had always been one rank higher, let alone an assistant minister with real power who was right in front of the emperor. Therefore, the departure of the scholarly Yan Jieshi was only a pleasant surprise for Liang. On the contrary, it was Li Gongda who stayed that was inconceivable. As for the friendship between Su Fengnian and Li Hanlin, who had played together since childhood, there was even less to say. Su Beiji laughed, squeezing out a word from between his teeth. Wan. Su Fengnian thought he had misheard. What? Su Beiji exhaled softly, sighing with emotion. It's 2 million taels of silver. Su Beiji continued, at the time, Li Gongda told me that he had diligently accumulated this large family business his entire life. Originally, he wanted to let his son, Li Hanlin, live a carefree life. It's just that he doesn't need it anymore. Su Beiji turned to look at Su Fengnian. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, and patted his chest. Previously, the old man patted his chest and told me just like that. He said that I, Li Gongda's son, Li Hanlin, the dignified officer of Beiliang's White Horse crossbowmen. What does he need his father's money for? Su Beiji stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the mansion. He repeated the old man's last words. I, Li Gongda, can be looked down upon by anyone in this lifetime, but I will never be looked down upon by my son. Su Fengnian rubbed his cheeks with both hands and asked softly, Zhu Zi, do you think I should withdraw Li Hanlin from Liuzhou? Su Beiji suddenly said angrily, bullshit. Su Fengnian laughed, raising his head to look in the direction of Liuzhou to the west. Li Hanlin will definitely say the same thing. To the north of Qingsang City in Liuzhou, Ko Jianghuai and Su Longxiang had already begun their second frontal assault against Huang Songpu's army. Of the 1,200 Liangzhou's White Horse crossbowmen who had rushed to Liuzhou, only half remained. Officer Li Hanlin only had 600 soldiers remaining. Chapter 1919. Autumn was high, the horses were fat, and the water plants were lush. However, the further south one went from Beimang to Gusai Prefecture, the scenery became desolate and boring. It was full of yellow sand. No wonder it was Beiliang. It was so cold and barren that even the wild horses, which were considered the closest to camels, were not used to it. However, it was rumored that the ranches in the Liangzhou Pass's Tulong region were a treasured land that produced the world's #1 horses. Because it just happened to have the word Long in it, all of the civil and military officials of the northern Mang and the southern dynasties coveted it, viewing it as an exclusive property that was already in their pockets. The few great figures who could speak loudly in the western capital's imperial court had already eagerly announced that they were willing to use the heads of Yang Guangdou, Chen Shiliang, Ko Jianghuai, and the others that were worth more than the nobles' heads in exchange for the ownership of several ranches over there, such as the world-shaking Xianli ranches and Tianjing ranches. However, this expedition to the south was not going well. Not long ago, Shijing heard a piece of good news. It was said that the eldest grandson of the Zhong family, who had been promoted to Xiajia because of his military exploits, had successfully convinced the bald donkeys in Mount Lantua to submit to Beimang. However, when the army had just stepped into the desolate Liuzhou border, bad news immediately came. First, a group of Beiliang light cavalry appeared out of nowhere and drove straight into Liuzhou from the border of Liuzhou. They bypassed a series of heavily guarded military towns such as the Gentleman's Pavilion and headed straight for Shijing, which shocked the imperial court. Then, 10,000 of Zhong Tan's elite cavalry were blocked at the entrance of Mount Mian. No one knew whether Zhong Tan was alive or dead. General Zhong Shentong, who was in charge of the second front of the middle line, quickly submitted a letter of apology to the king of Biting. His Majesty was not at all courteous to the Zhong family. He directly issued a transfer order to the middle line, ordering Zhong Shentong's younger brother, who was also Xiajia's uncle, Zhong Liang, to lead 8,000 elite cavalry and rush to Gusai province to intercept the Beiliang cavalry that had penetrated deep into the hinterland. Nominally, they were under the command of Commander-in-Chief Zhong Shentong. It was obvious that they were saying that the good situation in Liuzhou had been ruined by the Zhong family's descendants, so they should pay off the debt with the lives of 8,000 Zhong family members. If they could stop them, they would let bygones be bygones. If they could not stop them, then they would continue to use the Zhong family to fill in the debt. If Zhong Liang was still not capable enough, then it would be Zhong Shentong's turn to personally take action. There would be no need for him to get involved in the battle outside Liangzhou Pass, and he would obediently go to Gusai province to clean up the mess. After Hong Jingyan died inexplicably on the Longyan plains, the tens of thousands of Ruren cavalry were leaderless, and in the blink of an eye, they were carved up by the various major factions on the front lines. The major factions of the northern grasslands, who had suffered losses in the first battle of Liangmang, had more or less begun to make their own calculations. After the fall of General Zhong Shentong, how many veteran soldiers of the Zhong family would they be able to get their hands on? On the grasslands, everyone felt awkward when they learned from those scholars of the Southern Dynasty, who were fond of romance, sitting down and discussing the Tao. However, everyone was familiar with sharing the spoils. The army of Beimang on the western front pushed southward step by step. Their speed was not fast. 10 days ago, this army was suddenly attacked by 10,000 Beiliang dragon elephant cavalry. In just 1 hour, the 6,000 vanguard cavalry under Huang Songpu's command were left on the battlefield. From the close combat to the conclusion of the battle, and then to the careless collection of the corpses, many of the nobles of Longguan who had their ambitions in Liangzhou still felt that they had not recovered from the shock. In fact, it could not be said that there were no signs. After the army crossed the border from Gusai prefecture of the Southern Dynasty into the territory of Liuzhou, their own horse railings had clashed head-on with the Beiliang scouts. Soon, the generals of Beimang who had learned the truth were all stomping their feet and cursing their mothers. Of all things, it was the white horse crossbowmen outside Liangzhou Pass who had come here to cause trouble. Although they had already broken camp and moved southward away from the court, whether it was General Huang Songpu or the generals of Longguan who controlled the elite cavalry of the Southern Dynasty, they had no choice but to pay attention to what was happening in their own backyard. They did not want Huda town to see the figure of a Beiliang crossbowman. This was the emperor's personal decree in the Western Imperial Court. What was the result? Fatty Dong's crow railings were all dead. General Lu Gui's black fox railings were also all dead. It was even said that Dong Zhuo's brother-in-law had lost his life in the Longyan plains. In the end, that young Beiliang lieutenant named Li had become famous in the grasslands overnight. Now, he had even swaggered into the northern part of Liuzhou to show off his prowess. Huang Songpu was an experienced veteran on the battlefield. Therefore, when the intelligence reports of the casualties of the horse railings kept coming into his tent, he had already begun to shrink the front line and slow down the speed of advancing southward. Obviously, he did not want to make any mistakes. The backbone of this army was the old king of the southern courtyard, Huang Songpu, who was used to being lawless in the southern dynasty of Beimang. It was very obvious that the main force of this army was the direct descendants of the Jia and Yi families of Longguan. Although Huang Songpu still carried the title of one of the 13 great generals of Beimang, the title of king of the southern courtyard had long been taken off. He was also an old man who had once retired. In the end, the troops that could barely be considered Huang Songpu's direct descendants numbered only 30,000. Compared to Lu Gui, who had been banished to the battlefield of Yuzhou, they were even inferior. To tell the truth, in the first battle of Liangmang, Fatty Dong had personally presided over the situation on the central front, and victory was assured. They had even taken down Huda city, and the corpse of Beiliang's great general Lu Jinu had been sent back to the southern dynasty in a coffin. The situation was very good. On the other hand, the battlefield of Liuzhou, where Lu Gui presided, was at least evenly matched. Although the losses were not small, even the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Wang Lingbao, had died in battle. It was a pity that the Yuzhou side was too much of a burden. Perhaps it was because Yang Yuanzhan was really too old that his army had been completely wiped out. In the end, only the Ruren cavalry managed to escape, which led to the complete defeat of Beimang. Therefore, at the bottom of their hearts, the great and small clans of Longguan did not feel that the Beiliang frontier army was really anything to be afraid of. This was especially true for the troops of Liuzhou that were naturally inferior to the Liangzhou cavalry and the Yuzhou infantry. Apart from the Longxiang army that had suffered serious injuries in the first battle, were there any other first-class elites that could be brought out? No matter how wide their eyes were, they would not be able to find any. As a result, almost all of these fellows were suppressing their resentment, especially the lingering Liangzhou crossbowmen. They were all the more annoying. Chapter 1920. At dawn, an old man, who had stayed up all night, slowly walked out of the heavily guarded cowhide tent accompanied by several strong retinues. He came to a small slope and looked south. Among the retinues, a middle-aged man, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar from the Central Plains, was particularly eye-catching. Facing the old man, who was still powerful, he did not show any restraint. The old man was tall, with white hair and beard. He wore armor and carried a saber. He did not look old at all. Generally speaking, although they were one generation apart in age, they had the same aura. The old man was Huang Songpu, one of the few great generals in the southern dynasty. The Confucian man was Zhong Liang, who was not well known in the Beimang army. He was a first-class master in the Beimang Jianghu. No one had heard that he had led an army to fight a war. This time, he was supposed to lead 8,000 elite cavalrymen to Gusai State to put out the fire. It was unknown why he took a detour here alone and let the 8,000 elite cavalrymen of his family go straight to the belly of the southern dynasty. This time, the rise and fall of his family was at stake. Zhong Liang seemed to be taking this too lightly. Zhong Liang happened to see the death of the 6,000 cavalrymen of Beimang. Then, he made up his mind not to move. He followed the army to the south and stayed there for so many days. During this period, this martial arts grandmaster of Beimang, who could be described as the only one left, personally took action twice and killed 40 to 50 crossbowmen of Liangzhou who had left the battlefield. Ma Lanzi, who was personally taught by Huang Songpu, had quite a reputation in the border army of the southern court. However, compared to Dongzhuo's Black Crow Lanzi or his peer Lu Gui's Black Fox Lanzi, he was still quite a bit inferior. This was not to say that Huang Songpu's ability to manage the army was inferior to those two. Since the old man was able to control the military of Xijing for so many years and was able to divide the north and south with Su Huainan, the king of the northern court, naturally he was not an ordinary person. It was just that in these 20 years, Huang Songpu's status as the king of the southern court was far more important than that of a general. He had no choice but to lean towards the court. Since he had become the head of the southern court, he naturally had to seek benefits for the entire Xijing and fight for positions for his colleagues and subordinates with the surname of Longguan. Over time, it was very difficult for him to personally go to the border army. As a result, when he led the army south this time, Huang Songpu could not help but have mixed feelings. He had not been in battle for a long time. Even if he did not fall behind in the art of war, there were many details that he could not operate as smoothly as before. If it was the him from more than 10 years ago, those 6,000 vanguard cavalry would definitely not have the guts to charge forward recklessly, colliding with the 10,000 Longxiang army without permission. However, this was not what truly made the elder feel tired, but rather some inside information that no one knew about. On the surface, it seemed like the disciples of Longguan were unruly and difficult to tame, greedy for merit and rashly advancing, leading to a disadvantageous start, but in reality, Huang Songpu's original intention was to use the vanguard cavalry, whose battle strength was barely satisfactory, as bait, luring the Liuzhou cavalry into the mud. The elder had long prepared 10,000 personal elite cavalry, accumulating power, waiting for the battle to enter a stalemate. At the crucial moment, they would be able to reinforce the battlefield, ultimately making the final decision, swallowing the 10,000 Longxiang army in one gulp. Even if it was 20,000 soldiers and horses for 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry, Huang Songpu would still be a great victory, regardless of whether it was an empty grandeur or a real situation. It was all like this. However, compared to those soul-stirring cavalry battles with the main forces in the field, in this small-scale battle that could only be called a fleeting moment, Huang Songpu discovered that his strength was somewhat lacking. The first was that he overestimated the strength of the Longguan vanguard cavalry, underestimating the strength of the Longxiang army's charge. It was to the extent that when the 10,000 personal troops entered the battlefield, the original mantis stalking the cicada turned into a pure rescue mission. What was even more fatal was that in the following battle situation, Huang Songpu believed that the commander of the Liuzhou cavalry who launched this surprise attack also had the intention of luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory. Therefore, the prudent Huang Songpu, after a bit of hesitation, even though he had the 10,000 personal elite troops launch a decisive pursuit, he strictly ordered the cavalry generals to not be 50 li away from the main force. This also meant that the amount of military merit was not great, only 50 li away. In the end, that cavalry general brought the elder a truth that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. After chasing for 50 li and hearing the order to stop, the remaining 3,000 or so enemy cavalry swaggered off. Apart from the dozens of white horse crossbowmen roaming far away from the battlefield, this Longxiang army that had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts, did not have any reinforcements. How could there be a war like this? The Beiliang border generals who had dealt with Huang Songpu before, be it Huda City's Lu Jinu, the former Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu, or He Zhonghu, none of them had lost their minds like this. Huang Songpu was deeply worried. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance, frowning without saying anything. The Beimang great demon general Zhong Liang, dressed in a scholarly robe, glanced at the old general's expression and laughed. Old General Huang, as long as we put aside the vast western regions where the two military towns of Linyao and Fengxiang are located, Liuzhou is actually only so big. No matter how strange Beiliang's military strategy is, it's just a Daoist field in a snail's shell. Even if the Battle of Miyun Pass added another 20,000 Lantua mountain monk soldiers to Beiliang, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Huang Songpu shook his head. Qingyuan military town in Liuzhou's Qingsang city has several elite troops of the Su family's border army coordinating with each other from afar. They also have Yulwandao's Yuzhou light cavalry helping to tear apart the battle lines. Whether it's strategic depth or military strength, we're not as disadvantaged as we imagined. Besides, Zhong Liang continued the conversation, his smile growing wider. What? Old General, are you also worried about West Chu's twin jade pillars, Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai? Are the two of them really planning and strategizing for Beiliang on the Liuzhou battlefield? The old man calmly said, I believe that no general in the present age can underestimate the combined might of these two, right? Zhong Liang, whose graceful bearing was like that of a mountain immortal in a painting, laughed. As long as Liuzhou's military strength doesn't converge in one place, I believe that they won't be old general's match. Right now, the 30,000 Longxiang army, compared to the first battle, although their numbers haven't decreased, and they're all elite cavalry transferred from the left and right cavalry of Liuzhou, their combat strength is still a little lacking. As for Ko Jianghuai's Liuzhou youths, they're all pieced together and won't be able to fight a tough battle. The remaining soldiers of Xie Shibian aren't even worth mentioning. Otherwise, Mount Xingliang and the Governor-General Manor wouldn't have given him 20,000 Lantua mountain monk soldiers. Taking everything into account, Liuzhou only has 70,000 troops, while Old General has 150,000 under you. Moreover, you can receive reinforcements from the Southern Dynasty at any time, as long as you don't collapse in one battle. At this point, Zhong Liang gave a self-deprecating laugh and didn't continue. Firstly, these words were somewhat inauspicious, and secondly, this view was too absurd. Liuzhou wasn't the gourd mouth of Yuzhou, and Huang Songpu wasn't Yang Yuanzan. Furthermore, the Liuzhou border army couldn't even take care of itself, so they couldn't send so many troops into the Liuzhou battlefield. The old man dismissed it with a smile, saying, just Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, these two young people, were able to make Yan Jinshuan and Yang Shenxing, these old generals, suffer a great loss. Now that there are even more young people in Lu province, how can an old man like me endure this? Zhong Liang thought about that secret matter and sighed. the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Zhong Liang turned his gaze and looked toward the west of Qingsang City. Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty's elite infantry troops were temporarily transferred from the various military towns. A total of over 30,000 people were sent directly to the western regions. At this moment, they had probably already attacked Fengxiang and Linyao. Beimang's Chao Wei and Yulwandao cavalry had no way out. Only, let alone the northern Mang's southern court and this army on the western front, in reality, even the protectorates of Mount Qingliang and Huaiyang Pass did not expect that the newly appointed Lu Province Deputy General Xia Shibian, who was supposed to lead 20,000 monk soldiers to Azure City, would instead split his forces and quietly enter Fengxiang Town and Linyao Town, biding his time. As for Lu Province General Ko Jianghuai, at this moment, he was leading 10,000 light cavalry of various brands, charging north with the speed of lightning. Then, he suddenly stopped at the maximum distance that the Huangsong Pu horse fence could possibly appear. The cavalry that continued to charge forward after a slight rest was the 30,000 elite cavalry under Su Longxiang. The main force of the Liuzhou border army was out in full force. Chapter 1921. The autumn wind was austere. Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai sat high up on his horse, narrowing his eyes as he gazed towards the north. He and Su Longxiang had previously made a military order to the Governor-General House, that was, before Huang Songpu's army reached Qingsang City, they had to stop Beimang's Western Front army at least 3 times. In the 10,000 cavalry attack 10 days ago, in terms of both sides' losses, the Longxiang army that seemed to have achieved great results did not gain much. Beimang's 6,000 vanguard cavalry might be considered the elite of the Southern Court's border army, but Liuzhou was different from Beimang's Western Front army. Beiliang definitely could not transfer troops from elsewhere to reinforce them. In other words, on the gambling table of Liuzhou, Ko Jianghuai only had so much silver on the table, a single copper coin less was also a small amount. However, Beimang's Huang Songpu could continuously bring out silver from his home. With enough capital, he could completely gamble a little for fun. As long as he won once, everything would be complete. That was why Ko Jianghuai's previous probing definitely had a deeper meaning, which was to make Huang Songpu, this Beimang veteran, feel even more tense. Then, he would straightforwardly and cleanly make a big gamble, gambling on Huang Songpu's slackness. Then, even though Liangzhou's crossbowmen were incomparably skilled, in the end, they could not go around so many of Huang Songpu's grassland fences and spy on the specific details of Beimang's camp. Ko Jianghuai could only use the Longxiang army's lives to obtain this military intelligence. He had already mentally prepared himself for Su Longxiang and Li Mofen's harsh rejection. However, he did not expect that neither Su Longxiang nor Li Mofen would raise any objections. Li Mofen, who was extremely skilled in military affairs, even personally led 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry to charge into the enemy formation. Afterwards, Ko Jianghuai spoke bluntly, saying that the 3,000 Longxiang army officers and soldiers who had set up camp like Huang Songpu's and Longguan soldiers were not worth it. At that time, Su Longxiang was squatting next to that massive black tiger, only drawing back his lips, not saying anything. Li Mofen, whose entire body was covered in blood, had a rather gloomy expression, but he didn't take his anger out on Ko Jianghuai, this Liuzhou general. Ko Jianghuai closed his eyes, his mind quickly spreading out the layout of Beimang's Western army. The army of 150,000 was divided into 5 large camps. Commander Huang Songpu's 30,000 personal troops were set up in the center, their cavalry and footsteps mixed together. A certain Jia family's direct descendant troops set up their own camp. Even though there were only 20,000 cavalry, their fighting strength was not ordinary, all of them Beimang's typical lousy troops. Almost every one of them was dressed in armor, to the extent where there were several hundred strong cavalry who were even fully armored, taking on the embryonic form of a heavy cavalry army. The key was that regardless of whether it was maintenance or supplies, they were all responsible for themselves, undoubtedly a sharp weapon that could pierce through enemy lines. Then there were the 40,000 cavalry gathered by the 3 families. These 3 camps were located at the front lines, while the 2 camps at the back were the 40,000 soldiers transferred from the 6 or 7 military towns at the Southern Dynasty's border. There was also a supply camp that Beimang had only risen to prominence in the past 20 years. Based on what Li Mofen's troops had obtained when they broke through the Long Xiang army's lines, roughly 120 carriages, a total of 800 dan of provisions, and around 1,400 dan of black beans for the war horses. However, because the Beimang cavalry had always brought their own supplies when they went south to knock on the pass, in addition to the large number of maras accompanying them on every large-scale march, the supply camp's purpose was only to be used at the foot of Qingsang City, far away from the southern dynasty's border, in case the army couldn't take the city for a long time. Historically, the grassland cavalry had roamed the border areas of the Central Plains, especially in the autumn, so they rarely encountered any fatal supply problems. On the other hand, the Central Plains cavalry at the peak of national power had to rely on the power of the entire country to support that fragile supply line every time they took the initiative to go north. The real monarch of the Central Plains who changed this awkward situation was none other than the old emperor of Liang, Zhao Li, who had unified the Central Plains. Two of his decisions created the current prosperity of the Central Plains cavalry. One was to use the reason that the monarch should guard the country's gate to reject a large group of civil officials' suggestion to move the capital to Guangling Road, and continue to use Old Tai and City as the country's capital. At the same time, he formulated a very bold national policy, sparing no effort in supporting the two Liliao border armies. He didn't hesitate to use the huge tax revenue from Guangling Road and Gangnam-do to invest in the northern border of Liang. The second decision was to allow Su Shao, whose meritorious service shocked the emperor, to lead the troops out of the capital, to be granted the title of Prince of Liang's vassal in the northwest, which was rich in horses, and let him directly face Beimang. Located in the north of Liang's vast territory, the two border crossings on the east and west were heavily guarded by the country's most elite cavalry. In addition, in the middle of Liang's vast territory, Ji province was a natural stronghold. The old general Yang Xianxia had once cultivated the Ji province infantry, who was known as the unparalleled in the world. How could it be as simple as just competing with Beiliang's Yan Wenluan? The reason was simple. The border of Ji province didn't need a large number of cavalry, so even if Yang Xianxia had a soft spot for cavalry, he could only go with the flow. Ko Jianghu, who was resting with his eyes closed, subconsciously pressed his palm against the cold saber hilt at his waist and slowly twisted it. According to the spy report, Beimang's barracks were extremely shoddy. They hastily dug 3 trenches around the barracks, and the thin fence behind them could be said to be blown down by the wind. Hemp ropes were tied to wooden poles, and the knots of the ropes couldn't be considered particular. The passages between the barracks should be clean and solemn, and soldiers shouldn't be allowed to wander around the barracks without permission. However, these 5 barracks were filled with people coming and going in a disorderly manner, without any rules to speak of. Previously, Li Mofen's several hundred elite cavalrymen had marched all the way to Beimang's central barracks, less than 150 steps away. He saw with his own eyes that the left and right barracks were in a mess, causing the passage between the barracks to become extremely congested and chaotic. Not to mention the Beiliang Frontier Army, which had the strictest military law in Liang, Ko Jianghu believed that West Chu's army had to do better than Beimang's. Of course, this didn't mean that Beimang's cavalry was weak. On the contrary, it was precisely because Beimang's grasslands were used to the cavalry's lightning-fast speed that it was difficult for them to engrave this kind of cumbersome Central Plains military habit into their bones like the generals of the Central Plains. If it were any other army from the Central Plains facing off against Beimang's hundreds of thousands of iron hooves, who would have the time to investigate the flaws in the Beimang's setting up camp? They could only rely on the dangerous passes or defend the big city to the death. Even if they dared to go out of the city to fight, they could only rely on heavily armored infantry to form a formation to stop the horses and rely on concentrated crossbows to kill the enemy cavalry. Chapter 1922. Ko Jianghu had spent so much effort on a single premise. Even if the Beiliang cavalry faced the Beimang cavalry, they dared to fight, and could win. Ko Jianghu opened his eyes abruptly and sneered, "Ever since Dafeng began its decline, your grassland cavalry has been knocking on the northern pass and bullying the Central Plains for more than 400 years. You see the big city passes as nothing and come and go as the wind." The 10,000 cavalry behind Ko Jianghu started to push forwards, not too fast nor too slow. These 10,000 cavalry were really weird, and their aura was really majestic. Within Northern Mang's Central Army's commander tent, Huang Songpu stood in his armor with his hand on his blade, his expression calm and composed. He looked towards the dozen or so captains of great ages within the tent. There were trusted subordinates that he personally fostered, as well as those who spoke for Southern Dynasty's Longguan influential families, as well as young and robust generals who relied on their simple backgrounds to climb up to their current high positions. Huang Songpu said solemnly, "This time the 30,000 Long Xiang army has appeared. They probably know that they can't defend Xingsang City, but they aren't willing to expose Qingyuan Army Town at the west gate of Liangzhou to us. Hence, they want to go all in, saving a lot of trouble. All of you have been through hundreds of battles, so there's no need for me to nag about such small matters. Just remember that we have an absolute advantage in numbers, so we have to make use of it. Apart from the supply camp at the back, the other 4 camps must not stretch too far. We have to support one another, and we must not take risks. For this trip to Liuzhou, the peace decree gave us 4 words: a small loss is a victory." Huang Songpu looked at the people and then cupped his fists towards the north. "Everyone. I, Huang Songpu, am close to 70 years old. Back then, even the king of the South Courtyard left. If it weren't for the war going badly, I wouldn't be here today. I have nothing more to ask for in my life. However, out of all of you, the oldest one is not more than 50, and the highest official rank is only primary grade 3. After taking down Liuzhou, no matter how you reward me, I, Huang Songpu, will give you the title of Great General." Everyone in the tent was instantly pumped up. In the Central Plains, an emergency mobilization of more than 100,000 soldiers was definitely not something that could be deployed in a short period of time. However, the Beimang cavalry was different. When the generals hurriedly returned to their camps, loud bugles sounded from all 4 camps. However, because the appearance of the 30,000 Lu province elite cavalry was too unimaginable, and the speed of their advance was too fast, the 3 battalions at the front were still slightly behind, and to a certain extent, they had lost the initiative. When the cavalry charged, the enormous penetrative force brought about by the weight and speed of the warhorses, as well as the terrifying penetrative force brought about by the sabers and iron spears in the hands of the cavalry, all required a considerable distance to charge up. Furthermore, when both sides had enough time to launch a charge, if one side could coincidentally launch a collision at the peak of their momentum, and the other side only needed to use too much force to show signs of exhaustion, the latter would suffer a great loss. The difference in strength between the battalions could be seen at a glance. Huang Songpu's personal elite cavalry was the fastest to finish organizing, spreading out layer after layer of vanguard lines at the front of the middle road. Long Pass's Jia clan's direct line of soldiers followed closely behind, but the hundreds of elite cavalry equipped with heavy cavalry did not show themselves. The cavalry gathered by the Yi clan of the Southern Dynasty were all in a mess. Although they were not afraid of battle, with the great battle imminent, this kind of chaotic mental state could easily affect the pace of the warhorses. The reason why a cavalry was a cavalry. The warhorses were extremely important. The previous Beiliang Protector General Chen Zhibao had always ridiculed the Beimang cavalry with their lax military discipline as infantry on horseback. And in Beiliang, every warhorse, every saber, every spear seemed to be infused with the old rules that the butcher Su Shao had accumulated his entire life on the battlefield. On the battlefield, no matter how many merits a general had, no matter how deep his seniority was, no one was allowed to use a halberd or horse lance, no one was allowed to wear gold or silver armor, and no one was allowed to stand alone in front of the vanguard. The vast land of yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Beiliang cavalry was like a huge wave of the Guangling River, surging forward. Huang Songpu, who had already mounted his horse, looked into the distance. He gripped the iron spear in his hand tightly and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were still 400 grass barricades scattered around the perimeter. Otherwise, if the Liuzhou cavalry were to silently advance another 3 li, they would not have the chance to get out of the camp so easily. Perhaps there would be thousands of casualties. Huang Songpu turned his head and glanced. The current situation was still acceptable. Although it was still a little rushed, especially since his right-wing cavalry could not keep up with the center and left wing. However, the Beiliang cavalry had always had a tradition. 30,000 cavalry formed an army. On the battlefield, the three generals led 30,000 cavalry to form a main force in the field. It was enough to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Whether to fight or to retreat, how to fight and how to retreat, who to lure the enemy, who to disturb the formation, who to cut through the formation, or who to cover the rear, as well as how the heavy and light cavalry should cover each other, they could all be said to know by heart. If the northern Liang cavaliers were like private tutors with strict rules, then the Central Plains cavaliers were naturally clever and unruly people in the marketplace. In Huang Songpu's eyes, both sides had already reached the peak of their combat ability, and there was no difference between them on the battlefield. The only thing that mattered was the reaction speed of their commanders. Huang Songpu raised his iron spear high and squeezed his horse's belly. He roared, "Boys, follow me to break through Liuzhou and slaughter our way into Liangzhou." General Huang Songpu took the lead. All the generals, kiliarchs, and centurions of Beimang's western army were the same. Not fearing death was definitely not unique to Beiliang. In the eyes of Beimang, the Central Plains and Liang troops that seemed so far away were nothing. Only the Beiliang frontier army that was right in front of them was worthy of fighting with the Beimang cavalry. The first battle of Liangmang was mostly a siege battle. Beimang had indeed broken through Liangzhou's Huda city, Yozhou's Wugang city, and Luanhe city. The main forces of both sides of Liangmang would probably feel that it was not enough to fight to their heart's content. Then the second battle of Liangmang. Starting from the Miyun Pass in the west, to the current Liuzhou, to the hinterland of the southern dynasty, and then to the future Liangzhou Pass. The cavalry battle did not stop. Both sides, the enemy and us, died on horseback. Chapter 1923. On the land north of Liuzhou, the Beimang vanguard was naturally longer, densely packed like locusts. Huang Songpu's close to 20,000 personal cavalry gradually pulled 200 steps away from the cavalry on the left and right. These 20,000 cavalry adeptly formed into 10 large horizontal rows. The distance between each row was quite wide. Roughly, there were 4 rows of heavy cavalry in front, 5 rows of light cavalry behind, and only 1 row of light cavalry following closely behind the first row of heavy cavalry. The so-called heavy cavalry under Huang Songpu was the elite cavalry of the Beimang grassland. They were not the royal heavy cavalry that the old lady of Beimang saw as a national treasure, nor were they the true heavy cavalry of Beiliang. They were different from the simple leather armor of the light cavalry. The armor they wore was mostly made of leather with a layer of scales on the inside. It was an imitation of the cavalry of the Great Feng dynasty, who boasted that their armor and horses were unparalleled. The plates of the armor were like fish scales, heavier than chainmail, and normal horse bows could not pierce through the armor. The war horses of these heavy cavalry would occasionally wear a small amount of leather armor. The cavalry held a spear, a war blade by their waist, and there would also be people who would place a mace on the saddle. The Battle of Liangmang's cavalry had already been going on for more than 20 years. Northern Mang wasn't suited to using cavalry to attack infantry, this type of uncertain strategy of gathering and dispersing. When facing a northern Liang border army that they knew the ins and outs of, feigning a retreat would only make things worse. Just as the front row of light cavalry under Huang Songpu was about to speed up and charge through the gaps between the heavy cavalry, a strange scene occurred. Huang Songpu was supposed to lead the light cavalry to use their lives to slow down the charge of the Beiliang cavalry, and then let the 4 rows of heavy cavalry behind him pierce through the enemy formation in one go. However, the Liuzhou dragonesque elephant cavalry that was originally advancing side by side suddenly changed their formation. Moreover, it became strange. The 10,000 cavalry in the center actually slowed down their charge, while the left and right wings instantly began to pull back their front lines, quickly increasing their formation. Then, they no longer purposely held back the power of the warhorses, suddenly increasing their speed, almost bypassing Huang Songpu's middle army. The direction where they entered just happened to be the area where the 3 battalions were connected. It was as if they wanted to cut off the 2 arms of Huang Songpu's main force on the spot. It was too fast. It was premeditated. Encountering this unforeseen event, Huang Songpu did not have the slightest hesitation, continuing to lead the troops forward bravely. Even if the two forces of the Longxiang army succeeded in breaking through the formation, their own side only had 10,000 elite infantrymen stationed in the main camp. There was absolutely no hidden danger of the camp being blown up. Once both sides turned their horses around and charged again, the several hundred heavy cavalry hidden in the left camp, whose strength was closest to the king's iron cavalry, would only need to seize this opportunity to charge out, and perhaps they would be able to completely crush one of the Longxiang army units. If the charging formation of the two Bailiang cavalry forces was full of craftiness, then the fierce collision between the two armies was a direct clash without any hesitation. First, Huang Songpu's group of light cavalry sped up and passed through the gap. They hurled their javelins. These light cavalry soldiers were all outstanding warriors of the Southern Dynasty's border army. Within 50 steps, the power of the javelins was countless times stronger than the horse bows. Almost immediately, the 300 Longxiang army riders fell off their horses and died on the spot. However, the first row of the Bailiang cavalry continued to advance side by side. Everyone's face was cold, and they were afraid of dying first. No matter what the other armies in the world were like, this principle had been passed down by the Su family soldiers from the spring and autumn period of the Central Plains all the way to the northwest frontier fortress. It had been passed down for a full 40 years. After throwing the javelins, the Baimang light cavalry either pulled out their blades or threw their lassos. Facing the row of spears, they were similarly fearless. Fighting for life and death with the Bailiang frontier army, how to survive, the Baimang Southern Dynasty border army had also experienced a full 20 years. With just a brush of the shoulder, close to 1,000 Baimang light cavalry soldiers were killed on the backs of their horses with a single spear strike. Those light cavalry soldiers still had to face the iron spears of the Longxiang army behind them. It was destined to be a tragic ending with less than 1 in 10 surviving. This was the true meaning of cavalry clashing. There were no horse bows shooting at each other, and no fancy moves. Because of the resolute sacrifice of this row of light cavalry, the first clash of spears between the Liangmang side gave Huang Songpu's heavy cavalry an innate advantage. Huang Songpu and the close to 100 personal retainers by his side all knocked the enemy off their horses with a single spear strike without any suspense. When cavalry clashed, those who fell off their horses would undoubtedly die. This was the iron law of the border pass. When cavalry charged, the iron spear formation was extremely taboo to pierce through the enemy's body. Even if one could quickly pull it out, it would still delay the opportunity. On the line of life and death, there was no room for any carelessness. Moreover, the two armies chiseled at each other, not just one row of vanguards. Otherwise, where did the word chisel come from? At the same time, one needed to gather as much energy as possible to ensure one's survival in the end. The cavalry army under Great General Huang Songpu's direct command was, after all, one of the top elites in the Southern Dynasty border army. Apart from the first row of light cavalry suffering heavy casualties, the following 3 rows of heavy cavalry were only at a slight disadvantage in the exchange of casualties with the Liuzhou Longxiang army. Without a sound, the last row of heavy cavalry was at the very back. The 4 rows of light cavalry passed by the vanguard and quickly advanced. Because Huang Songpu knew that on the battlefield, the last breath could not be lost. Among the 10,000 dragon elephant army on the left wing, a middle-aged general with a scholarly appearance acted as the leader and brazenly opened the formation. The cavalry at the front of this kind of formation were all vanguard battalion daredevils, and would die the earliest and fastest. The Baimang West Front army was not unfamiliar with this person. After the battle 10 days ago, they hated him even more. Probably in the entire Bailiang frontier army, only this person could be so unique. He held an iron spear in his hand, a sword hanging from his waist, and halberd pouches hanging from both sides of the saddle. It was the valiant and good at fighting in the Bailiang frontier army, the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Li Mofen. Chapter 1924. The breakthrough point of these 10,000 riders was precisely Huang Songpu's Central Army and Longguan's Jia noble family's direct line of command cavalry. Probably because nobody expected that the northern Liang border cavalry would avoid direct battle, the 10,000 riders cutting through the formation appeared to be like a hot knife cutting through bamboo, like a knife cutting through tofu, with ease and ease. The other group of dragon elephant light cavalry penetrated in even more easily. A few groups of cavalry gathered from the southern dynasties' families rushed out of the camp, so there was a gap between them and the central army formation. In an instant, the 10,000 cavalry sliced through a large portion of them from the flank, actually killing over 1,000 cavalry. If it was said that a frontal clash of 10,000 people from both sides killing over 1,000 enemies wasn't that surprising. Even on Liang Mang's battlefield, which was used to fighting to the death, it couldn't be considered tragic. However, in this kind of pure charging formation, the side with the advantage in numbers losing over 1,000 people was a little preposterous. It was enough to see that the Beimang's Southern Dynasty Border Army's second-class elites met the Longxiang army that was once hailed as the number 1 light cavalry in Liangzhou's border army. Even if the Beimang cavalry had a strong desire to fight and didn't show any signs of fear, they were still powerless. If it was said that the Longxiang army's left and right-wing cavalry avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial was already inconceivable, then the Longxiang army's following actions made the Beimang's western main force feel even more confused. After breaking through each other's formation, they should have turned their horses around and launched a second charge. This was the true meaning of the 20 years of Liang Mang cavalry war. However, a scene that made the Beimang's left and right-wing cavalry flabbergasted happened. Under the leadership of Li Mofan and another Longxiang army deputy general, 20,000 cavalry actually charged straight for Beimang's main camp. Beiliang's iron hooves easily broke through the Beimang camp's simple and crude horse barricade. After entering the main camp, they were extremely familiar with the path, as if they were strolling in their own backyard. The light cavalry charged straight in without any hesitation. The two currents gradually merged together and charged towards the weak supply camp at the back. In comparison, the Longxiang army that clashed with Huang Songpu's central army suffered the most losses and their speed was also the slowest. Both sides left over 2,000 bodies on the battlefield. The Longxiang army had slightly over 2,000, while the Beimang had close to 3,000. This exchange was already enough to be called heroic. Huang Songpu, whose armor was covered in blood, had already stopped his horse and stood at the end, shaking off the blood on his lance. The old general turned his horse around and stared with his eyes wide open. He instantly understood the Longxiang army's true intentions and roared, "Wanyan Yinjiang. Don't bother about the enemy's left and right wings. Do your best to tie down this central army and don't let them escape into the camp." The two cavalry camps of Beimang were already sullen. Originally, after passing by the two groups of generals and elephants, they were going to continue forward and meet up with Huang Songpu's army. However, after hearing the old general's roar, from Wanyan Yinjiang who was born in Longguan to the generals under him, they all realized that today's battle was destined to be different from the past. As a result, they didn't care about their formation and quickly turned around. The cavalry at the back that hadn't missed the Longxiang army by a hair's breadth started to move diagonally forward, attempting to cut the middle Longxiang army inch by inch like chopping a snake. Once a cavalry army lost their formation, they would also lose their speed to a large extent. After falling into a quagmire, they could only wait helplessly for death. There was no doubt that the Longxiang army was brave and skilled in battle. However, they weren't immortals that were invincible and couldn't remain invincible under such circumstances. Facing such a predicament, the Longxiang army in the middle didn't hesitate to cut their wrists. The 1,000-plus cavalry on the two wings spread out at the first moment, creating a large distance between them and the cavalry in the middle. This was to delay the charge of the Beimang cavalry on the two sides. The 1,000 Longxiang army cavalry that changed their formation were using their lives in exchange for the stability of the main force's formation. The 1,000 cavalry on the two sides that kept moving away from the main force ran with all their might. Under the urging of the Longxiang army's cavalry, the warhorses didn't care about stamina at all. It was like moths flying into a flame. There were Dragon Elephant Army light cavalry who were continuously stabbed off the backs of their horses by the Northern Mang cavalry spears. Then, with a light swipe of the war blades of the Northern Mang barbarians behind them, they would be beheaded. Some were pulled off the backs of their horses by the Beimang cavalry and dragged along the way. Their bodies were badly mutilated. The 1,000 Longxiang army cavalry that didn't form a system and fought on their own were doomed to die in the face of the endless Beimang enemy. One of the cavalry was stabbed in the shoulder by a Beimang spear. While he was on the verge of falling, he still managed to stab the neck of the enemy cavalry in front of him. However, he was quickly knocked off his horse by the next Beimang barbarian. In the end, before his body landed on the ground, a third Beimang cavalry with superb equestrian skills bent down and chopped his head off. They couldn't stop them. Huang Songpu, who was leading the main force to turn around and fight again, sighed heavily. The old general didn't think that the Longxiang army's true goal this time was actually the supply camp, which was an important source of food. He also didn't think that they would be so familiar with the internal arrangements of his own camp. Therefore, everything happened too quickly. The two flanks of the Longxiang army's formation, the main force's formation in the middle, and the sacrifice of the 1,000 Longxiang army cavalry were all like this. This Beimang old general who had outstanding military achievements was caught off guard. Huang Songpu suddenly turned his head to look. The sound of horse hooves and dust flew everywhere. Huang Songpu said to a retainer beside him in a deep voice, "Pass down the order. All the infantry in the camp are to leave the camp and get into formation in the south of the camp. Order the left camp to chase after the Longxiang army with us in the middle. Go around the camp and delay the enemy as soon as possible. Don't be greedy. If the Longxiang army tries to split up and retreat to Qingsang City, kill one of the cavalry units nearby. Also, let Wanyan Yinjiang lead the troops to intercept the 10,000 cavalry behind us. They should be the cavalry of Liuzhou's general Ko Jianghu. They are mostly young and strong, with some of Liangzhou's border troops mixed in. Their combat strength isn't worth mentioning." Huang Songpu suddenly added, "Oh right, tell Wanyan Yinjiang to be careful. Su Longxiang might be hiding in Ko Jianghui's army. There's no need to worry about anything else." At the same time, a middle-aged man beside Huang Songpu smiled and said, "If the general is still worried, I'll go to Wanyan Yinjiang's side and ask for advice from that enemy of 10,000 people, Su Longxiang." Huang Songpu glanced at the second head of the Zhong family and nodded. Chapter 1925. After Zhong Liang left, Huang Songpu, this veteran general who had been through hundreds of battles, didn't feel discouraged at all. He didn't feel any heartache over the loss of a supply camp that didn't affect the overall situation. The Southern dynasty's strong foundation could withstand such losses. As long as the Central Army and left camp cavalry successfully intercepted a portion of the Longxiang army, even if they only needed 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry, it would be a small victory for their side. A small victory in the truest sense of the word, and not a small victory as described by the peace decree. In order to ensure that they could catch up to the Longxiang army that was slaughtering their way through the supply camp, Huang Songpu and the Longxiang army's elite cavalry went around the camp to the north. The Longxiang army couldn't possibly escape all the way to the north. They had to return south to Qingsang. If the Longxiang army's cavalry dared to escape from the pursuit, they would be seeking their own death. They could only be caught like a turtle in a jar by the Southern dynasty's army that still had the advantage in numbers. Once Wanyan Yinjiang's elite cavalry destroyed the Ko Jianghu reinforcements, victory would be in their grasp. This camp would become the graveyard of 20,000 Longxiang army soldiers. Huang Songpu believed that the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Li Mofen, wouldn't be so muddle-headed. In reality, the movements of the Longxiang army that broke into the enemy camp were all within Huang Songpu's expectations. The Dragon Elephant light cavalry of the three cavalry forces naturally cut down the Beimang supply camp without any suspense. They killed anyone they saw and burned any rations they saw. Afterwards, they left the camp from the north. They didn't split up, but maintained their formation and went south along the left side of the Beimang camp. Coincidentally, they met the 38,000 Qilong Pass Beak cavalry. There were still 16,000 elite cavalry under Huang Songpu's direct command. After making a slight detour, they began to gallop over from the rear. Further south, Beimang's Western Army's infantry also began to move out of the camp and into formation. They were already moving to the right to intercept the Bailiang cavalry that was able to smoothly drill their way south. Further south, 20,000 plus elite cavalrymen of the A-ranked noble clans were facing off against the 10,000 Bailiang cavalrymen under Ko Jianghu. According to the current situation, if the main force of the Longxiang army wanted to cross the 3 lines of defense and avoid the pursuit of Huang Songpu's elite cavalry, they would have to pay a heavy price. When Wanyan Yinjiang urged his horse forward, he was really proud of himself. He was already imagining himself holding the head of Bailiang Su Longxiang in one hand and the head of Ko Jianghuai in the other. He was already imagining himself stepping into the Western Imperial Palace where the Emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. He was going to become the first general of the Western Imperial Army to be conferred the title of King and Marquis by virtue of his military achievements. This person in his prime couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bailiang's Huang Manor, Ko Jianghuai. Where are your heads? Liuzhou's Linyao and Fengxiang towns were surnamed Bailiang Su or Beimang's Murong. They almost changed their city flags. Originally, Malyoka, who was the deputy general of Liuzhou and also held the military power of Fengxiang garrison, was originally a local tyrant of Fengxiang. He was forced to rely on Mount Qingliang because of the circumstances. Afterwards, he was capricious and had many connections with the spider web. Finally, last year, he was surrounded and annihilated by the Dragon Elephant Army's Deputy General Wang Lingbao. Malyoka's personal cavalry was almost wiped out. Kai Anshan, who was the mayor of Linyao military town, was much more obedient. Furthermore, Chao Wei's cavalry passed by Linyao military town twice, and Xia Shibian took over Malyoka's command of the 2 towns. Kai Anshan completely closed his doors to visitors and retired from the officialdom. Under such circumstances, the newly appointed deputy general of Liuzhou, Xia Shibian, who was supposed to lead 20,000 monk soldiers from Mount Lantua to Qingsang City, suddenly split up his troops when he was halfway to Mount Fengxiang and Linyao. He personally led half of the monk soldiers back to Mount Fengxiang, while the remaining 10,000 monk soldiers were handed over to the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls to be stationed in Linyao. The female Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua did not have any objections to this. After all, the 20,000 monk soldiers to reinforce Qingsang City was the decision made by Qingliang Mountain and the Protectorate General. Without the young lords or Chu Lushan's personal orders, the fixed route could not be changed. Now, whether it was Mount Lantua or herself, they were all tied together with the Su family. She did not dare to do anything unnecessary. If she delayed the battle, a Bailiang newcomer Xia Shibian could atone for his crime with his death. However, she would implicate thousands of believers in the western region and fall into a miserable situation. Because of this, she had a tit-for-tat argument with the young deputy general. She did not know the meaning of wasting 20,000 monk soldiers in 2 towns far away from the main battlefield of Qingsang City. Could it be that it was a common occurrence in the spring and autumn unjust war? But Xia Shibian, did you really think that these 20,000 monk soldiers were your direct troops? Did you want to maintain your dignity and wait for the right price to sell? At that time, Xia Shibian only calmly told her that the battlefield was ever-changing. Linking the western region and Bailiang's Linyao and Fengxiang town seemed to be the icing on the cake indispensable. However, under some special circumstances, it was very likely to become the breakthrough point for Bailiang's surprise troops. Not only could it be used as a dangerous pass to cut off the retreat route of Yulwan's Dao division's Youqi and Chao Wei's cavalry, but it could also allow the Southern Dynasty's border army, which had never been a problem in terms of military strength, to comfortably rely on the 2 towns to expand their attack line to Qingsang City. Originally, the 2 towns were not enough to become the turning point of the war in Liuzhou. However, the current situation in Liuzhou highlighted the potential strategic significance of the 2 towns. It really allowed the old strategy of Bailiang's strategist, Li Shan, to play a role. Chapter 1926. The female Bodhisattva had a profound understanding of Buddhism, but she knew that she was not good at military affairs, especially when Xia Shibian was a young military master who shone in the Guangling Taoist battlefield. She admitted that she could not convince him, but she did not dare to put the safety of Buddhism in the western region in the hands of that young man. Faced with Xia Shibian's insistence, she could only propose a compromise, which was for them to bring 20,000 monk soldiers to the military town of Linyao. At the same time, a middle-aged monk with a hidden identity who had the Vajra divine ability of Buddhism would rush to the provincial governor's mansion in Qingsang City as a scout to report this matter. What she meant was that even if Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate General's office could not respond in time, as long as the provincial governor's mansion agreed, she would agree to Xia Shibian's plan. However, Xia Shibian told her bluntly that in Qingsang's city of Liuzhou, provincial governor Yang Guangdou, and even Qin Shiliang did not dare to make a decision on this matter. Moreover, they might not be able to make it in time. Thus, the two of them fell into a stalemate. In the end, it was a handsome gerfalcon that pierced through the clouds and stopped on Xia Shibian's arm. The Battle of Liuzhou had already begun, and the Battle of Liangzhou was about to begin. However, under these circumstances, this gerfalcon, which was personally cultivated by Chu Lushan and had followed the young king all these years, actually used the young Xia Shibian, who was far away from the two battlefields, as its only contact. At that moment, she had mixed feelings and was speechless. Xia Shibian told her in a low voice, "I will take responsibility for this matter." The young man added, "The king of Bailiang also believes that the deputy general of Liuzhou, Xia Shibian, can take responsibility for this matter." Only then did she tacitly agree to his deployment of troops. The 20,000 strong and fearless monk soldiers of Mount Lantua split up and entered the two towns of Fengxiang and Linyao. At this moment, the female bodhisattva, who was dressed in a white kasaya but had a head full of black hair, stood on the city wall of Linyao. She looked at the 10,000 elite soldiers of Beimang outside the city, escorted by thousands of cavalrymen, and felt relieved. She had made the right bet. Beimang did intend to ambush the two towns. Even someone like her who didn't know much about military affairs knew that the weak military strength that was continuously transferred out from the two towns was not enough to defend the two towns. She had some general understanding of some of the main elites of Liang Mang's border armies, for example, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and White Horse Crossbowmen outside Liangzhou Pass, Yan Winluan's infantry within Yuzhou, and the Long Xiang army in Liuzhou. She had heard of the Northern Mang's Southern Dynasty's Dongzhuo's infantry that was said to be able to wrestle with Yozhou's infantry, as well as that fatty Dong's Crow Cage, the Chang cavalry that had already been wiped out in Lu province, the Ruren cavalry that had now been disbanded, and so on. Apart from these, there were also some troops that she was not unfamiliar with. Among them, there were the infantry brigade of Beimang's Southern Dynasty border army. Everyone knew that the grassland cavalry had been harming the Central Plains for nearly 800 years, but they had never heard that there were troops and horses that were good at attacking cities. They had always either bypassed those impregnable passes and high cities, or the grassland cavalry had always taken the initiative to seek out the main force of the Central Plains border army and annihilate them in one fell swoop, causing those border cities to lose their original strategic significance. However, things were different in Beimang now. Other than Dongzhuo's private army, which was mostly made up of infantry, the Southern Dynasty border army had a special kind of troops stationed in several military towns. They were the infantry brigade. They were definitely different from ordinary infantry, and their treatment was not inferior to the heavy armored infantry in the history of the Central Plains. They were the true soldiers of the Empress of Beimang. Li Shan once described this troop as follows: "The infantry brigade of the Southern Dynasty of Beimang is the result of the painstaking efforts of the king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu. They go up and down the hillsides, enter and exit the streams, and are the best at climbing high and traveling light. In the deep and dangerous valleys, they use the infantry brigade more often. Their ability to attack cities is not inferior to the top elite soldiers of the Central Plains." She gently exhaled, and her eyes instantly turned cold. She casually threw an armored corpse high out of the city. It was Kai Anshan, the Linyao city's Mu, who was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Beimang obviously came prepared. They had already convinced Kai Anshan to submit to the Southern Dynasty. With them working from the inside and outside, how could Linyao defend the town? Before entering the city, Xia Shibian told her to keep an eye on Kai Anshan. As long as there was any movement, it was better to kill the wrong person than not kill at all. She didn't even look at the corpse that fell heavily to the ground. She muttered, "I used to think that the so-called godly use of troops in military books were just boasting by historians who used to be scholars. Now it seems that I was a frog at the bottom of the well." Not only did that youngster foresee Northern Mang's intentions to encroach on the two towns, through that gerfalcon, he gave the order to Chao Wei's cavalry that they didn't need to provide support to Yulwan's Blade Division's Yuzhou cavalry in Southern Dynasty's hinterland, but rather quickly return the way they came, and then wipe out all of the northern Mang border army that infiltrated Lu province's border. Such courage and decisiveness really made her, who was on the same side, feel terrified. Just in case, when things came to a head, one was won. However, that Lu province deputy general just happened to be able to return this chance to northern Mang exactly as it was. She did not feel that this was a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Among those who practiced martial arts, there were also exceptional geniuses who were unparalleled. It was the same for those who used troops. They became heroes that never appeared in the world. On the city wall of the Phoenix Legion town in Bailiang, which was the furthest out of the 3 towns in the west, Xie Shibian was wearing armor. His hand pressed on his cold blade, and his expression was cold. Even in such attire, this scholarly-looking young man gave one the feeling of a scholar. In a voice that only he could hear, he said in a low voice, "Ko Jianghu, you said in your early years that one day in a cavalry battle, you would fight as if you were using your cavalry to bully your infantry." The evaluation of the Liang dynasty was that since the Dafeng dynasty, he was called a Confucian general. He used the spring and autumn weapon armor Yi Baikue to win. After him, it was Chen Jibao. After Chen Jibao, Xie Shibian was the top Confucian general. The 3 of them each had their own strengths, and there was no difference in strength. Maybe because Xie Shibian was the only one who was still alive and held a high position in the imperial court, such a conclusion might not have been able to convince the masses. Even so, Xie Shibian's position in the hearts of the future strategists was already enough. Regarding this matter, Xie Shibian, who was in his twilight years, could only laugh to his close friends. In terms of using troops, I am far from Ko Jianghu. Xie Shibian, Ko Jianghu. De Chu's twin jade annulus. Today, he was Bailiang's twin jade annulus. Chapter 1927. For a cavalry army that didn't have the advantage in numbers to try and break through the 3 lines of defense that were tightly connected, especially when 2 of the lines of defense had large-scale cavalry forces, under normal circumstances, it was no different from a fool's dream. If one added on the fact that there were close to 20,000 elite cavalry chasing after them, the situation could probably be described as a land of death. It was precisely under this type of extremely dangerous situation that the Longxiang army that was charging south began to change their formation. The vanguard cavalry that had most of their spears and lances destroyed slightly pulled back the front line. With Li Mofen at the head, everyone pulled out their blades and formed a conical formation. It was clear that they wanted to use the fastest speed to break through the Yi Longguan family's 38,000 cavalry. At the same time, roughly in the middle of the Longxiang army's formation, a clear dividing line was stretched out. The 10,000 or so young and strong cavalry that slowed down their warhorses were gathered at the back. Almost everyone had a spear and lances in their hands. In a normal cavalry formation, rows of spears and lances were laid out horizontally in a swift and fierce line. The former formation was more used to tear apart the enemy's formation, at the same time slowing down the speed of the Beimang cavalry to the greatest extent. The latter's vicious charge was more of a life and death struggle. Under the personal leadership of the Beimang great general, Huang Songpu's cavalry did not charge forward with all their might. Instead, when the Longxiang army changed their formation also quietly changed. The center of the cavalry formation was thinner and the 2 wings were thicker. First, they suffered the most losses. Adding on to the fact that they had circled around to the north of the main camp to cut off the path of the Longxiang army, the cavalry and warhorses were a little tired. After a spurt of energy, they needed to use this opportunity to recover their strength. Furthermore, they worked together with the cavalry of the Yi High School of the South to form a pincer attack from the north. If they charged too quickly and met with the cavalry that passed through the Longxiang army's formation, it would create an awkward situation where they collided with each other. Therefore, Huang Songpu's cavalry were like a flood meeting a pillar in the middle of a river. They intentionally gave up a large area in the north to allow their allies to turn around. When the time came, the 2 cavalry forces that naturally gathered together would be able to form a perfect formation with both wings thick and heavy. Together with the cavalry formation that was formed by the soldiers that came out of the camp, they would definitely be able to deal considerable damage to the Longxiang army that had been defeated time and time again. However, Beiliang's Liuzhou border army was already showing signs of complete annihilation. After Ko Jianghuai's cavalry and Wanyan Injiang's 20,000 cavalry clashed, the situation took a turn for the worse. The 20,000 Southern Dynasty's elite troops originally thought that it would be a simple battle where they would be able to obtain great military merits. Who would have thought that after the clash, they would be completely defeated? Ko Jianghuai and a young general wearing a strange red armor were neck to neck, and their momentum was unstoppable. The two cavalry were like this, and the 10,000 cavalry behind them were even more so. If not for Zhong Liang, who was hiding beside Wanyan Injiang, saving him, Wanyan Injiang would have been pierced through the chest by the young man wearing the red armor. If not for the fact that the young man who won the title of enemy of 10,000 in the Liangmang battlefield did not have any desire to fight, even if Zhong Liang wanted to protect the second in command of the Longguan aristocrat clan, it would not be easy. However, Zhong Liang, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was also scared witless. How could these 10,000 cavalry be Beiliang's last-ranked cavalry? They were worthy of being the main force of the Longxiang army. Wanyan Injiang's 20,000 elite cavalry were like a piece of silk that was torn apart by a sharp weapon. After the clash, more than 3,000 of them were lying on the ground. This kind of heavy injury was simply unimaginable. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Wanyan Injiang's elite cavalry was mysteriously unable to withstand a single blow, and it directly caused the hearts of the Beiliang's western infantry to waver. This was because as long as the Longxiang army from the north smoothly went south, it would form a situation where two cavalry armies would attack one infantry army from the north and south. This was enough to be fatal to the large formation where only the last-ranked men on the grassland would be reduced to infantry. In an instant, the situation changed, and victory and defeat changed hands. Although the 40,000 cavalry gathered at the gate of the Longguan Pass still gritted their teeth and tried to stop the Longxiang army from going south, when faced with the 25,000 Beiliang cavalry, they naturally didn't have the strength to do so. The iron spear of Li Mofen, who had killed no less than 30 enemy cavalry, had long broken apart. The 40 or so halberd pouches on both sides of his saddle had even been used up. Of the 40 or so corpses in northern Mang's supply camp, all of them had a short halberd stuck in their heads. Li Mofen, who was the vanguard of the cavalry formation, was the first to successfully kill his way through the enemy's formation. This deputy general of the Longxiang army seemed to have 25,000 Longxiang army cavalry behind him, but in reality, it was less than 15,000 cavalry. This was because there were 10,000 Ko Jianghuai's troops that were far weaker than the dragon elephant cavalry. Those 10,000 outstanding vagrant youths, who had been conserving their strength from start to finish, were left with the corpses of the Beimang cavalry wherever their long spears passed. Ko Jianghuai's sneaky substitution was precisely the key to this battle that gave the Beimang cavalry a feeling of absurdity from start to finish. In reality, these 10,000 people had been following behind the left wing's two groups of dragon elephant light cavalry from start to finish. From breaking through the enemy's formation to entering the camp, and then to now heading south, their losses were negligible. In the early stages of the battle, the two wings of the Longxiang army broke through the enemy's formation too easily, so the Beimang didn't see through their identities. As a result, on the current battlefield, the Beimang army was in an incomparably awkward and comical situation. The southernmost Wanyan Injiang's cavalry was beaten to the point where not a single bit of their energy was left. From the main general to the ordinary cavalry, everyone was panicking and at a loss. Then, there was the infantry formation that had yet to completely solidify. The top-notch infantry of the Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty's border army, more than 20,000 infantry soldiers, had already been deployed to launch a surprise attack on Phoenix Town and Linyao Town. This infantry army that had hurriedly left the camp and formed the formation were mostly clad in light leather armor. After all, they were not the heavy armored infantry that specialized in facing the grassland cavalry in the history of the Central Plains. Moreover, the original intention of this infantry army was to attack Qingsang City in Lu Province. How could they possibly be used to resist the frontal assault of the Northern Liang cavalry? For this type of infantry and cavalry battle, the Beimang infantry, be it in terms of equipment or training, were all abnormally immature. The men of the Northern Mang grassland had always been the weakness of the men of the Northern Mang grassland. They were naturally unfamiliar with the heavy crossbows that they were not used to. Suddenly, they had to stand still and face the charge of the northern Liang cavalry. It was easy to imagine the extreme discomfort they felt. Further north was the Yi High School cavalry that had brushed shoulders with the Long Xiang army. The northernmost was the Huang Song Pu cavalry that had given up their corps. The perfect defensive line that should have been united was now in tatters. Beimang still had the advantage in numbers, but the morale of the Liang-Mang side was like heaven and earth. Li Mofen raised his head and looked at the Ko Jianghuai cavalry that was a Beimang infantry formation. That was the true main force of the Long Xiang army. The corner of this general's mouth twitched as he raised his cold blade and lightly spun it. The 10,000 dragon elephant light cavalry behind him didn't even bother about the infantry formation. They circled around the formation and easily went down south. When Li Mofen heard a voice, he suddenly turned his head in shock. After the frontal collision, there were still 8,000 strong refugees behind him. One of them actually charged straight at the Beimang infantry formation, his spear pointing forward as he furiously hollered, "Liuzhou cavalry. May the dead die. Follow me to death." Li Mofen, whose face was cold, slowed down his horse, turning his head to look towards the north. Was that fellow crazy? The start and end of today's battle was due to Ko Jianghuai's careful planning. Originally, everything was within Ko Jianghuai's calculations. However, that Liuzhou general didn't allow the refugees to die on their own accord. One must know that such bold actions would result in military merits after the battle. Based on Beiliang military law, a light punishment would be a demotion in rank, and a heavy punishment would be beheading in public. In Li Mofen's field of vision, he saw that when that rider was about to collide with the northern Mang infantry's barricade spears, he suddenly tightened his reins. That A-ranked warhorse from the silken pasture suddenly leapt high into the air. It jumped over the first 2 rows of spears that were slanted forward, crashing into both the man and the horse. The heavy fall of the horse's iron hooves trampled a Beimang infantry soldier to death on the spot. The warhorse that couldn't bear the heavy burden had its knees broken. That Liuzhou cavalry viciously thrust out his spear, piercing through the chests of 3 infantry soldiers in a row. After landing, the Liuzhou cavalry held his spear with both hands and charged forward. Behind him, the vanguard of the cavalry faced the Beimang cavalry formation that was shining with a cold light. The men and horses didn't retreat at all, charging straight ahead. Those Beiliang war horses were stabbed to death by the sharp spears. When the cavalry faced the infantry formation that was waiting for them, the vanguard cavalry would definitely die. This was the only way to break the infantry formation bit by bit. Apart from using the lives of the cavalry and war horses, there was no other shortcut. 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, charge! In the end, not a single one of them followed the Long Xiang army back to the south. On the first row of northern Mang's infantry's barricade horse infantry formation, many of Lu province's troops were hung with corpses. Chapter 1928. Some of the spears even had 2 corpses hanging on them. Under such an endless barrage, the infantry formation had no choice but to retreat. Under the great inertia of the warhorse's charge, many of the barricade lances were snapped. Even though many of Flo province's cavalry were shot to death by heavy crossbows, many warhorses still relied on the inertia to charge into the formation. There were already northern Mang soldiers who were directly smashed to death within the formation. When had this Beimang infantry formation seen such a cavalry charge that did not care about casualties? The originally dense and stable formation was finally on the verge of collapsing. If this infantry formation was the type of heavy armored infantry born to counter grassland cavalry on the map of the Central Plains, the type of heavy infantry formation whose armor and tactics were at the peak of perfection, then under the premise of stacking up the formation, the long spears and many rows of shields stacked up the defensive thickness, supported by the rotation of bows and crossbows, then even if this Liuzhou cavalry messed up the front line fearlessly, just the warhorse. Corpses that continuously fell to the ground were enough to form a new natural defensive line. At the same time, the entire formation moved back dozens of steps in an orderly manner, similarly not hesitating to use their lives in exchange for buffer time and strategic space. Then, even if the formation couldn't be as firm as it was at the start, its destructive power towards the charging cavalry was still shocking. Unfortunately, this was not the Battle of Miyun Pass. The Beimang infantry commander was also not Xia Shibian, who used the horse-blocking tactic to perfection. At this moment, after the horse barricade spear formation at the front was completely shattered, together with the chaos created by the Flo province cavalry who was the first to charge into the formation, the northern Mang crossbow infantry at the back were completely at a loss, not knowing how to respond at all. What was even more fatal was outside of this bloody battlefield. The dragon elephant cavalry under Li Mofen did not turn around to help the Liuzhou cavalry. Instead, they went down south, charging towards Wanyan Yinjiang's cavalry who was trying to support the infantry formation. The main force of the Ko Jianghuai and Su Longxiang personally led the dragon elephant cavalry did not hesitate to charge towards the back of the infantry formation. Li Mofen did not turn around to look at the corpse-piled battlefield. He was not unfamiliar with that young Liuzhou cavalry general. His name was Chi Fu Longguan. It seemed like he was a lucky person that the young king personally brought from Beimang to Beiliang. At the start, he was a sergeant in the Longxiang army. Later on, he was promoted to a captain in Fuling military town. During the first battle of Liangmang, it was precisely this captain who messed up the meticulous plan of both sides of Liangmang to lure the enemy in and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. This made Beiliang Governor-General Chu Lushan and the then southern Great King Dongzhuan not know whether to laugh or cry. That was why this young man's name immediately shook Liangzhou Pass. After the battle ended, because the Longxiang army suffered heavy casualties on the Liuzhou battlefield, at the same time, Ko Jianghuai, as the Liuzhou general in name, also needed his own troops. Chi Fu Longguan was transferred from Fuling military town to Liuzhou, becoming one of the 3 captains under Ko Jianghuai. Li Mofen could not help but think that this young man was indeed a troublemaker. He even planned that if this kid was lucky enough to survive, he would most likely not be able to become an official. Otherwise, when the time came, he would thicken his skin and plead with the young king to at least preserve this kid's life. Then, he would secretly throw him under his command to become a personal commander. Under the reinforcement of the Longxiang army's main force, the originally tottering Beimang infantry formation, from the initial 20,000 people, was now reduced to less than 10%. Once the infantry formation was broken by the cavalry, this was the case. However, out of the 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, only 3,000 remained. That young cavalry general covered in blood at Chi Fu Longguan. He was picked up from the pile of corpses by Su Longxiang, who was like a death god. The two of them rode together back to the south. The 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry that suffered heavy casualties retreated under the cover of Ko Jianghuai's main force dragon elephant cavalry. Under the intense charge of Li Mofen's Longxiang army, the formation of the cavalry under Wanyan Yinjiang was broken. In the end, they were unable to form an encirclement with the main force of Huang Songpu in the north. They could only watch as the Liuzhou border army broke through the encirclement. On the way back to the south, after the White Horse crossbowmen reported that the Beimang main force had no intention of chasing, the Liuzhou army stopped to rest. Su Longxiang, Ko Jianghuai, and Li Mofen met up, standing together to feed their own horses. Li Mofen glanced at the young cavalry gathered together. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Ko Jianghuai, who had a serious expression. This battle can be considered a huge victory, right? The expected supply camp of the northern Mang barbarians has already been wiped out by us. As for the cavalry exchange, it's roughly 1 for 2, which is still within the acceptable range. Moreover, we even managed to wipe out Old Man Huang's infantry in one go. No matter how you look at it, we've profited from this. Ko Jianghuai nodded his head expressionlessly. Li Mofen sighed. Before, you said that in this battle, the Longxiang army would die first, followed by the vagrant cavalry. Apart from stopping Huang Songpu, you could also use this to train the troops. Both sides would not be delayed, and in the final battle, those Liuzhou rookies would drag down the Longxiang army. However, after being tormented by that brat, although they died later, the number of casualties was too much. In the end, we lost 7,000 cavalry. Ko Jianghuai, what are you going to do next? You only have so few troops, can you do it? Su Longxiang suddenly said, allocate 7,000 dragon elephant cavalry to General Ko. Ko Jianghuai shook his head, no need. Su Longxiang said in a low voice, after the 7,000 cavalry are given to you, you don't need to return them. Ko Jianghuai laughed and said something that left everyone scratching their heads. If we were in the Guangling circuit, not to mention 7,000, I would accept 70,000 and not return them even if you beat me to death. But here, forget it. Su Longxiang could not figure it out, so he did not bother to think about it. Li Mofen smiled knowingly. This Liuzhou general narrowed his eyes. My Ko Jianghuai has the 3,000 vagrant cavalry. It's enough. Li Mofen asked, how do we deal with that brat? I reckon that if we report the truth to the governor-general, it will be terrible. Ko Jianghuai said indifferently, paper cannot cover fire. If we really want Chi Fu Long Pass to live, we can only report the truth. Su Longxiang hesitated for a moment. Should I tell my brother? Ko Jianghuai shook his head, there's no point. Su Longxiang was silent. Among the 3,000 cavalry of Liuzhou, there was a young general sitting alone beside the hooves of a warhorse. His head was lowered, not daring to let others see his face full of tears. 8,000 Liuzhou cavalry, 8,000 were willing to die. Because of him, 5,000 of his fellow soldiers died. After the Liuzhou border army returned to their encampment, the atmosphere in the various tents was heavy. 2 urgent military orders, from the Huaiyang Pass Governor-General House and the North Jibei City General's residence, arrived at Qingzhang City. Ko Jianghuai took the 2 military orders with the words Bailiang Governor-General, and the King of Bailiang, on them and came to the encampment of the 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry. On the drill field, Ko Jianghuai walked up the stage and said loudly, Liuzhou Cavalry Governor-General Chi Fu Long Pass, step out. The young general stepped out, his face calm. It was like he was on the battlefield, facing death with equanimity. Ko Jianghuai's face was expressionless as he opened up a military document and read it out slowly. Lu Prefecture's Lieutenant Chi Fu Long Pass was greedy for merit and rashly advanced, resulting in the death of 5,000 Lu Prefecture cavalry. Bailiang Governor-General, Chu Lushan. The 3,000 Liuzhou cavalry all revealed an unbearable expression, their faces filled with grief and anger. Ko Jianghuai did not move at all, his eyes cold as he looked down at the drill field. The young general who was sentenced to death felt relieved, his eyes red as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Chi Fu Long Pass, yes sir. Ko Jianghuai's mouth twitched, suddenly asking with a smile, Bailiang Governor-General, in Bailiang, is that a high enough position? It is higher than the cavalry commander and infantry commander. The 2 Bailiang deputy judici are far from it, right? All the cavalrymen on the drill ground who were originally refugees were confused, especially those at Kifulang Pass. Ko Jianghuai took a step forward and started to read the second military order from North Jibei City. Since the beginning of the Su family cavalry, even if the camp did not have armor, blades, or horses, it was still iron cavalry. Liangzhou cavalry has 6 old camps, and Yuzhou had a new one last year. Reading up to this point, Ko Jianghuai paused slightly. Today, Liuzhou also has an iron cavalry camp. They are allowed to raise the camp flag and fight on the battlefield. Ko Jianghuai held the military order tightly and took another step forward. After taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, Liuzhou cavalry has a new camp, the direct collision camp. Chi Fu Long Pass, from Liuzhou cavalry captain to direct collision camp sergeant. As sergeant, you will lead this camp. King of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. Ko Jianghuai looked at the young general and shouted angrily, Chi Fu Long Pass. Yes sir. Chi Fu Long Pass straightened his back, his voice trembling slightly as he shouted with all his might, Chi Fu Long Pass. You dare not to accept the order? Bailiang military law, Bailiang cavalry, as long as they wore armor, even if they met a general, they would never have to kneel. Ko Jianghuai put away the 2 military orders. For some reason, he thought of the young general's unintentional words during the battle. This Liuzhou general gritted his teeth and said word by word, Liuzhou iron cavalry. May the dead follow me in death. On the drill field, 3,000 times, may the dead follow. Chapter 1929. Before the 6th Pearl Bodhisattva parted ways with Xia Shibian, he had asked this deputy general of Liuzhou a question. Were you not afraid that Xingsang city would be lost because the 20,000 monk soldiers did not arrive in time to reinforce Liuzhou after the two of us defended Linyao and Fengxiang? At that time, Xie Shibian's answer was very interesting. With Ko Jianghuai there, it would be impossible. The Beiliang frontier army had always had the habit of being xenophobic. The deputy general of the infantry, great ancestor Gu, had already won a great reputation in the spring and autumn war. However, outside Liangzhou, he had never reached the level he should have. It was obvious that he had the support of the young feudal lord, but he could not change that awkward situation. Jean Partridge Zhou Kong once had a falling out with him in the military town of Grave Tomb. For example, as the deputy general of the infantry, if Qin Yinshui had something to discuss with the left and right cavalry of Liangzhou, or if he needed to borrow people, perhaps he did not even need to come personally. A letter would suffice. Even if he wanted to poach the cavalry, from Yuanzhuazong to He Zhonghu and Zhou Kong, everyone would probably endure it. At most, they would laugh and scold him when they met. However, when it came to great ancestor Gu, even if he was a veteran general of the Spring and Autumn War who had a stable place in the military history and was known as the founder of the world situation theory, he would definitely not receive such treatment in the Beiliang frontier army. Not only great ancestor Gu, in fact, the younger generation Yu Wandao was also in a bad situation at the beginning. Therefore, he could only go from Liuzhou to Yuzhou, which was regarded as a cavalry general, and not directly climb up the ranks in Liangzhou. It should be known that before the Yuzhou cavalry won the series of battles outside Gourd Mouth, the Yuzhou cavalry had always been ridiculed by the arrogant Liangzhou frontier cavalry as the embroidered cavalry. In private, they laughed that they were the daughter of the old general Yan Wenwan. After the first battle of Liangmang, General Ko Jianghuai of Liuzhou, who was the neighbor of the Longxiang army, the Longxiang army needed to replenish its troops. Whether it was He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, or even the young cavalry general Chao Wei, who had never been to the border, all of the Liangzhou frontier cavalry had to do as the young lord wished. Although the entire Beiliang officialdom knew that this person was a genius in the art of war who had made great achievements in Guangling, in the end, most of the troops and horses under his command were young and strong. It was also said that after Ko Jianghuai managed to gather a cavalry of 10,000 people, neither the Xinli pasture nor the Tianjing pasture in Lianglong were willing to give them good war horses. It was only because of the young lord's strict military order from Mount Qingliang that they did not give him inferior war horses. Ko Jianghuai was like this. In fact, Xie Shibian, who was also one of the twin jade annals of Dechu, was not much better. Before he was temporarily promoted to the position of deputy general of Liuzhou, he had rushed to Miyun Pass with Chao Wei's elite cavalry. At that time, the cavalry under his command was of mixed origins. Most of them were the cavalry of Fengxiang and Lin Yao, who were originally horse bandits of the western regions. Adding on the 2,000 to 3,000 cavalry recruited by Chai Dongdi and Han Wenbao, this kind of mixed group of soldiers and horses was something that even the Yuzhou cavalry, who were looked down upon by the Liangzhou frontier cavalry, looked down upon. Whether or not this kind of deep-rooted habit could be changed was related to the prestige of the new young prince. However, the relationship was not so big that it could be changed overnight. Moreover, the young lord seemed to have a confidence that bordered on arrogance. In reality, whether it was Yu Wandao, who had been promoted by He Zhonghu to be the second deputy general of the left cavalry, or Ko Jianghuai, who was not so worthy of the title of Liuzhou general, neither of them disappointed Beiliang. Xie Shibian, who had already helped Chao Wei take Miyun Pass, was even more so. Before Xie Shibian led his troops into the Fengxiang town, there were 2,000 soldiers guarding the town, half of them were refugees and half were Yuzhou infantry. Compared to the low walls of Qingsang city, the Defeng dynasty clearly placed more importance on the Fengxiang town, which could be the first to reinforce the protectorate of the western regions. The city walls were definitely on the same scale as the prefectural cities of the Central Plains. Moreover, compared to the two ancient towns of Qingsang and Linyao, the Fengxiang town, which had the same rank as the other two town officials, had more than 200 people, far more than the 120 people of Linyao and Qingsang city. Once the protectorate of the western regions further west could not control the 40 or so countries under its jurisdiction, every time there was a war, the nobles of the western regions would have to pass through the Fengxiang town before choosing to enter the central plains through the old Bailiang or turn southeast to seek refuge in Shuzhou. Therefore, the history of the Fengxiang town was like its city walls, much thicker than Qingzhang and Linyao. Chapter 1930. If they didn't have the 10,000 monk soldiers from the western border serving as their backbone, facing the 10,000 Southern Dynasty infantry attacking the city, as well as the 3,000 cavalry waiting outside the city for an opportunity, Phoenix Soaring Town would have only been able to lay down a few more northern Mang barbarian corpses below the city walls and above the city walls. Phoenix Soaring Town would still have been lost. Northern Liang could only hand over this strategic location that covered a small half of the western regions. Perhaps after Lu Province suffered a great defeat to Huang Song's Pu tribe's western army, Phoenix Soaring Town and Linyao's gains weren't all that significant. However, as long as both sides were in a deadlock, whoever grasped these two towns had a high chance of changing the battle situation. One side needed to provide Yulwandao and Chao Wei with a great rear, the other side could use this opportunity to gather troops from Gusai province to assist Huang Song's Pu tribe. Especially if the Liuzhou cavalry won by a fluke and still had the strength to break through the Southern Dynasty defense line and attack Gusai prefecture, then Bailiang losing two towns could be said to be a fatal mistake. The 10,000 Southern Dynasty infantrymen besieging the city could be said to be fearless of death. However, because this was a surprise attack where victory was within their grasp, they didn't bring along large amounts of supplies and siege weapons that would slow down their advance. As a result, even though Northern Mang believed that their siege power wasn't inferior to Northern Liang's Yuzhou and Liangji's Southern Dynasty infantrymen, it was extremely strenuous for them to fight. Even though the infantrymen under the city walls didn't have any geographical advantage at all, they still displayed astonishing accuracy. Many of the refugee youths who were truly participating in a battle for the first time, even though they were warned not to stick their heads out between the 2 rounds of arrows, many of their corpses could only be dragged down the horse path. Under the premise that Xia did not use the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua, the groups of dare-to-die warriors with shields and blades in their mouths attacked the city several times. Then, they were forced back time and time again by the Yuzhou infantry and refugee youths. From noon to dusk, the infantry paid close to 2,000 lives. More than half of them died on the city walls and were thrown down. During this period of time, Xia Shibian only let the strong and powerful monk soldiers participate in the defense twice. Twice only. Night battles were naturally not beneficial to the siege side. The infantry gave up after trying to attack the city once. They had attacked the top of the city many times, but were unable to break through. It was just like how the grandmasters of the Jianghu were only one step away from breaking through. Naturally, they would not give up just like that. The second day was destined to be an even more tragic battle. The defenders were extremely silent. Everyone looked at the monk soldiers from Mount Lantua, especially the expressionless young commander. Their eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was not that they were afraid of death, but as long as the young man with the surname Xia was willing to send 1,000 people to the front line, they could reduce the number of casualties. Even if there were only 500 people, it would be fine. That was why the next morning, when the Northern Mang barbarians sounded the siege bugle horn, a high-ranking officer who left from Yozhou's infantry to serve as Phoenix Soaring Army's guardian general said something to Xia Shibian. Then, that middle-aged man whose shoulder was already penetrated by an arrow yesterday personally drew his blade and hurried to the battlefield. He had said that with a smile. "General Xia, don't worry. You can sit on the city wall and watch how the Bailiang frontier army repels the enemy." In the Liang army of the Central Plains, if one was a lieutenant or a general, they could be praised by others as a general. However, in Bailiang, only the old Prince Liang Su Shao had this honor. The cavalry and infantry Yuan Zuozong and Yan Wenluan could not. The new and old Bailiang governor-generals Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan could not either. Apart from the Yuzhou cavalry that they had fought side by side with outside the pass, the new Liang Prince Su Fengnian was rarely called a general. Most of the time, he was just called a prince. This was why Xia Shibian was called a general with his surname. He definitely did not have good intentions. As the deputy general of Liuzhou and the general directly under Fengxiang and Linyao, Xia Shibian did not seem to mind at all. His face was dark as he watched the general walk away. For the entire day, more than 2,000 wandering souls and wild ghosts were found by the Buba army in this foreign land. After the 10,000 infantry discussed with the cavalry general, they started to retreat. Of the 2,000 Bailiang border soldiers, only 600 were left. The general who had almost died on the city wall was dragged off his horse by a monk soldier. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed in the direction of the deputy general of Liuzhou, F***Ku Xiaxibian. The remaining 600 people, apart from less than 100 old Yuzhou soldiers, were all refugees and young adults. Both sides were filled with hatred for the young man who did not move from start to finish. Just as Beimang was about to retreat, Xiaxibian ordered. Xiaxibian had already ordered, monk soldiers, follow me out of the city. No matter the cost, hold them back for at least 6 hours. This kind of action of not doing anything during a battle and then taking credit after the battle had not been seen in the Bailiang border, where military law was like a mountain. Xiaxibian did not explain a word. The middle-aged monk from Lantua mountain who had saved the general followed Xiaxibian down the city wall. He hesitated for a moment and finally asked, General Xia, should we inform Linyao? Take them down along with the infantry? This martial monk was a top figure in Lantua mountain. Whether it was in Buddhism or cultivation, he was very outstanding. One method could lead to 10,000 methods. Through the female bodhisattva's secret message, he knew that the Yuan sword cavalry would turn around and help them stop the infantry. But for some reason, Xiaxibian shook his head, no need. The monk could not understand, but he did not say anything. After all, Xiaxibian was the main general. The middle-aged monk had personally experienced the terror of Bailiang's military law. No matter how dissatisfied the 2,000 infantry were, no matter how close Xiaxibian was, they still fought to their deaths. He was just full of doubts. He had only heard of generals on the battlefield since ancient times. Other than a small group of people in history who were afraid that their achievements would shock the emperor, there were only a few who thought that their achievements were not great enough. This young man surnamed Xia was very strange. After Xiaxibian led the monk soldiers out of the city, he turned his head to look at the ruined city wall of Fengxiang and muttered to himself. Refugees, refugees, people of Liuzhou, exiled people. Surly, you are so ruthless in your use of troops, so amazing in your use of troops. 20 years ago, you were talking about war on paper, but it is still better than us fighting now. Chapter 1931. She hesitated for a moment and then said to herself with a miserable expression, after the Battle of Huluku, you ordered him to lead the cavalry to reinforce Yang Yuanzan. I was very worried about the safety of this one-track mind. So behind your back, I successfully convinced father who had the same worries. I planned to help him enter one of the 2 iron cavalry of the king's tent and become the main general of the yellow heavy cavalry. But in the end, when father's operation had taken shape, that bastard Yellow Chukai would not agree no matter what. He said that if I forcefully moved him away from brother-in-law, he would run away from home. He might as well take off his armor and go to the Jianghu of the Central Plains by himself. Dong Zhuo clenched his fists. I only know about this now. Dong Zhuo looked into the distance. But if I had known earlier, and if Yellow Chukai had agreed, I definitely wouldn't have stopped him. But if he didn't want to leave, I wouldn't have persuaded him. Dong Zhuo continued, the men of my Dong army are the most sought-after soldiers in the entire grassland. No one is worried about their future. As long as they want to move, they will at least be promoted by 1 rank. However, after so many years of bitter battles, only a few outsiders have tried to join the Dong clan's army, taking pride in being a soldier of the Dong clan's army. No one has ever chosen to leave this army. Dong Zhuo suddenly smiled and corrected himself. I was wrong. In fact, there are a lot of people. Just like my brother-in-law, who died in battle. The men of the Dong family rode on swords and spears, dying on the back of the horse. Don't cry your heart out. Don't let your children be Dong family's men. She suddenly walked towards him and hammered his chest. In the end, Dong Zhuo, who had thick skin and iron armor, didn't feel anything. Her fist was instantly red and swollen. After that, she didn't cry or make a fuss. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Don't die in Huayang Pass. Don't die in Beiju City. If you really want to die, die in the South Sea of the Central Plains, which is the furthest from the grassland. That way, I won't be upset." Dong Zhuo grinned. "Okay." She turned and left. "I'm going back to Norland. You don't have to send me off." Perhaps it was the same as the little girl, Tao Manwu, who had once said at a young age, "I only regret not being a man. Otherwise, I would definitely be a marquis of 10,000 households." This Northern Mang commandery princess, who had made the Northern Mang empress laugh to her heart's content with these words, did not dare to cry in front of her. After she walked away alone, Diwu Fox said worriedly, "Why do you insist on gnawing on Huayang Pass, such a tough bone without any meat? Isn't it better to leave it to Murong Baoding? His Majesty's left. If His Majesty. His. After all, the men of the grassland were not aquatic plants that grew every spring. They would grow again and again after being cut. Now that the grassland has lost its vitality, if Norland continues to push its luck, I'm afraid there will be internal strife. Even the gods can't fix such a big mess. When the time comes, I, Dong Zhuo, will be the one to suffer. The Beiliang frontier army will reap the benefits and make a great contribution." Dong Zhuo looked to the south. He was looking at Huda City, which had been destroyed by him. Further south was Huayang Pass, which had a natural advantage. It was funny. The grassland army of millions had been fighting with the northern Liang for 20 years. When Old Tu was still alive, the number of times the border army of the southern dynasty had seen Huda City could be counted on one hand. It was not until Su Zhao's death that Dong Zhuo finally grasped power. Northern Mang's horse hooves had stepped on the ground to the south, but they had only advanced a little. But now, the 10,000 light cavalry of Beiliang's Yulwan Saber division had followed the Great Snow Dragon cavalry in the early years and once again entered the hinterland of the southern dynasty. Dong Zhuo pointed to the south and said to his wife, "In the Huayang Pass, there is a fatso who is fatter than me. It is said that the Liang imperial court has always claimed that the battle between me and Fatso Chu was over." This Tu's adopted son said some rebellious words, saying that the world's cavalry was only divided into the Su family's iron cavalry and all the other cavalry forces. In fact, the truth was not like that. It was just that the Beiliang frontier army was so conceited that they gladly accepted the Liang civil officials' slander and took it as a compliment. Dong Zhuo did not retract his arm and kept pointing to the south. With a gloomy smile, he slowly said, "Chu Lushan did say some words at that time. I remember that guy was sitting high on the horse and pointed the tip of his iron spear at me. He laughed and said, 'I heard that you are called Dong Zhuo.' My adoptive father had some concerns and could not use his full strength. Therefore, Chen Zhibao and Yuan Zhuozong were too lazy to play with you. I, Chu Lushan, had nothing to do and came to fight with you. Otherwise, with your little ability and your lousy troops." Dong Zhuo did not speak for a long time. The fifth fox curiously asked, "What happened next?" Dong Zhuo retracted his hand and said resentfully, "Then, I was seriously injured and fainted." Dong Zhuo seemed to feel a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and made a face at the little girl Tao Manwu. The little girl, whose face was full of tears, clenched Dong Zhuo's wrist tightly. She was not amused. Instead, she was about to cry. The little girl looked up and choked with sobs, "Uncle Dong, don't die." In the mind of this child with a rough life, she was like a jinx who always killed the people closest to her, from her father Tao Qianji to Yelu Chukai. Who would be next? So she was very scared. Dong Zhuo squatted down and stretched out his big hand that was full of calluses and used to wiping the tears of the little girl. "Little Manwu, don't cry. Bad people like Uncle Dong have the longest life. Even the king of hell is not willing to accept them." Hearing this, the little girl's tears flowed down even more. Because in her mind, Uncle Dong had always been the second best person in the world, after her father. And the guy who was once regarded as the best person in the world could only be quietly lowered to the second. Dong Zhuo did not know how to persuade her, so he let her sit on his shoulder. After standing up, they looked to the south together. Dong Zhuo said softly, "Don't worry, Uncle Dong will take you to see him for the last time." Tao Man will put her little head on Dong Zhuo's big head. Dong Zhuo asked softly, "Little Manwu, how do you hum that ballad? Uncle Dong always can't remember the words. Your little uncle used to sing it in front of me, but he sang it very badly. Little Manwu, why don't you teach him one last time?" The little girl gave a heavy hum, but there were too many tears and too much crying. She did not speak immediately. Dong Zhuo was not in a hurry. For no reason, he remembered a passage of scripture. This Beimang general who killed people like scything flax put his palms together, bowed his head and recited piously, "Convert to Buddha and not suffer from all the sufferings of reincarnation. Convert to Dharma and enjoy the blessings of 3 lives. Convert to a monk and not fall into the evil path of reincarnation." At the same time, Tao Manwu's tender voice also sounded lightly above Dong Zhuo's head. "The grass grows next year, the geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year, will the young master return? The green grass on the green flagstone, the man in green on the green flagstone bridge, humming the tune of Jinling. Whose daughter bows her head and smiles? The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year, will the wife be there? The yellow flowers in the yellow river flow yellow, the yellow flowers in the yellow river city fluttering yellow butterflies. Whose son's sword is in the sheath? The sword is still in the sheath. The young master has not returned." For many people who were still alive on both sides of Liangmang, this was the case. However, perhaps in the eyes of the Central Plains, the 3 kings rebelled together. Their war seemed to come for no reason. It was just those Beiliang barbarians and Beimang barbarians. The deaths there were justified and justified. On the yellow sand of the Longyan plain, the fat man who was still carrying little Manwu on his back put down his palms and said in a low voice, "Chu Lushan, since you want to die, then I will generously accept your 300 pounds of meat." The Huaiyang Pass, which controlled the main road to the south, was divided into inner and outer cities. The overall terrain increased toward the south, especially the inner city, which was built on the cliff and the city walls were made of stone. When Beiliang built Huda City, the most magnificent city outside the Northwest Pass, most of the stones were taken from the Tsanglang Mountain in Lingzhou. Later, they found that there were still 30 to 40% of the huge stones left, so they moved them all to Huaiyang Pass, which was far from its current scale at that time. After more than 10 years of continuous reinforcement and accumulation, a large number of weapons and provisions were stockpiled. As long as the outer city was not lost, there was no need to worry about the water source. Huaiyang Pass was less strategic than Huda City and harder to break through. In fact, it was more difficult than Huda City, which was the first city at the border of Liang before North Resisting City was built. Therefore, when Chu Lushan insisted on building the protectorate office in Huaiyang Pass, which was far away from Liangzhou City, Su Fengnian did not have much objection. But after the shattered Huda City lost its defensive significance, Su Fengnian and Mount Qingliangshan both requested that Chu Lushan retreat to North Resisting City, but Chu Lushan still insisted on defending Huaiyang Pass to the death. It was hard to imagine that this valiant general who had led more than 1,000 cavalry to conquer Shu, who had led more than 8,000 Yeluo cavalry, had maintained a low official rank after taking root in Beiliang without any complaints, wholeheartedly living a life of luxury and extravagance. He claimed that he liked fine wine, beautiful women, gorgeous clothes, great horses, famous cards, strange flowers, and luxurious travel. After he became the Protector General of Beiliang, he suddenly changed his position and remained motionless outside the barren and desolate pass. Perhaps after the death of old man Su Shao, there was no one in the world who could truly see through this treacherous and evil fatty. On a tower in the inner city of Huaiyang Pass, a fat man as fat as a small mountain rested his hands on a quiver of arrows, saying nothing. He had enemies all over the world, but he had no friends. He rubbed his neck and said with a smile, "What a great head." Chapter 1932. The sky was high and the ground was wide. The clouds hung low as the sun set in the west. The sunset glow was especially dazzling. There were less than 100 riders galloping north. It was as if their heads were covered with the most beautiful and bright Sichuan brocade. When this group of horses approached the military town of Grave, there were still a few northern Mang horsemen who stopped their horses on the high slope. After weighing the disparity in numbers between the two sides, in the end, they didn't charge forward to kill. Earlier, the crossbowmen of Liang province had truly struck fear into the hearts of the northern Mang horse guards. Not only were the 3 elite scouts almost completely wiped out, even the commander of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan, and that relative of the imperial family, Yelu Chukai, had fallen on the battlefield. Although the southern dynasty had already received news that all the crossbowmen had been transferred to the battlefield of Liuzhou, once bitten, twice shy, they did not dare to let down their guard. One of the main generals of Beimang's southern expedition, the head of the Orange province, Murong Baoding, had strictly ordered his riders to retreat when they encountered the enemy. He did not care about the crime of retreating without fighting. Those who dared to engage in battle without permission would suffer 1 casualty per troop. Afterwards, the leader of each troop would be beheaded. If 3 or more people died per troop, the leader of each troop would be beheaded. The 100 or so cavalry that did not wear the armor of the Northern Liang Border Army also did not pay any attention to the groups of scouts from Orange Province who had retreated after smelling the scent of blood. They continued north without stopping, and did not have any intention of entering the military town of Grave Tomb. They continued north along the perimeter of the military town. In this strange cavalry formation of 2 riders side by side in a long snake formation, there were about 80 riders. All of them carried swords and urged their horses forward. Clearly, they were not the Bailiang frontier army who would not take out their sabers without permission. One rider spurred his horse forward and came to the side of the only rider with a cold saber at his waist. He said with some annoyance, "Surnamed Su, even a mosquito leg is meat. We've encountered 8 or 9 groups of Beimang riders along the way. If you allowed us to act, we would have killed at least 40 to 50 of them. What's wrong? Is your Mount Xingliang really so poor that you can't even afford to pay the reward of this little bit of military merit? Even if we take a step back and let's say we owe them the money first, killing 40 to 50 Beimang scouts will probably save some of your Liangzhou cavalry. How did you become the king of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian continued to look to the north without slowing down his horse. He explained patiently, "Dongzhuo's army is about to attack Huayang Pass. If we delay here for a moment, Bailiang might." Wu Luding, the current sword crown of Wu family's sword tomb, interrupted the young vassal king and said, "Even if you arrived at Huayang Pass earlier, could you move the entire pass to North Reject City? Huayang Pass and the Protectorate General don't have legs. They can't run away. After all, after you became a great grandmaster, you became arrogant and looked down on those weak people. You only have eyes for people like Tuoba and Hong Jingyan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be willing to fight, right?" Not far behind them, a Wu family swordsman said in a strange tone, "A great grandmaster should have the demeanor of a great grandmaster. His Highness is arrogant and has his own confidence. What's wrong with that? A land immortal can stomp hundreds or thousands of ants to death. Wouldn't he be afraid of dirtying the soles of his shoes?" Wu Luding rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with the Xiongho behind him. He couldn't help it. Even in the Wu family's sword tomb, where the family's sword art was the world's sword art, only the old ancestor could slightly suppress Demon Zhu. No matter how conceited Wu Luding was, he still had to admit that there was still a gap between him and Zhu Huang in terms of cultivation and attainment. The Wu family's ancestors had long established a family rule. The length of the sword Qi determined the size of the principal. Although Wu Liuding's skin was not thin, he didn't go to the extent of arguing with Zhu Huang. However, if Cui Hua, who carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon, was willing to join forces, Wu Luding was confident that he could beat Demon Zhu into a pig's head. Unfortunately, Cui Hua was a sword attendant. According to the Wu family's unshakable rules, she couldn't participate in the competition between Sword Crown and other Jianghu people. To put it bluntly, a sword attendant was someone who specialized in collecting Sword Crown's corpse. Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. He didn't continue to explain. Some Bailiang's family matters couldn't be explained to these Wu family swordsmen, who had left behind the teachings of their ancestors. Don't seek the wall of Liancheng, seek the killing sword. Su Fengnian's mood was much heavier than what he showed on the surface. Chu Lushan refused to leave Huayang Pass. He only gave one sentence to North Resisting City. Whether I, Chu Lushan, am at Huayang Pass or not, the situation on the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass will be completely different. Su Fengnian understood the meaning behind these words, but he still hoped to fight for one last time, to fight for it in person. Not as the master of the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry, not as the vassal king, not as the Bailiang protector general, but as the eldest son of the first wife of Su Shao, to meet Lu Qiu'er, who had killed his foster son. The reason why he was so non-stop was because Su Fengnian knew very well that once Dong Zhuo personally appeared outside Huayang Pass, Chu Lushan would definitely not leave. Su Fengnian couldn't just knock Chu Lushan unconscious and tie him up back to North Resisting City. It was meaningless. As for why he didn't abandon the 80 Wu family sword tomb cavalry and rush to Huayang Pass alone, this was somewhat complicated. There were thousands of things in the world, but peace of mind was the most difficult to find. The closer they got to the rugged southern entrance of Huayang Pass, not only the bored Wu Luding, who was beside the young vassal king, and the beauty Nailan Huayu, who was secretly looking at the back of the young vassal king from time to time, even Suehua, who had a pure heart of sword that had reached the spiritual perception realm, noticed Su Fengnian's strange mood. Huayang Pass was known as the most dangerous pass outside Liangzhou Pass. The narrow and winding mountain road at the southern entrance played an important role, which made this pass have no worries. Perhaps realizing that there was a problem with his mental state, Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head to look at Wu Luding and asked with a smile, "I heard that in the past 20 years, your Wu family's old ancestor has commented on the swordsman of the sword catacomb. Other than Deng Tai-A, who has the strongest innate killing intent, Zhu Huang has the heaviest killing intent, and Suehua has the deepest killing intent. Then you, Wu Luding, as the sword crown." Wu Luding said with a shameless face, "Me. Obviously, I have the best bone structure and the highest talent." Zhu Huang, who was sitting on the back of the horse with his arms crossed, snorted disdainfully and sneered. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Wu Luding, don't bully me because I haven't seen the world. Not to mention other things, I have seen a few natural sword embryos. The charcoal girl of the Guanyin sect and Shen Tianyuan of the Taibai sword sect, their bone structures are better than yours." Chapter 1933. Wu Luding nodded and said indifferently, "I have the highest talent, what is there to be afraid of? When I was very young, the old ancestor told me that I am a sword Dao genius that only appears once in 100 years. My sword Dao can't be improved by normal methods." Su Fengnian chuckled. Wu Luding stared at the young king and said seriously, "Su, think about it, when you and I first met on the river, what realm was I at? I was only at the fake Xian finger level, but at that time, I was already roaming the pugilistic world as the sword crown. What do you think I relied on?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your face." Wu Luding paused for a moment, then he smiled brightly and rubbed his face, "That's right." Sword maid Suehua, who had her eyes closed, sighed slightly. The first time was when Lu Ding entered the Sword Mountain for the first time when he was young. At that time, almost everyone didn't think that this lazy kid could pull out a sword. Unexpectedly, he attracted all 12 swords to recognize him as their master. It could be said that it was one of the rare occurrences in the long history of the Wu family. After that, Lu Ding, who had been practicing the sword for 3 days, became even more perfunctory. Until the sword tomb decided on the new sword crown candidate, Lu Ding, who had been stagnant at the 3rd grade realm, suddenly comprehended a few finger Xian sword techniques. Wu Luding laughed and said, "This is a genius. If I really practiced the sword diligently, wouldn't that be amazing?" Su Fengnian agreed for the first time, but the next sentence made Wu Luding completely deflated. "If I didn't calculate wrongly, Sword Crown Wu still has one more chance. Now that he is at the finger Xian realm, then it is still possible for him to stagger into the celestial realm. Not bad, he should be able to fight with people of the same age." That Xinyuan Qingfeng of the Hui Mountain, who was said to have comprehended immortality after watching snow for a night. Of course, the premise is that she only uses one hand. Wu Luding was furious. Even if I can only break into the celestial realm, even if I can't reach the great celestial realm, I will definitely be able to use one or two moves of the Earth Sword Immortal. Su Fengnian replied with an "oh" and added fuel to the fire. 1 or 2 moves. That's pretty impressive. Like me, I only have a few dozen moves. Wu Luding looked pitiful and turned to look at Nalan Huayu. Aunt Nalan, this guy is too much of a bully. She smiled sweetly and added insult to injury, and is not your mother, it is useless to complain to me. Su Fengnian smiled and said, yes, Sister Nalan, don't pay attention to him. Nalan Huayu raised her eyebrows, and her smile became wider. The charm between her eyebrows was like smoke curling in spirals. Wu Luding instantly came back to life and was in high spirits. He turned his head and whispered to the sword attendant, Cuehua, listen to this fellow's tone. He is indeed an old hand who has been through thick and thin. Cuehua, right? Unexpectedly, Cuehua's words were not shocking, and she said with an indifferent expression, no. The young sword crown Wu, who seemed to have suffered a fatal blow from the Earth Sword Immortal, suddenly felt like his heart was dead, and he only felt that life was meaningless. Su Fengnian took a deep breath. They arrived at the south gate of Huayang Pass. If this time Beimang Pass was attacked by Murong Baoding's troops, Su Fengnian would not have to come here at all. But the world was unpredictable. Dong Zhuo came. Not only that, the number of Dong family's private army that was originally known in Liangmang had doubled. In the first battle of Liangmang, although Dong Zhuo's private army did not suffer serious damage, it was not light. Moreover, the matter of Dong Zhuo's private army had always been a joke in the Beimang Southern Imperial Court. It was rumored that after the old woman met the little fatty who liked to call her sister emperor, she smiled and told him personally, Fatty Dong, you can have a private army in the Southern Imperial Court, but don't mess around with 100,000 people. If you cross this line, it doesn't matter, I will promote you and let you go to Norland to be a general. No one knew if the rumor was true or false, but after that, Dong Zhuo's cavalry and infantry armies were maintained at around 60,000 people, and did not exceed 80,000 people at their peak. This time, when Dong Zhuo submitted a letter to the Beimang Empress requesting to attack Huayang Pass, it was as if overnight, 80,000 grassland cavalrymen had poured into the camp of the Dong family's private army. In addition to the 10,000 Ruren cavalrymen that the old woman gave him. The scale of Dong Zhuo's private army had far exceeded that of all the generals including Tuoba, Huang Songpu, and Lu Gui, and it was superior to Beimang. Now, the two imperial courts of Xijing and Norland must be shocked and confused at the same time. Was this fatty Dong, who secretly possessed such a terrifying amount of wealth, going to rebel or not? At this moment, in the vision of the Wu family swordsman outside Huayang Pass, a fatty with a flattering face stood at the gate, like a small mountain standing in front of the gate. In the 20 years of war at the border of Bailiang, there was a different kind of person who was best at flattering. Li Gongda liked to flatter Su Shao, and his skill had reached the point of perfection. There was a fatty who won the title of Chu Basha in poetry, and he liked to flatter His Royal Highness, and did whatever he could to disgust him. Su Fengnian dismounted from his horse, and Chu Lushan naturally helped to lead the horse, his movements skillful. In the dusk, the two entered the city first. Su Fengnian did not speak. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiu said slowly, I am very at ease, and I ask that your highness be at ease. Su Fengnian looked ahead and said softly, it's very difficult. Chu Lushan stopped and said to himself, to be honest, this world, has always made me, Chu Lushan, very unhappy. Inside the city gate, the vision was dim. Chu Lushan stopped, turned his head and smiled, because this world made my most respected adoptive father and adoptive mother, their son, unhappy. The young king also stopped and remained silent. Chu Lushan couldn't see his face clearly, and he didn't want to see it clearly, so he turned his head again. Just like that, the two of them stood still in the dark. Chu Lushan suddenly said in a deep voice, don't send me off, Chu Lushan has fought countless battles in this life. Every time I bring someone to die, I don't need anyone to send me off, and I don't want anyone to collect my corpse. Chu Lushan strode forward, walked out of the city gate, and looked up at the sky. He had flattered the young man many times in his life, and said countless words of flattery. This fatty, at this time, was thinking of many years ago, when he let the child ride on his neck, and he rode on the Su family's warhorse at that time. Two brothers with different surnames, riding together in the west wind. The fatty, who had his back to the young man, whispered in his heart. Xiaonian, I am Chu Lushan's younger brother, you and I don't need to see each other again. Chapter 1934. Since ancient times, there had been a poem about the Northwest being filled with energy. Today, the west of the Northwest was even more so. The Deputy General of Liuzhou, Xia Shi, personally led 10,000 monk soldiers out of the city. He did his best to slow down the Beimang infantry and the 2,000 Nanchao border cavalry as they retreated to the north. He did not go all out to kill. Once the Beimang army turned around and got into a charging formation, the monk soldiers also got into formation and did not move. They were like a rich man entertaining his guests. They prepared enough wine and waited for the guests to arrive. The infantry, who had suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Phoenix military town, quickly realized that the situation was not good. After all, there were still 6,000 soldiers in the infantry who could fight. Along with the 2,000 cavalry who came and went like the wind from the side, they had more initiative to fight or retreat. The commander of the infantry was born in the biting Shui way. Beimang established the country through martial arts. Relying on family background and military merit were the two most important paths to promotion. To be able to become one of the 3 generals of the infantry, he might not be a genius in the art of war, but he was definitely not a mediocre person who relied on his family background to gain power. The defense of this Phoenix military town was filled with a treacherous aura. Clearly, from the very beginning, the defense could have been even more impregnable, but that commanding general was clearly whetting their appetites on purpose. Like a brothel girl who wanted to say something but didn't say anything, he clearly wanted to sell his art and not his body, but he gave people a false impression that he wanted to refuse but was still willing to accept. This caused the infantry soldiers who were slow to realize the situation to leave 4,000 corpses for nothing. Then, the 10,000 monk soldiers were biting their tail. It was not hard to guess the reason. It was definitely a cavalry from the Beiliang border army that was about to arrive. As for who it was, the infantry generals could not figure it out. Logically speaking, the cavalry of Liuzhou should not have the time to stop them. In this sneak attack on the 2 towns of Fengxiang and Linyao, the Nanchao border army had sent out 20,000 infantry and 5,000 elite cavalry to escort them. Even if they split into 2 groups, it was not something that the few thousand Beiliang cavalry could defeat. Furthermore, the cavalry of Liuzhou was already at a disadvantage. How could they send out a large group of cavalry to leave the main battlefield north of Qingsang City? Could it be the 2 Beiliang light cavalry units that bypassed many military towns and forts and drove straight into the hinterland of Gusai Prefecture? But the problem was, how could they get back to the border in time? Could it be that these 2 weak military towns were bait from the beginning? But this was even more unreasonable. Even he, a foot soldier generals, didn't know where to go after receiving Huang Songpu's order to leave the encampment at top speed. He only went all the way south. It wasn't until he crossed the Liangmang border that he learned he was going to launch a surprise attack on Fengxiang Linyao. During this period of time, the confidential spying report in his hand said with certainty that the 20,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantua should have passed through Fengxiang Linyao and headed straight for Qingsang. Or was there really an immortal who could predict the future in Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate General's office in Beiliang? Faced with the relentless attacks of the 10,000 monk soldiers of Mount Lantua, the foot soldier generals felt extremely sullen. If they really didn't care about anything and fought to the death, they had no chance of winning. They were just waiting for death, waiting for Beiliang's cavalry to arrive and cut off their heads. But if they didn't fight, those bald monks who were shockingly strong and didn't fear death were really unscrupulous. Every once in a while, there would be 200 to 300 monk soldiers who didn't care about the exhaustion of their physical strength. They would take up the role of daredevils and viciously bite their butts. The most annoying thing was that before the monks of Mount Lantua left the city, they had probably emptied the armory of Fengxiang Linyao and brought no less than 2,000 light crossbows with them. From the number of arrows in the monk soldiers' quivers, there were no less than 40,000 to 50,000 arrows. In terms of accuracy, it was considered sparse and ordinary. It couldn't even compare to the bows of the grassland men riding on the bumpy backs of their horses. However, the strength of the infantry formation was always in the word density. In addition, the monk soldiers were all strong and sturdy. Each of them pulled their bows like a full moon. What accuracy did they need? The most terrifying thing was the fighting style of the young Liuzhou general. He was able to leisurely pull out the 40,000 to 50,000 arrows from the corpses or pick them up from the ground and put them back into the quivers one by one. This made the 2,000 elite cavalry of Mount Lantua, who were unwilling to wait for death and had launched 3 rounds of charges, unable to fully utilize the innate advantage of cavalry in field warfare. As for slowly nibbling away at the monk soldiers, that was even more impossible. The range of a horse bow was inferior to that of a foot bow to begin with. Furthermore, this southern border cavalry was fully equipped with light armor and light bows. In the end, the main general of the foot troops helplessly discovered that although there were still a considerable number of 1,600 cavalry left on his side of 2,000, the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua had actually gathered more than 200 warhorses. After they mounted their horses, it was as if they had suddenly gained more than 200 riders. This battle almost made Buba Zhu general spit out blood. That Liuzhou general who didn't personally charge into battle from the beginning to the end was too disgusting. In the end, he couldn't delay any longer. Buba Zhu generals could only go find the cavalry general from Gu Sai Zhou's Rock Cliff military town. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was very difficult for him to speak. The cavalry general who knew what was going on smiled and didn't say anything. Although they were just acquaintances before, this cavalry general took off a heavily worn white jade python belt from his waist and begged Buba Zhu to give it to his young eldest son when they returned to the southern court. He only said that it was given to his father by the previous emperor. Although it wasn't worth much now, it was a family heirloom of their small family. The 1,600 cavalry finished organizing. The horses' heads faced south, the war blades pointed south. The cavalry general turned his head and watched as Buba Zhu quickly left the battlefield. Chapter 1935. This ordinary cavalry general whose reputation in northern Mang's border pass wasn't all that well known, perhaps he didn't know that not long ago, in another battlefield in Flo province, there was a northern Liang cavalry general who shouted out those tragic and stirring words, "May the dead follow me in death." As Hong Jia rushed north and brought hundreds of thousands of people to the Beimang court, the martial spirit of the grasslands did not fade. However, it imperceptibly injected a soft atmosphere, just like the green grass on the grasslands year after year. This border army cavalry general, who was only a secondary grade 4 official, would occasionally head to the Shijing court to participate in military discussions. During that time, he met many civil officials. Most of them did not have the same temperament, and he never got along well with them. However, on the scattered celebratory banquets or the banquets where he was dragged to make up the numbers, he also heard some unimaginable foreign things. For example, the Jiangnan apricot flowers in the misty rain, the deep flower branches, the shallow flower branches, and the branches welcoming spring. He knew that he and the 1,600 men behind him were destined to never see the scenery of Jiangnan. It was just death. This cavalry general pulled out his Beimang war knife and shouted angrily, "Kill!" When Xia Shibian left the city, he was riding a Beiliang war horse. At this moment, he stopped behind the monk soldier formation and raised his head to look over. He smiled slightly. 20,000 monk soldiers fought on foot against cavalry. Very quickly, a group of 10,000 Beiliang light cavalry would return the favor and fight on foot. Moreover, Beiliang actually had the advantage in numbers on both sides. This kind of good situation that should not have appeared on the Liangmang battlefield was naturally due to one of Dechu's twin jade annulus. However, when Xia Shibian saw the Beimang cavalry valiantly heading to their deaths, this Liuzhou deputy general could not help but think of the tragic battle at Miyun Pass. The corpses piled up like a mountain. It was impossible to tell whether they were the Beiliang frontier army or the Beimang barbarians. It turned out that the Beiliang cavalry was not the only one who viewed life and death as a small matter. Bei Mang was also the same. After that, Xia had a long career in the military and officialdom in the western frontier. As a peerless Confucian general who eventually reached the rank of second-rank general in Liang and received the title of Pillar of the State, as the cornerstone of the northwest of the country, he had never been called a barbarian in his life, even though the overall situation was already set and he continued to suppress the rebellions in the grasslands time and time again. These two words were used as the prefix for Bei Mang's soldiers. To the south of the outer city of Huayang Pass, the rider who didn't enter the city stopped alone on the yellow sand slope, as if he was waiting for someone. In next to no time, a tall and sturdy figure tore through the sky and flashed over with an imposing manner. The young vassal king, who had left the 80 riders of the Wu family behind, dismounted from his horse and asked in a deep voice, "How is it?" One of them, a man from the sect, had an ugly look on his face. By the time I arrived at Dunhuang City, it was already too late. Tens of thousands of grassland cavalry had already broken through the city and were still heavily surrounded. After I broke into the city, I didn't find the woman you mentioned. After that, I only found out that the man named Su Pu had died in the battle. Su Fengnian pursed his lips tightly and trembled slightly. Su Pu. A man he once called Uncle Su when he was young. Like Wu Qi, he was the first cavalry general of the Su family. His seniority in the army was even higher than Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, and Chu Lushan. Huyen Daguan, who had secretly sneaked into the grassland of Bei Mang, hesitated. It seemed that there were some words on the tip of his tongue that were difficult to say. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. "Is there any worse news than this?" Huyen Daguan was silent. Su Fengnian calmly said, "Say it." Huyen Daguan breathed a sigh of relief. That old woman gave the order to the cavalry that besieged the city. No matter if Dunhuang City was fighting or surrendering, when the city was broken, they should kill anyone they saw. Su Fengnian slowly loosened the reins of the horse. His figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, there was a loud bang on the high slope. Huyen Daguan stood in the north of the hillside and shook his wrist casually. The young king stood on the edge of the hillside in the south. There was a sudden gully between the two. Huyen Daguan said expressionlessly, "There are at least 30 to 40,000 Bei Mang cavalry waiting for you to walk into the trap. In addition, there are hundreds of spider web spies who are personally led by Li Mibi. They are all waiting for you." There was another thunderous bang. Huyen Daguan maintained the posture of hammering forward with his fists and said sternly, "Su Fengnian. Don't you know that the reason why there is no definite news about that woman is because the old woman and Li Mibi deliberately lure you to die? Can't you see through such a crude method?" In an instant, the loud bang was far louder than the previous two. Huyen Daguan almost used all his strength to push back the young man who was determined to go north. Huyen Daguan coldly said, "Since you can't reason with your mouth, and you don't listen anyway, that's fine. Although I, Huyen Daguan, may not be able to defeat you, but it is not difficult to fight half to death. I want to see how you, Su Fengnian, will enter Dunhuang City." Perhaps it was because of the old saying of the Central Plains that one should not do things more than 3 times was true. The young king no longer continued to rush to the north. Instead, he slowly walked to the north of the high slope and stood side by side with Huyen Daguan, one facing north and one facing south. The young man squatted down with his hands in his sleeves and quietly looked to the north. Huyen Daguan comforted him, "If you don't show up, she will have a chance to live. Do you understand?" The young man nodded, "I just figured it out." Huyen Daguan was relieved. If he really wanted to have a life and death battle with this young man, he was really afraid. There was no other way. He, Huyen Daguan, was an old man with a family to feed. Huyen Daguan, who was in a complicated mood, could only sigh. The young man's lips moved slightly and whispered, "Don't say that I'm so poor that my sleeves carry the wind. Don't say that when I am sleepy, I have no place to sleep. Don't say that when I am thirsty, I have no wine. Don't say that my life is not happy. I have a 3-foot sword hanging at my waist. There is no one as lucky as me in the world. There is no one as lucky as me."